Hey y'all, happy Saturday. I thought it was Sunday for a minute with kids being out for Christmas break. My time schedule is all screwed up. Yesterday I kept thinking it was Saturday because we were running around with the kids and picked up one of their friends and went yesterday. If you guys have not seen, I'm sure most of you have seen, but National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation was the Griswolds. It's their 35th anniversary, so it's in theaters in some places. I highly encourage you. It's the Griswold Family Vacation, National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation 35th anniversary. So it's in our theaters. We got a collector's ornament for going. So Kyle and I went to that. The girls saw The Lion King, the new Mufasa video, and they didn't understand why we didn't want to go see The Lion King. And I was like, I don't feel like crying today, okay? Not my thing. Animated movies and crying. No, I'm good. I don't want to do that. They came out of there bawling. They had bawled the entire time. And I was like, see, this is why. But highly encourage you if you want something to do. We probably watched that show. Well, Kyle watches it at least 50 times through the Christmas season. That and Home Alone are two of the top. In fact, our pajamas are all Griswold themed for the entire family this year too, once again. So a good outing if you want to go do something. They did say that the new Mufasa video is very good, but it's very emotional. So there's that too. And they've seen Wicked recently. Highly recommend. They thought that was great. And the new Moana video they've said is excellent too. So if you want suggestions on outings with your family, movies are always a great one. We love us a good movie. All right. Shall we get into why you're here? Waiting for me to talk all my shit. I have some shit to talk, but let's get going. What y'all up to? What are you guys doing today? Hey, Pika. Hey, Generally. Benny Ray whispers. You have a lot to say about this, Thor. Which part of this, Thor? Hey, Connie. Hey, Steph. Taylor was stitching and bitching and more. Michigan wifey, Roxanne. Lisa. Connie. Cotton Candy. Cotton Candy, are you guys... I didn't even catch it in the comments the other day, but Duchess told me about the bacon grease reading. Please tell me you guys are doing that, because if you do that, I would love to do a review of you guys doing that and make a whole fun show out of it. So if you guys are going to do that, or if you have done that, let me know so I can send people to watch it so we can have some fun. Hey, Terry. I know. Hey, Alpha. Austin. Yeah, it was really cool. Hey, Diana. Hey, Lisa. TK. The shitter's full. We are very traditional with certain things. Home Alone is both of our favorite movies. So, Terry, thank you for stopping in on your way to work. Hey, Maggie. Margot. Margot, do you get people that say the lines to you from Christmas Vacation? Just questioning. I have a cousin named Margot, and she People used to say stuff and they didn't watch those type of movies, so she had no idea. Hey, me. Hey, Chico. A cooking binge. Well, Alpha, what you cooking? I don't know if it'll be great to listen to. You're probably not even going to talk shit, Alpha. Well, that's disappointing. Hey, baby. Barking at the moon, Mercedes, Snowflake's Nightmare, Cynthia. All right, so this is going to kind of be oh, Tracy. Gosh, I wish you could turn the corner and just feel so much better. I'm thinking of you. Hey, Andrea. Oh, yeah. Chico, I will do that. Remind me tonight, please, when I'm done with this. Hey, CLK. Oh, it's not you? It's not you? Okay. Well, I think it was lip locked. I don't know who was talking to lip locked. I thought it was. Anyways, ignore me. Oh, yes, I'm sure. Hey, Blondie. Hey, Miss Leah. Taco dip, homemade tortilla chips, deviled eggs, Philly cheesesteak, and sugar cookie fudge. Okay, the taco dip, amazing. Homemade tortilla chips. I think I always make it seem like it's harder than what it is. Sounds amazing. Deviled eggs, I'm not a fan of. Philly cheesesteak, though, you got my interest very piqued with that one. And sugar cookie fudge. I've never even heard of that. You talked a lot of shit yesterday. Hey, Forever Army. Philly cheesesteak sounds good. Hey, let's be honest. Hey, I get it. I totally get it. I got to do some cooking in the next 2 days, too. I'm a little behind, but it's okay. All right, you guys, where do you want to start? Which part do you want to start? Charla, hello. Do you want me to tattle on myself and show you guys what I did, explain some things? Or do you want to start with some reviews? Oh, Mercedes girl, how's mom? A lot of people are not feeling the. It's hard to get in the Christmas spirit here, if I'm being honest, because it's in the 70s and it's really weird. The season changes. We found a house yesterday. We weren't creeping people's neighborhoods or anything. We were dropping off the little friend that we took with us at her house, and across the street, there's one house on the corner that is so decorated. It is like decorated to the nines, like all out. And the neighbor next door to them has a lit up sign that says ditto. It's got Christmas lights and it says ditto, and it's an arrow that points at the house. It's the funniest shit in the world. Kyle and I both took pictures of it because it's just the funniest shit ever. I didn't really. Okay, so let's talk, because some people are confused by my community post. So let's tattle on ourselves first. Okay, all right. So I started off the morning yesterday. It's the same in Florida. Yeah, it's still like, it's just, ugh. It's hard to get into the season of. Alpha, okay, I'll get into that. Craziness, for sure. So, what is it, like 36 hours ago now? For those of you that don't know all the ins and outs or don't follow everything, Elevated Truth, which is Truth Not Feelings, used to be, who started out being I think a subscriber of Clues. I'm not sure where he came from. I don't know the origin of Elevated Truth, so let me not like assume, because I really don't know. The only place I knew of him from was the comment section on Clues and other people like in that arena. And then he was a panel guest. I don't know when he started everything, and then he started a channel. So he had a channel named Truth Not Feelings for a while, and he's close to Clue and her husband. And he associates with a few other creators, to my knowledge. That's about the baseline of what I know of him. So he goes live and does a live stream. It's on your screen right now. And it says, "I'm done holding my tongue. Time to speak some truth. What about Sebastian Rogers?" Now let me play the Let me play the very beginning of this for you so you can get a baseline. So this would have been Thursday night. This was Thursday night that this took place. Most of you guys already know this, but some of you don't.
Why people who are claiming...
Okay, hold on. He had some audio issues in the beginning, so he comes back off.
All right, well, it looks like we're going to be fighting with StreamYard today as well.
So I didn't know this, but this was on the heels of Cluminati doing a video. So Cluminati had been live, and then he goes live right after. That I found interesting to find out after the fact too. I didn't know that.
Can y'all hear me now?
Hey, Spooky, Grandma Sherry.
Okay. This is not a me issue. This is a StreamYard issue. I do apologize.
Thank you,
Just
Alpha.
to prove that to you, not only have I purchased one microphone, but I've actually purchased...
Let me be honest. Truth, I liked in the beginning. I really thought Truth was a good guy, like super smart, in my opinion. Could understand a lot of the things that I was thinking. I had no issues with him, but then they're very cliquey. A lot of these people are very cliquey behind the scenes, which is cool. I'm a condescending bitch, straight up, and I don't back down to no one. And I have very strong feelings, and I'm not good in like group settings of people trying to like control or like feed me shit to control narratives or anything. Like, I'm never going to be good in those situations. So group settings like that, like group chats, all of that shit that goes on. And I'm not saying that they all do that, but a lot of them do. That's a lot of the behind the scenes with creators. It's weird. It's weird. They have these things where they buddy up with other creators and they send their subs from one to another channel. They kind of cultivate their crowd. And if you're good with them at that time, then they'll go live and then they send their subs here and then they send their subs there. Like, it's very cult-like sometimes. It really truly is. I go live when I feel like it. I go wherever I want. You guys know. So there's that. And in the beginning, like, I thought he was an intelligent, decent human being. I paneled with him a couple times, no problem. And then as time went on, there was a lot that came out about the people he associates with, and I'll talk about that in a little bit. And then I saw things in a completely different light. So in the beginning, I'm not going to lie, I did like the dude.
Just 2 brand new microphones, and neither one of them are working well. Here's a couple things. I need someone to explain to me why people who are claiming to be here for Sebastian, who are claiming to be here trying to find Sebastian, are not going after searching for Sebastian.
So this is kind of weird to me because I don't know who he's talking about directly in this part, but most of us have a YouTube channel, and we are not in any way, shape, or form going to be finding a missing child. People that say that they're solely for Sebastian, that's a little odd. There's a lot of missing children. There's a lot of missing adults. You can be victim focused, but I think people kind of overshoot their importance a little bit with these. I don't know.
But they're going after other people searching for Sebastian.
Right there. That's the best part of the stream. Right there.
Know why people jump so quickly. You want to
hold on.
I want to know why it is so important to some people to attack people who are trying to find answers.
Name names. I can't stand this whole like. Who are you talking about? Who's being attacked? Who?
I want to know why people jump so quickly. You want to know what I haven't seen? I haven't even seen the video Clue and Cletus did. I haven't even seen it. You want to know why I haven't seen it? Because I don't fucking think it's important.
I haven't either, and don't intend to, because again, I agree with that it's not important. Law enforcement has had these videos all along. I think it's for content and views. There's that.
I don't think it's important. I haven't seen what they've done. They can tell you they haven't sent it to me. Why? Because people keep getting caught up on shit that doesn't fucking matter.
Really?
Now we've got wars going back and forth between creators because one creator thinks they know video more than the other. And what the fuck is that doing for Sebastian?
Nothing. Come on now. Like, you know this as well as the rest of us. It does nothing for the missing. It's content. It's a content farm. You know exactly why it was done. You know exactly why it was done.
I've tried to keep my nose out of this shit.
No, you haven't. No, you haven't. Because you associate yourself with all the bullshit.
I tried to back away from the case because it's nothing but a big pile of fucking shit.
He said this numerous times that he was no longer going to cover it until there was an update. He's done this whole song and dance numerous times about how he was done. He wasn't going to cover it. He's flip-flopped back and forth. He's dangled information to ask questions over. Like, okay.
We're in a case where there's a missing 16-year-old young man who has some special needs in his life.
Miss Leah, thank you for the gifted memberships, y'all. Welcome to the Cabana. And Grandma Sherry, thank you for being here for 18 months. 18, my favorite number. Appreciate your support, seriously.
And you got motherfucking creators doxing each other's fucking children in the middle of a missing child case.
Who are you referring to? Because that's been going on from jump. So who are you talking to or about? I get so sick of people saying nonsense, doesn't it? The fuck I don't. The fuck I don't. I name all the names. If you can't understand or follow a story, you might get lost a few times, but I name the names.
The fuck is wrong with people?
What
is wrong with people?
Miss Leah, love you.
We can disagree on what happened to Sebastian. That's okay. We can think other people are fucking idiots because of what they think about what happened. What the fuck is wrong with some of y'all?
Well, I think people are idiots that think they're going to insert themselves and get close to people that have missing children to solve a case. I think people that do that intentionally to get insider info are grimy and idiots, truly, because you're interfering in an active investigation where a child's life could be at risk. Well,
what makes you think what you're doing is okay? And what the fuck is wrong with some of y'all who are paying these people to do it? You're sending them money and encouraging them.
Oh, monetization. Did you not have a monetization goal set up on this live stream? Asking for a friend.
Send them money because they're a good creator. Send them money because they do good work. You don't send them money because you're attacking each other.
That's called a bash for cash, Truth. Welcome to the internet.
It's fucking sad. It's fucking sad.
Welcome to the bigger issue here.
I don't pocket watch nobody. I don't go look at what people make. But it's real obvious when I'm sitting in a chat and I'm watching people throw all kinds of money at a creator because they're dogging another creator. But then you go into a chat where they're talking about Sebastian and not all the other bullshit. And they've got 30 people in there and nobody's taking care of them at all.
Because, again, there's been no updates on this case from the very beginning. And unfortunately, there's not many facts and people don't want the facts. If we're being honest, people don't want the facts. I'm going to talk about what we talked about last night and we'll get to that. But this is the new age tabloid magazines at the store line checkouts. This is your new Maury Povich, Geraldo Rivera. This is the new age tabloid that sells salacious stories. At least with those, there was, print time, writing time. So there was a buffer of time. This is active time that you're watching it go on. This is real time. The access of information is at your fingertips. So it's real time flow. People love that. You can ask your parents, if you're my age, their magazines, their afternoon TV shows. People don't watch those shows as much anymore. They watch YouTube for the same things.
Why? Because they're not involved in the bullshit. If you motherfuckers really cared about Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, you would be supporting the people who are actively looking for him, who are actively using their channels and their platform for positivity.
Name one. Name one that is using their channel for positivity that's out there searching for Sebastian. I'll wait. Because as we've seen in the timeline, I don't have to just talk about it. I've shown it. The people that inserted themselves and were out there spending their time searching for Sebastian have also been some of the biggest narrative creators and misinformation pushers in this entire situation.
And before anybody gets it twisted, that goes for Clue too.
Bob, thank you, Bob. Thank you for the support.
That's not a dog or a death. It's an even playing field.
Bob says, example of monetization. We love our BS caller.
That goes for everybody. There's no good, bad, or indifferent. Stop playing with this young man's life.
Stop playing with this young man's life as you go on to dangle information that law enforcement doesn't want out here because it could potentially put a young man's life at risk. Okay. Standing so. All right. I see you. And again, I think this was intentional. You're not gonna convince me otherwise. This has been cycling around in the rumor mills. This was intentional. Now, I don't think a lot of the people that were brought up on panel had anything to do with it, but I do think there was very intentional situations being set up here.
Y'all can talk all the shit you want about truth. You can talk all the shit and say anything you want to about me. Cool. But someone's got to stand up and say this shit is bullshit. Seth, where are you at? Where are you searching? Chris and Katie, where the fuck are you at?
Well, truly, none of them owe us anything. We are assholes on YouTube with channels. It's not our business to know where they are at, any of them, Seth, Katie, or Chris. I've said that all along. It's not our business to know what they are doing. Law enforcement asked them not to search in the very beginning, and I don't think that your standards are, well, if it was my kid, if I was in their shoes. Well, thankfully, we're not. So you don't know what you would do or how you would go about it. But to even think that we are owed that is a little fucking weird.
Where are y'all searching? Mr. and Miss Bowersocks, where the fuck are y'all at? What are y'all searching?
Again, law enforcement is doing an investigation, so this expectation is weird and displaced.
That's mom and dad. Where are y'all at? Why aren't y'all searching? Extended family members, cousins, where are y'all at? Why aren't y'all searching? And don't give me the bullshit that law enforcement told you not to talk to the media because TBI came out. I mean, not TBI. Sumner County came out and said the family would like us to say that they don't have a comment at this point. But
who cares? Who cares what their choices are, their personal choices are, whether they want to talk to media or not? That's their decision. What they find to do for their family, whether we like it or not. And I've said this with Seth too. His selection of his team, whether we like it or not, that's his choices. These are adults who have a missing child and are going to choose what they feel is best for them. We don't have to like it. We can point out inconsistencies. We can point out things like that, but we don't have to like their choices. It's not for us to make.
We know that the reporters are going to do what they're going to do. So what's up with that bullshit? This whole time we can't talk to media, but you can use content creators to push your fucking narrative. Chris, Katie, Seth, the fuck? The fuck? Stop saying you can't talk to the media when you use creators to push your fucking narrative. And creators who are acting like Katie is some victim in all of this. She's the one who pushes some of this shit.
Katie is a victim. So is Sebastian. Sebastian's the main victim here. But Katie, Chris, and Seth are also victims, whether you like them or not. By proxy, they are absolutely victims. And for you to say that she's not a victim, no matter what, if she's telling people behind the scenes like you information and being honest about that information, whether you like it or not, she is a victim. And because she might be telling you the truth, doesn't mean she's setting up a narrative to be pushed. Could there be times when they're doing that? Absolutely. But this is going to take a...
But no one wants to talk about that. No one wants to talk about that, do they? Call me a liar. I dare you. Same way with Chris. Guaranteed. Same way with Seth. Guaranteed. If you got...
Yeah, they're having discussions with people behind the scenes. Absolutely. We've known that. We've seen that. I think everybody is aware of that. I mean, we've known Truth has came out here and used dangling information and asking hypothetical questions. Him and Clue were big on that for a long time. After they'd have a conversation, they'd come out here and dangle it and get people going, running wild with speculation and all that stuff. We've seen that.
Got something to say about your son. Do it your fucking self. Quit hiding. People should not want your child home more than you want your child home.
And that's unfair because, again, we don't know these people at their baseline to know what they really want. And to discredit that is disgusting. These people that talk like this do not, there's nothing intimidating about the loud voices, the ooh, the rough, tough, ooh. It actually makes me giddy when people act like this, that they're big, bad, and like, this isn't passion. That's
not the way it's supposed to be.
intimidating.
Now, you can unfollow me. You can talk
Bob H., thank you for the support.
shit about me. You can do whatever you want to. I stand 10 toes down on what I just said. You can get mad. You can get glad. I don't really give a shit, to be honest with you. I'm tired of people using this young man as though he's not a real life, as though he's not a real soul, as though he doesn't matter.
As you're doing that in this very stream. That's why I went back to the beginning of this, because I thought this was the most ridiculous piece of this whole thing. Is he's telling people not to do these things, as this was very intentional. These were intentional choices. I'm done holding my tongue. Time to speak some truth. What about Sebastian Rogers? That was an intentional choice of a title. It was intentional for you to back off your live stream so Clue could go first. It was intentional to cultivate an audience from one to the other. This was intentional.
Does.
Oh, 100% IBL, and he's one of them. He has all along. And on the other side,
you got Crabtree out here spending every moment he has trying to figure out what happened to Sebastian. What do y'all do? Y'all fucking beat the shit out of him every opportunity you fucking have.
Well, Crabtree might be searching. I can give him his flowers on that. Again, amazing for anybody that's investing time searching. But he's also been a huge pusher of misinformation and narratives. And then acts like, oh, I don't know why. I don't know why I'm supposed to be doing this. So Crabtree is also, he's just because you're searching and doing one good thing does not mean it overshadows all the other poor decisions and bullshit you're doing.
I don't see eye to eye with Crabtree on a lot of shit. Me and Crabtree have butted fucking heads.
Okay,
but
cool.
You know what Crabtree does every opportunity he has? He gets out there and he does something. But you motherfuckers want to talk shit about him all the time. You motherfuckers want to cut him down all the time.
Okay, again, just because he's searching does not mean that him spreading misinformation is not harmful. He's fed a lot of the narratives and a lot of the info from the inside out here to create narratives. Great that he's searching. Wonderful. But one doesn't discount the other.
Clue and Cletus. I don't like Clue's mouth sometimes. I tell Clue she needs to chill the fuck out constantly. But you want to know what Clue and Cletus are doing?
Behind the scenes must be behind the scenes, because I mean, whatever. That's your buddy.
They're investing their own money into drones. They're investing their own money into equipment. They're out there in those woods. They're lowering themselves down into holes and looking.
That's great. Again, I'll give them their flowers for searching. Doesn't override all the bullshit that they've done. All the lies, all the narratives, all the anything. It doesn't override that. Sorry. It is what it is. You can like what I'm saying or not. I don't care at this point. They are huge sources of misinformation. And when I'll show an example of that.
What the fuck are the rest of y'all doing? I don't agree with everything Clue does. I damn sure don't agree with everything Clue says. But you know what I can appreciate? I can fucking appreciate someone actually getting the fuck out there and doing something.
And let me just be honest here for a moment about investing their own money into drones. We have all made money covering this case. We have all, me included, made money covering this case. So if she is reinvesting her money that she has earned off of covering this into equipment, she's not doing that solely for this case. It's a business investment because she is putting money that she's raised from her subs, earned from her subs, into equipment. Cool. There's still a lot of questions about bullet boards, but let me just go on.
But instead, you would rather talk about the Secret Service and fucking Donald Trump.
Yeah, that would be Nick. Name names. Name fucking names, Truth. Stand on your shit.
I'm over it, man. I'm over it. Who's going to be the voice for Sebastian?
If I was to come out here, and the reason I give that as an example is because if I'm out here and I decide to, let's say, go buy a drone with my YouTube paycheck, okay? My YouTube money. That's not my own money. That is stuff that you guys, like, whatever. You see what I'm saying, though? It comes from covering this case. She's made money covering this case and she's reinvesting it. Like, it's, they can twist it and turn it however they want to. Yes, she could go do other things, but her choices are that. Like, whatever. What the fuck ever. Yeah, where's the Thor? Nobody wants to talk about that. You don't ask questions about that. Don't talk about that. It's God sees, God knows. Gross. Charlotte, thank you for the gifted memberships, y'all. Welcome to the cabana.
It's not Katie. It's not Chris. It's not Seth. If anybody at this point has been yelling from the rooftops about their son, it is fucking Seth. While everybody wants to hate Seth, he's the only one who's screaming from the rooftops for his son.
I don't necessarily think that's publicly, maybe optically, maybe in the public eye, but we don't know what's going on. We truly don't. On YouTube, okay, that's within our vision. I wasn't going to do this one, but I decided.
I don't like Seth. I have my own personal opinions about Seth. But Seth ain't given up on his son yet. Seth doesn't care if people beat him down. Seth keeps going, whether you call him a pedo or you call him whatever else.
So these are insinuations that the other two don't, or, you know, this is when you do things and lay it out like this is intentional painting of like, well, he does this, at least he feels this way. It's implying that they don't feel that way.
He's still actively trying to find his son in one manner or another. He may not be out there on foot like he claims, but he has a team.
Again, a team that's done nothing but harm and destruction.
You may not like the fucking team he has, but he has a team.
A team that he chose to be aligned with that has exploited him in this tragedy and his missing child, 100%. Again, his choices, though. These are their adult choices. All of these. Chris and Katie have a team, too. Their choices.
Everybody seems to know so much about what Seth is or isn't doing. We don't fucking know. We don't know.
We don't know what Chris and Katie are doing either. Even with the conversations that you've had with them. Let me guess. Next, we're going to have somebody coming out here saying that they got close to them because they're working with law enforcement. They're going to help bring this case. They're going to be solving this case. Let me guess. I can't wait for that fucking to happen. We're on the verge of it.
I don't know what happened to Sebastian any more than y'all know what happened to Sebastian. And I know what's not going to help find Sebastian is tearing apart every fucking, just tearing everything apart someone does.
Oh, it's not going to help find Sebastian, but that's exactly what you're about to do. Okay, cool. Just establishing where we're at.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what I have to say. It doesn't matter. I'm a nobody with a channel, right? I'm no different than anybody else. I'm a nobody with a mouth and an opinion.
Absolutely. Same here.
You don't have to listen to what I say. You don't have to think what I'm saying has any value whatsoever to it. You don't. You could be sitting there rolling your eyes right now thinking I'm a complete idiot. I'm good with that. But somebody had to say it.
No, it should have been said in a different way. The games need to stop, period. But when you're a part of the big game being played, the game of Clue that you guys think you've been playing all along, I'm better than investigators and I'm going to use all this for content. I'm going to buddy up to parents and question them because I think I'm some sort of an investigator. That's weird.
Stop babying Katie. Katie's a grown-ass fucking woman.
Stop babying Katie. She is the mother of a missing child.
Grown-ass woman. She can take up for herself.
She can take up for herself with the continued targeted abuse against her. Okay. I don't even know Katie. Not at all. Never had a conversation with her. Nothing. Not one message. Not nothing with Katie. Nothing. But I'll be damned if you try to discredit the fact that she is the mother of a missing child. And until there's evidence from law enforcement that she is involved in any type of situation with his disappearance, she is also a victim.
Let me get my breath, guys.
You're starting to sound like Steve.
Guys, respectfully, I don't care if you think Seth's doing it for the money. Jimmy John down the road is doing it for the money. I don't give a shit why people are doing it. But as long as they're doing it to find Sebastian. Like,
Stay in your lane.
I don't care if you make $1 million off of this case.
Then why are you even talking about it?
If Sebastian's found, I don't give a shit. I don't pocket watch people. That's weird. We are grown folk. How I make my money or you make your money is nobody else's fucking business.
Okay, then move on from it. As you've got a fucking YouTube goal set. Like, who cares? Okay, let's just move on to the... You can't come out here and do all these, like, bullshit statements. Yeah, Sammy, I'm going to explain the difference between my channel and a lot of these other channels coming up, and I think you'll be able to follow it. I think most people can see the difference between what I do versus everybody else around me, which is totally fine. But I'm going to explain because my channel is completely different. What I do is completely different, and there is not really any comparison. But again, this is people that claim they're true crime. So he claims he's true crime. Clue claims she's true crime. I think J for Justice claims she's true crime. I'm just mentioning names of like who is in that segment. Granny doesn't claim true crime. I don't know if Queen Beach claims. I don't know. Panel Channel. Body is like OG true crime of true crime of true crime, but people are newer to seeing her on YouTube in YouTube chats. I think. Who else was up there? Who am I missing? Jay wasn't up there, but I'm just saying, like, there's a definite, like, these are some overlapping areas here.
Someone tell me something. Has a single accusation that the green team has made, has it ever been shown with receipts?
No, but neither has the other side because nothing can be vetted. I've said this from the jump. No matter what they say behind the scenes to anybody, unless they have and are willing to give up proof, which could be important in an investigation, which none of them should be doing, is words. Nothing they say can be vetted. So no matter what, if somebody is talking to parents, the only way that they can give the information out is by doing this dangling session because there's nothing we can vet. That's their words. We don't know if it's the truth. We don't know if what they're telling us is the truth or holds any truth to it. It can't be vetted because it's an open investigation. This is why it's dangerous to get involved with open investigations. You don't know.
Someone answer that for me, please. Have a single allegation made by the green team been shown any proof of?
Say that across the board on the other side. This email stuff. Let's go to that from the other team, the two teams involved. Has that been shown? Has there been proof? No, it's been talked about and acknowledged by the other side. But again, no proof. These stories can't be vetted. They're just stories because it's an active, ongoing investigation. Jesus.
Okay, that's what I thought. No. Okay, cool. Now, Chris has done most of the talking for Chris and Katie.
Okay.
Have y'all found any lies that Chris has told in this process?
Inconsistencies, yes.
Yes or no?
Yes.
Whether you think what you think or not, yes or no?
Yes.
Has Chris lied in any of his interviews?
I wouldn't call them flat out lies. Some of the things I would say are misleading, inconsistent, lies. I don't know why.
I think what's interesting is you have people saying no and yes. I think that's what's interesting. That some of y'all can't recognize a lie. So would it be safe to say that both sides have lied to us?
Yes, of course. Of course. But is there reasons behind their lies? I don't know. This is why I leave law enforcement up to doing the job. It's not my job to dissect parents' statements or what they're saying. I could care less, truthfully. I'm not going to solve this case. Neither are you, sir. Let law enforcement do their jobs. It's not.
Would it be safe to say that both sides have lied to the general public?
And even if they have, so what? They're protecting their family. Okay. Some of y'all don't need to know. Some of y'all can't be trusted with information. Some of y'all probably are intentionally being lied to. I mean, there's that.
So then why the fuck are we trusting anything any of the three of them say?
You can't. You can't.
Why are we trusting people that haven't been cleared by law enforcement? Why are we
Did the light bulb just go off? Ding, ding, ding. You can't vet their stories. It's just words.
pushing agendas of people that haven't been cleared by law enforcement?
Duh. Welcome to the fucking reality. Yeah, absolutely. He absolutely set Chris up in this one. This was
Have any of y'all seen the video of Seth at work from 6 to 7 a.m.? Any of y'all seen that video?
Why would we? We are not entitled to this information. This is where the overshooting comes in. We are not entitled to that. Have you ever seen me even really get stuck on his time cards or anything? Nope. Not. If you go back and look, I don't get stuck on shit that we can't prove. There's no way. We're not going to be able to prove where these people were. Their alibis fully. I don't know where they were. That's why law enforcement is involved in this shit. That's why true crime who think they're going to dig in and find all this stuff, it bothers me. Sorry, it straight up bothers me.
Have any of y'all seen the video of Chris at his campground Sunday night?
We wouldn't have that. Yeah, it's Lisa, exactly.
But we're just sitting here believing that they exist, right? Because law enforcement hasn't made an arrest, right? Is that the only reason we're believing it?
Why do we have to? You can have your opinions one way or another. You can feel that there's not video. You can feel any way. It's, again, law enforcement. And there's reasons why they hold things close to the vest. There's reasons why they don't come out and publicly state stuff. There's reasons why, because it's an active, ongoing investigation that could impact a teenager's life. I don't either, Revival, truly.
I want y'all to answer something for me. I feel like this was something that was overlooked.
What?
Okay.
What now?
When the emails came out about Seth, Katie, and Chris discussing putting Sebastian into a home, obviously we all remember that, right?
The only thing I'll give truth for here is he absolutely did push back on Crabtree for doing that, and Clue and Crabtree. That was a Clue and Crabtree combo.
Put a rooster in the chat just to make sure that we all remember that.
Absolutely, Nana L.
Guys, I will read your super chats, I promise.
You guys, we're not entitled to this information, no matter what you think. People have taken this this is way too far. People there is no recognition or understanding anymore that these people are not law enforcement. This is an active investigation, and dangling shit like this or releasing shit or leaking shit could greatly impact a minor child's life. And I'll give examples coming.
Angela out of here. Do her a favor. It's not her. This isn't the place for her.
Hey, everybody coming in. Thanks for joining me.
Okay. Now let's talk about this email for a second.
What about it?
They all three had made the decision, allegedly, according to Katie. That's where it came from. Okay.
All right.
Allegedly, they had all three come to the conclusion that they were going to try to find him a home.
Okay.
And then allegedly, it was too expensive.
Okay.
So then it was, okay, you're going to go to Sets.
All right. A family is doing what they're trying to do within their ability. Okay. And
so if all three of them were okay with putting him in a facility,
okay,
why would it make any sense for one of them individually to kidnap him and go hide him in a facility?
It wouldn't.
They all three had agreed to send him to one.
Again,
no one needed to go grab him, hide him, and put him somewhere.
No shit.
Allegedly, the issue was the money, the cost of it.
Welcome.
So if three of them can't afford it, how the fuck is one of them going to secretly afford it? But no one wants to talk about that because that doesn't go along with the agenda.
No, that's called common sense. That's called common sense, but it doesn't provide content. Okay.
That makes no fucking sense.
No shit. So why did you paint targeted narratives by your questioning months ago and dangle things out there against Seth. Why did you do that, Truth?
But nobody wants to talk about the goddamn trash truck, huh? Nobody wants to talk about the goddamn trash truck, huh?
Actually, everybody's talking about the goddamn trash truck. And Seth and Chris both explained it almost verbatim what law enforcement told them. Law enforcement said it didn't have any evidentiary value at the time. The landfill was searched, and law enforcement again will do and has the information that they need, and I'm positive that they have done a thorough job.
Oh, what trash truck are you talking about, Truth? I don't know, the one you saw in the neighborhood that day?
The one that came through at 5:12 a.m. that was known about from Jump that Seth confirmed was a trash truck coming through the neighborhood, and then the lights video kicked off a whole shitstorm and yada yada yada. Okay, and fucking land the plane. The trash truck is just fodder.
I guess they just accidentally went to the dump. I guess they just cautiously went.
No, they didn't just cautiously go. A trash truck came through the neighborhood when a child went missing. That is absolutely an investigative tool that they're going to go search a landfill. And if there was any other information, like the trash was heavier that day, if they had any reason, they're going to go search for their trash and see if there's anything of significance in it. And the neighborhood trash. It's common sense. It makes complete sense why the trash would be looked into. I mean, come the fuck on, people.
They didn't have a reason. I'm sure they were just pulling that out of the air. Why would Officer Craddock, Deputy Sheriff Craddock, say that the trash truck video had no evidentiary value, but then when asked, could it, he said, we don't know what we don't know.
Because they don't know what they don't know, and they keep things close to the vest. And if they had some sort of working theory at the time, they're not going to release it to the public to incite any type of bullshit, because everything that they have said has been turned into a fucking shit show. And again, there is a child's life in the balance, dumbass.
Which means it absolutely has evidentiary value.
Not necessarily, again. Not necessarily. They will be the ones to determine if it does or doesn't. Could it? Yes. Could it be significant time frame? Yes. I mean, come on now. Let law enforcement do their damn jobs. Roxanne, thank you for the support. Praying for Sebastian's parents, Seth, Katie, and Chris. Thank you for bringing us awareness on Sebastian nonsense. I pray he is found, or I pray he is safe and found. I 100% agree with you, and thank you for the support. But sadly, even if he is found and he is safe, no matter what the outcome is, this has forever changed these people's lives. Have they taken parts in certain pieces of it? Yes. But the internet does what the internet does. This is time and time again. You can insert name of victim, their family, missing child, tragedy into this playbook. They all, one case after another. And sadly, it'll be the next family. The next situation, the next, whatever the case may be.
Y'all are worried about cars, lights.
Have been from John.
Flashlights.
Some
Look
of us
over here, not over there.
Some of us don't really get stuck on that shit because, well, for me, again, I don't do what they do though. I don't think I'm an investigator. I'm not true crime. I'm not any of that stuff. Like, yeah, people have used it for fodder. People will continue to use it because it's something that they can build a story around to sell their audience. Again, I go back to, this is your magazine stories. This is how to keep a story going. No matter what you think about John Benet Ramsey, whoever you think is guilty in that case, whatever your opinions are, all of the drama that was concocted from the mock trial to the Larry King interview, that kept John Benet's name. And still today, people know the names of some of these cases. So no matter what we think, and again, it's problematic. It's problematic that parents and families have to go through what they do to keep their loved ones' names out there. But it is a fucking sad reality of ours. It's a reflection of society. People don't want the facts and the truth. They want these salacious stories with all of the, ooh, is there a light bulb? Did that just flicker? Well, do. Oh, did you see the one light just dumped down through the ditch and climbed back? That's what they want.
Y'all got to be smarter than this, guys.
I'm definitely not an investigator, Austin. I'm an asshole with a hobby of liking to use people's words.
And I'm not saying that that's what happened. I'm not saying that that's the answer. I'm just saying, why is nobody looking into the obvious?
What's the obvious here, sir?
The obvious.
What's obvious?
Y'all want to have these conspiracies of Jimmy Joe, Huckleberry Finn came in and,
You were a part of huge building of conspiracies and narratives, but carry on.
Aliens came in with flashlights and escaped in no vehicles and the fuck?
The drones. It was the drones.
I'm not holding my tongue very much longer. I'm going to put it that way.
You're not holding your tongue now. You're fucking...
I'm going to put it that way. I'm not holding my tongue much longer.
Sir, when have you held your tongue? Let's just get fucking real here, truth, for a moment. Seriously, when have you held your tongue? You were given information back in end of May, June-ish. Conversations, I would assume, that you were being allowed to know about. And what did you guys do? You released it and dangled it for content. When have you held your tongue?
See, there's the one thing in my life since I got sober.
Okay.
That I take pride in.
Congrats on being sober.
Right? That I take pride in.
That's cool.
And that's that being true to yourself is very important. Right? Being true to yourself is very, very important.
Oh. I mean, if this is being true to yourself, then, okay. This is who you are. Cool. And again, congrats on being sober.
And some of y'all motherfuckers. Some of y'all have been...
And up to good. Honestly, this man has a brain. This man does have a brain. But I really heavily believe that when people get aligned with things and see that if you go back and see how he kind of started, this wasn't how he did things, but quickly people learn what sells. A good story, a dangling of carrots, opening a door and cracking the door, but not fully opening it. He learned quickly. Granny, I did not appreciate him yesterday trying to bait you either, I will just say, because from what you said, you had a conversation because of something was being requested to be taken down from you. Like you were asked to take something down, and then you had a conversation because of the injunction. So I don't have... Granny, correct me if I'm wrong, but you didn't seek out the parents for communication and start questioning them behind the scenes. You don't have to answer me, of course, if you don't want to. But that's a big difference here. He was associated with the people and part of the people that sought these parents out to build communication with them. And I just want to set those things straight because there is some difference here on how people learned information and were told information. You didn't go seek out those reactions and responses and seeking that information. That's my opinion from what I know.
Doing some shit. And see, this is probably what's going to happen.
Because
I've said what I just said, some people are going to get nervous. I'm going to get doxxed.
What? Some people are going to get nervous. Nervous about what? You're not even naming names. You're just throwing salacious shit out here. Shit. I mean, you haven't been doxxed. Shockingly, you haven't been doxxed. Welcome to the fucking internet. I don't know where you've been, but unfortunately, it's interesting to me that you haven't been doxxed now that you bring that up, because usually when you are associated with the worst of the worst and or calling out the worst of the worst. Like, it's kind of a thing that happens, and whether we like it or not, it's not right, but it does. But now that you say that, it does make me question things. Why haven't you been doxxed? Not that I want that. I don't know your information, don't need to. But why haven't you been doxxed? And why haven't you been added to an injunction or a filing or anything when you've had such close community? I got questions. Never mind. Let's go.
Predicted. I predicted.
Huh. Yeah, that wasn't Chris Proudfoot that was ever supposed to go on Kathy.
There are some creators out here. There are some creators out here who are working really hard.
Oh, really? Really?
And very soon, I'm going to be able to tell you who those creators are.
Oh, can't tell you now. Got to wait for it.
Y'all take care of that issue, please, moderators.
Like I said, I'm just waiting
You know?
for the next. Oh, this person did this. Oh, wait.
Maybe stick to the scanner. You're all over the place. Vivian, you have a good night.
Nanya, that was after. Let me go back to your other comment and see what you said. That was after. That was so the first. No, for my understanding, the first contact was when the little Proudfoots have been cleared, went around from the filing in New Mexico. Granny showed that and was reached out to and contacted. From my understanding, that is the first contact from Chris to Granny requesting that she take that down. That was the first convo, correct, Granny? When she was requested to take down the court filing in New Mexico that said Chris was clear. And then there was a follow-up conversation regarding the injunction. So, yes. Okay. That's what I thought. Yep. That's what Granny has said. Okay. I thought so. I've always thought that that's what you
It's all right, Clue. No worries. I think it's interesting. I think it's real interesting. Y'all want to sue people that are trying to help find a young man while calling out bullshit?
Yeah, that's an interesting thing because 2 people were selected and a bunch of others have been ignored.
And you got people that support that? That's interesting.
Yeah, the good Nanya, we agree. There's been
That's real interesting.
Yeah, she's always said 2. She's always said 2.
You know, y'all think it's fun and funny to put mothers?
I've always heard her say there was 2, so I'm not sure where that's confused. Maybe just wording or whatever, but from Granny's own words, she said 2.
In a position where they have to fight for themselves because you want to be a fucking bully? You know? It's crazy to me. Listen, I may or may not even like Granny. Doesn't matter. What does matter is she doesn't deserve to be being sued.
Okay, we agree on that.
Nope.
I agree with you on that.
Nope.
And
I find it interesting that you can get restraining orders against a woman who, by obvious means, most people don't like. I get it. But it's interesting to me that you can get a restraining order against Bullhorn Betty, but you won't get a restraining order against Dog the Bounty Hunter when he encouraged people to come kick in your front fucking door. Why is that?
Well, you got to remember, Dog the Bounty Hunter has never been in the location. So there's a big difference between Dog the Bounty Hunter and Bullhorn Betty. Dog the Bounty Hunter hasn't been outside their house. Dog the Bounty Hunter wasn't in their local vicinity following them around. And then on live stream talked about a pew-pew. I mean, there's logical reasons for a difference here and why you would get one-on-one and not the other. I mean, come on now.
Why is that? I don't understand that. Why?
Common sense would lead you to be able
Why haven't you filed any paperwork against Nick? He's out here suing people that are trying to find your son, calling you a murderer, calling you a this, a that. Where's the legal action against him?
Well, in my opinion, it would be smart to wait until there is some sort of resolve so things can be proven in court. I wouldn't say that that's not going to come, but I think this is presumptuous to even think that there should be something filed at this point in time. Again, he's never been in their state. Words in a civil case is a lot different than stalking and harassing. Comparing the two doesn't land for me.
That's fucking weird.
Doesn't land.
That's fucking weird.
No, it's not. It's not weird at all. Common sense reasons, it's not weird at all. No. Anybody with a brain knows the difference here. There is words on the internet of people who have never been to your location versus somebody who was actively in your neighborhood, jumping out of traffic, accosting somebody. Like, there's a huge difference here. Come on now, dude. You're smarter than this. Come on. Stop trying to do the whole little bait people into thinking a certain thing, because that's all of this is.
I disagree, Bonnie. When you tell people that they have a legal right to kick someone's door in, go in, pull them out of their house, and then call law enforcement, that's inciting a felony. I have to disagree with you. When you tell people that they...
Absolutely. It is inciting. Absolutely, it is. But those are civil things. And if there is criminal grounds, law enforcement knows. I'm sure people are being advised on what they can and can't do and what they should and shouldn't do. I don't think we've probably seen the end of consequences for people's actions. Truly.
They are legally protected to do such. And in fact, they are not. I'm not here to be a lawyer. I'm just saying it seems real weird that we're picking and choosing. It's the same way the green team is picking and choosing what creators to go after. So is the other side. There's no difference.
Absolutely agree on that. 100% agree on that. 100%. This is why there shouldn't be teams, but it's the way to sell stories. It's divide and conquer.
And I'm not taking one side to the other. This isn't a dislike towards Chris. I don't dislike Chris. I actually think Chris is a decent dude.
Well, it could have fooled me.
Nothing against Chris.
Could have fooled me.
But facts are facts.
No, what we're hearing is your words, not facts, your words. You're upsetty. We're not hearing facts because there's no proof to back up a lot of what you're saying. And common sense logic would diminish a lot of your other arguments. So there's that.
If Seth is so concerned about morals and how a family is supposed to be in his nuclear family,
okay,
why is he okay with all the unmoral shit being done in the name of his son?
That's a valid question. But again, he doesn't have to answer it. He's allowed. Adults are allowed to make choices that we don't agree with, whether we like it or not. Trauma, stress, revenge, continued abuse. I mean,
you got a team named after a missing young man, but that team is actively going after the person who gave birth to that young man.
But you just said Katie wasn't a victim. Can you pick a fucking lane? Katie can protect herself. She's not a victim when she is. And
how is it?
You're acknowledging the continued attacks, but a few minutes ago you said she's not a victim. Okay.
How is it
Oof.
that all the way up until right before Sebastian went missing, Chris, Katie, and Seth were co-parenting?
Because they were doing what was best for their child.
And if you think for a second that Chris and Seth were the only ones texting, you're fucking crazy. Because
of course we don't have to think that. I think there was probably more limited because all of them have said, well, Chris and Seth, excuse me, Katie hasn't, but Chris and Seth have said that you know, they were the ones that communicated most often, but I don't think, and again, who cares? What does that matter?
Katie and Seth had a texting relationship too. If I'm lying, sue me.
Who cares? Who cares about their texting relationship? There are 3 parents struggling to find answers for a difficult situation. Who cares?
You won't.
And
So why is this picture being painted?
this whole sue me shit right here, when this whole starts, if I'm wrong, sue me. Ew is all I can say. Fucking ew.
That Katie is so scared of Seth. Why? How?
Both things can be true. She can have a relationship with him for the benefit of her child and also have fear. That can coexist. Do you know how abuse works? Truth? Smart one out here?
How is that possible to be painted?
Fucking idiot. Fucking idiot. This is where I just... Ooh.
You want me to believe, and I'm about to say something that's triggering. Will my moderators please give a trigger warning? This is a trigger warning to anybody who has had to endure any type of unjust, inappropriate type.
And this right here is exactly why I was so fucking heated the other night.
Stuff to them. I don't know the right word to use. But if I can get a quick trigger warning.
Yeah, Granny, he did. He dangled that all the time. He's got information. He's got information.
And I'm going to give another opportunity for anybody who wants to mute for a second. I'll put my hand up whenever I'm done talking if you want to mute for a second. I really want to be respectful about what I'm about to say. Okay? When I put my hand up, if you've muted your screen, then you'll know that I'm done talking, okay?
Oh, my God.
You want me to believe, as someone who was molested as a child, you want me to believe that you're going to sit out here and talk about the things that Seth did to you and that, you know, all of these horrible things.
She's not sitting out here talking about it, so that's unfair right fucking there.
But yet y'all co-parent, you send your son to their house or to his house. You give permission for him to go live there and go to school there. But a simple GoFundMe broke y'all. Not the alleged abuse that you claim occurred before you were 18 years old.
Okay. So this is victim shaming, the victim blaming. Again, there might have been multiple things building up to that GoFundMe and having a missing child, because right before the GoFundMe was started, a child went missing, which is an extremely high stress situation. So we don't know what truly was the workings or what truly transpired that broke them, like he's saying. But a child being missing within, you know, the same time frame might have some sort of trauma effect. I would just assume, okay. But she's never, for one, been out here talking about her abuse. That's another thing.
Which conveniently only came out after Seth made a statement about things that happened before Sebastian was born. It was
actually, that was trying to be dangled out there from a lot of creators way before Seth. And then Seth spoke on some of it. Not much, though. He didn't even speak on it much. In fact, on one of the interviews, he said that he wouldn't because that was not fair to her. But that was being dangled out here before that.
It was never brought to the table before that. You're telling me you look past that. You allowed your son to have a relationship with the person who abused you, allegedly, according to you.
According to a court of law, she has custody arrangements through the court. So whether or not what her experience was, a court says he's allowed visitation or whatever the case may be. I don't believe that educated opinion. I do not believe that she shared information about her trauma with these creators to release publicly. I do not believe that.
I'll stand on the 2 feet saying, you, Katie, said he did it. You did. Call me a liar and I'll prove it.
And this whole I'm going to prove it type shit when you're talking about her trauma and saying that she came out here, she never did, again.
You want me to believe that a GoFundMe was more hurtful, harmful than any of the accusations that were made?
Again, you are overlooking the fact that a child went missing in the same time frame, and that hence why the GoFundMe. So it could have been a catalyst of things that were transpiring within those days. So get all the way fucked.
You want me to believe that you can't get past the money in order to work to find your child?
And right here, he's trying to paint a narrative about them, which is very disgusting and disturbing, specifically Katie, in my opinion.
I'm not saying your accusations did or didn't happen. I don't know. I wasn't there. I didn't live your life, and I don't know your story like that. And if it
Then how are you sitting here saying that she talked about it? Because I haven't heard her talk about it.
did, in fact, occur to you from the bottom of my soul, from one victim to another victim of that horrendous type activity,
And that's just fucking.
I am
Oops.
sorry you had to go through that.
I'm so sorry you had to go through that, that I'm going to use that and lie about it, say that you came out here and talked about it and weaponize it to drag you down. Okay, cool.
If you were woman enough and human enough and mother enough,
If you were woman enough, human enough, and mother enough, get all the way fucked.
to put that shit aside and not ever worry that he was going to do that to your child.
How do we know that that wasn't a worry of hers? Now you're trying to, now you're just being reckless and messy as fuck.
Right? You're telling me you can't put it all aside over some money?
Yeah, this is unbelievable.
That don't work for me. That don't work for me.
Doesn't have to work for you. Stay in your fucking lane. And how Clue, who's supposedly close with Katie, close with the family, can sit through this. You tell me again this was not intentional? You tell me again that this isn't intentional. And she sits there next to this woman as she's heard this woman scream and cry, begging for her son. Supposedly, we've heard her say. And you're okay with this. You're okay with this and not pushing back in the comment section. You're not going to hit that link and rip this man a new asshole about reshaming and victimization of Katie. Okay, I see you. Fuck.
Guys, y'all can keep telling me I'm wrong in the comments, but I'm not. I'm not.
You're wrong for what you did. 100% you're wrong for what you did.
I promise you I'm not. After this live, I assure you there are going to be people that are very angry at me. I'm okay with it.
I'm not super angry. I don't have any energy towards you. I think you're disgusting, but I've thought that for a while. Your associations and your unwillingness to fucking stand up for what's right. Show me you're weak-spined. The games that you play, the intentional games that you play, the bullshit that you do, and an active investigation of a missing child is gross. You've shown us who you are. I've developed my opinion based on your own actions. In the beginning, I thought you were a stand-up guy. I thought you were really smart. I still think you are. I just think that you've became a content creator.
I'm okay with it. Because the fuck shit has to stop.
The fuck shit has to stop. Cue more fuck shit. I'm going to pop off right before Christmas for this family to have to deal with. Cue, I knew what I was going into this. Here's the biggest video I've ever had. Here's my super chat goal. Here we go. Buckle up. Merry Christmas.
Crimson, it didn't happen in public. It happened on a phone call. I'm telling y'all, I have no reason to fucking lie to y'all. The fuck do I gain from it? All people have been doing is lying to y'all.
Really? And you can't prove it, and your word means nothing.
They've been lying to y'all. Both sides have been lying to y'all.
Right?
Both fucking sides.
Who cares? That's their prerogative. They don't need to tell us all the inner workings of their family and their life. We don't need to. Oh, True Jones, and forgot about that. The subs only. See, I was watching it in reverse. Like, I didn't even.
Maybe it's the medicine talking. Maybe I'll blame it on me having pneumonia.
I didn't know that this was going on at all. I don't watch any of these guys because I've been doing the timeline shit. So I've had to go back and I've been catching shit that I was blown away by. Let me just say that with this whole timeline of dates and holy shit, no clue. But this whole situation here, yeah, was absolutely intentional. I don't think people that were brought up on panel were aware. I do not believe that, besides one of them.
Right now.
And that's the one that's pinned on the screen right now. Because her live ended, his started.
Guys, if y'all think that I'm sitting here talking out of my ass.
Oh, was this monetized too? For those of you guys that don't have, was the was this monetized as it was going? So he had monetization on during this live stream as it was set up. He had a super chat goal. I mean, again, that's what YouTube does. That's what YouTubers do. So not shocked by it, but I didn't know that. I have premium, so I don't get ads. Okay, interesting. Okay, thank you.
Tell them to prove me wrong.
Interesting.
Tell them to come out and prove me wrong.
No, why should they? Why are you baiting the parents of a missing child? Why? Right there.
Why is it that everything with Chris, Katie?
Well, to be honest, and maybe there's a way that I haven't found, but I don't think they can control the amount of ads. Like, we don't get to pick where they go.
And Seth always has to do about something sexual. Why? Why does everything revert back to sex?
I'm kind of shocked that with this discussion that it was in the green, truly. Like, I kind of shocked that it was riding heavy with ads and laid in the green. I don't know. That's weird. I don't know how all that shit works. So,
or sexual indecency. Conversations, comments. It's not just Seth. It's not just Seth. Once again, if I'm lying, sue me. I bet you won't.
Chasing, is there a way to change it after a live? Can you control it after a live? On uploads, I know there's a difference, but is there a way? Because I turn monetization on after the live stream, and it seems like it's aggressive on some of them. Like, some of them are extremely aggressive, and other ones, and I don't ever, you can change. I'm going to have to reach out to you and ask you to help me. I just hit the button. I don't go look at anything
That
else.
includes Chris, Katie, and Seth.
Thank you. I'll reach out because I just clicked the little monetization button in the YouTube studio under the video and shut the thing. That's all I do. I've never. I'll reach out and ask.
Now, I've never met Seth. I've never had a conversation with Seth. But the reports are out there. The testimony's out there.
I need a whole class on the back end of shit.
Why have y'all hidden the big secret this whole time, Chris, Katie, and Seth?
Oh God, this is fucking Neta Fida. Why have you all hidden a big secret? Maybe because of the dignity of a minor. Maybe because it's not a secret that would be beneficial to finding Sebastian. Maybe it would intentionally put him in more danger at further risk if they do think he is alive and be dangerous to throw out there. But again, tell me this isn't baiting. This is absolutely baiting.
I want y'all to notice something. There's nobody in here denying what I'm saying. I think some people need to start talking some truths.
Snowflakes, in my opinion, it's information from law enforcement that would be dangerous to put out about Sebastian. That's what I kind of gathered. If I'm following this correctly, this must be the piece of it that law enforcement does not want out. That's what I'm thinking, just from like, that's what he's baiting here. The good Nunya, if I'm being honest, I think these secrets were being rumored around before, and then people asked questions about them, possibly. It's not Granny at all. That's what I said. I said, fucking name names. Name names. Name names.
I think that people need to start getting real with themselves. I do. If y'all care about this young man, why aren't y'all out here talking?
The good Nunya.
You don't mind using creators to talk for you?
The good Nunya, I will privately. Privately, I will.
Why aren't you talking for yourself? You got these creators out here spending day in and day out trying to help find your son. You're allowing people to be drugged through court on behalf of looking for your son, but you don't want to come out and be honest with the people? Real simple. And Thor, you're right. Nothing I'm saying is going to change what a lot of creators are doing. It doesn't change what I'm saying is being not fact.
Hey, Kodo. Hey, everybody coming in. Can I just say that you guys, can I just give a huge shout out to the chat right now? I know there's a lot of you in here that don't get along and don't see eye to eye on situations or all that stuff. But when you guys come over here, 9 times out of 10, everybody's super respectful to each other and can engage in conversations and back and forth really respectfully. So thank you so much for that.
I'm just speaking my mind. You don't have to believe a word I'm saying. That's fine. It doesn't do me good or bad.
Again, and Nanya, to that, we don't know if it's even a fact, because even if it's being told by parents, there's no way to vet that with proof. Does that make sense? Like, again, it goes back to rumors. Like, this was all stuff, in my opinion, being rumored. Now, whoever told them, law enforcement, again, we don't know this stuff as fact because we're not the ones hearing it. It's all hearsay. Every bit of it's hearsay.
One way or the other, whether you believe what I'm saying. It doesn't. But I had to get that off my chest.
None of this is fact. None of it. Hey, Stitching. Merry Christmas.
Just kind of how I feel about it.
This is before.
Interesting.
Yes, Stevie. This is before everybody popped on panel.
Hold on a second, guys.
I'll get to that part where people pop on panel so everybody can see. Because again, I think this is absolutely intentional. I think this was absolutely planned out. I think one person was aware of this going to happen. Absolutely 100%, because her live stream happened right before this rolled right into his. He backed it off. I guarantee there was conversation between them that he was going live. But I want people to see. I don't think Body, Queen, Granny.
Queen, I dropped you a link in the chat. Glue, I dropped you a link in the chat.
I don't think they knew. See, this is how he does that.
Guys, I hope y'all know this is not comfortable for me to do. I hope y'all
I dropped a link for you in the chat. I dropped a link for you in the chat.
Know that I'm extremely uncomfortable with the conversation I'm having right now. I hope that it's obvious that this is not enjoyable for me to do. This conversation probably is not enjoyable for any of y'all as well.
So initially it's Clue that pops up there. And I'm going to play this through where they pop up, and then I'm not interested. And it's not that I'm not interested of what Chris comes up and says or anything like that. Please understand that I have not gone back and watched the full thing myself yet, because at the end of the day, here's my thing. And many of you really probably don't even realize this, but at this point in time, no matter what Chris says, Kyle's fixing can lights in our kitchen. And he's using the F-bomb. I'm just joking. He's all, fuck. Do you need help, babe? He's fighting with electrical. Just don't get shocked. But what was I saying? Gosh, dang it. I hate when that happens. I was on a good thought and then saw Kyle like almost falling from the ladder. So, and then all I did was laugh. I'm such a good support. Okay, carry on. It'll come back to me. Give me a minute.
It's so cool. I told you I was only going to be able to hold my mouth for so long.
Okay.
I mean, would you disagree with much or any, or I mean, maybe there are some things you disagree with. Is there anything that I've said that you would disagree with or you'd like to say otherwise too?
The only one thing that gets me is
the only one thing. Now, I was stunned that it wasn't, how dare you say Katie isn't a victim? And how dare you say that she spoke about her trauma when that wasn't true? How dare you say those? I thought that would be the first thing. I really did. Do you think it is?
When we talk about them being able to like co-parent, right? And then the GoFundMe breaks them up, right? I do have to, at some point, give credit to at least Chris, because he, you know, went to the vigil, tried to,
He did.
and then the next day it was right back to, he didn't attack Chris the next day, he only attacked Katie, right? Which, I mean, Katie wasn't there with Chris trying to mend a fence, you know what I mean? It was just Chris, but I think he probably was, you know, speaking for her, saying like, you keep attacking me and her and whatever, but I don't know,
Glenn, do I need to drop another? I'll drop it again for you. It may have gone up too far.
this case is literal psychosis in my
It's literal psychosis. Interesting.
opinion. And I will say this, in my opinion, and I probably am going to stand alone on this, and that's fine. But I get saying that Seth is out here doing things. He's trying. But today there is an association with a pastor of a church.
Right.
Where again, someone who is completely effing innocent could be being brought.
The Good Onion, when you're talking March, we're talking March 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. We're not talking end of March. We're talking 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. It started off with Facebook allegations of him Chris Proudfoot going after news reporters with the pew pew. And then a couple days later, he's got news media in his home doing interviews. I mean, you make it make sense. But we're talking the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd of March that things really wavered from the fact basis in this. And let me just say, going back, I have learned shit that I never knew existed. It is mind-blowing to me to go back. So for those of you that don't know what we are doing, what I've been doing, this has been an ongoing thing. We're on part 4 now. We've done 3 parts. It's like 15 hours of content so far. We went back to the very day that Sebastian went missing. And instead of looking at the lens or through the lens of trying to pick apart the parent statements and all that stuff, and because people are like, you're listening to these things and they're saying this and you don't know, I'm not an investigator. So what the parents say at the end of the day is hearsay to me. Like, it is what it is. I'm showing this in the timeline fashion of the creators that came in, when they came in, the narratives that were switching, when it switched from awareness of a missing child to content and fodder, who were the initial channels involved, who helped build a narrative and imply and make accusations based on discussion groups and Facebook content and things of that nature being brought over to build content off of. We are going back to the beginning, and we are right now we are going into the 8th of March. So if you want to see how it actually panned out and who was involved, there's an entire timeline built. You can watch how local media covered it, how they brought awareness to the case, what they were saying from law enforcement, the press conferences, the interviews, into when creators got involved, who was actually involved first, who helped build the baseline of these storylines, and where they ran from there. So that is a whole other playlist. There's 3 videos and it's like 15 hours of content so far. And all we are is up to the 8th of March.
Into a suspicion for nothing. Literally nothing. And I mean, I said it on my live and I meant it. Like, if I were in this situation and the person that I fathered, the person that fathered my child was doing all of this, I mean, I would be furious. I would literally be furious. This, like, what if this preacher isn't involved? I'm going to go on a limb and assume he's not.
He's not. Come on. You don't even have to go on a limb here. Tyler Feller, like him or hate him, he is not involved. That was all Nick Twitter posts that were turned into content by Crime Time Buzz. We watched that in real time as it was happening, and she was creating the storyline, and then it got added to. That was all off of Nick's tweets, and then them building a storyline behind it. That's how this fucking works. We watched it in real time. Like Randy said, those are AI generated photos that they were using to build this timeline and storyline of all that shit happening. Then a helicopter flew over. Don't forget the helicopter, but they had Trump sitting in the front seat in these AI photos, but people ran with it and created an entire storyline. And again, you don't have to like Feller to realize the danger of all of that. They were implying that his congregation could be involved in trafficking of children. That's a huge allegation and a very dangerous one at that.
But what are you doing? not because it doesn't just stop at the preacher, right? It goes to the entire congregation, the entire community of people who go here literally to their sanctuary to worship. You are putting a stigma on for what?
I agree.
So I get the whole perception
Oh
that he's
my
out here doing
God.
things, but at some point, I am going to consider the things that his team is doing.
Just so you guys all know, just so you guys are all aware, many of you are probably already aware, but there's a new photo circulating around that they are claiming could be him. People are posting it that it sure looks like hashtag Sebastian to me. So once again, we're going to do the same thing that happened with North Carolina. Instead of, letting law enforcement handle it, and if this was potential, doing the right thing and letting law enforcement, here we are again. Oh my God, I hate people. I fucking hate people. I hate people. Right before the holidays. Right before the holidays, creators are doing this shit. Again, if law enforcement thought it was him, like, let them handle it. This is so much bullshit and could be dangerous for a missing child. It's likely, until you hear anything from law enforcement, be very careful what you believe.
Because let me tell you, I've also heard about this same team having talks about planting evidence on my fucking property. I didn't know who Sebastian was before he went missing. How the fuck are you going to try to make me look like I'm guilty of a goddamn thing? Where the fuck does that even come from, bro? Where does that even come from?
I think at the end of the day, the tit for
She
tat
took it
bullshit.
down.
I cannot sit and honestly say that the tit for tat bullshit has not most likely contributed to some level the fact that we are no closer today than we were 10 months ago.
I agree.
Okay, hold on. I'm going to turn my camera on because it looks like she deleted it off her page, but it's from Sweetie Pilo. It looks like she deleted it, so chances are that's a good thing, but it's already in the hands of the people that need it. So there you go. Thank you to who sent me, and don't mind my nails, okay? Don't look at under my nails. It looks like she removed it off her page though, which is good. So there's that, but
Running Bear. That is absolutely untrue. They were not told by law enforcement not to speak to media. Go back to the original Sumner County Sheriff's Department release, where they specifically said the Proudfoot family is asked not to be, they don't have a comment at this time. However, we know that y'all as media outlets are going to do what y'all are going to do. Now, does that sound like law enforcement backing that up, or does that sound like go do what you're going to do?
Tell Queen I'm going to email her.
Queen, she's going to, you just told
Yeah,
her.
you can fucking hear me, man. Queen, I'm emailing the link.
Right? So this is what I want people to understand by what I'm saying. I'm not saying that Katie is guilty of anything. I'm not saying Chris is guilty of anything. I'm not saying that Seth is guilty of anything. But I'm so tired of this one-sided bullshit where y'all are making out Chris and Katie to be these just quiet. They're not doing it when they're causing just as much shit in the background by giving information to creators and having creators go push it. What's the
I agree with that, but one of them that's been doing that is sitting next to you. So, okay.
difference in them doing that and Seth doing that with his team?
There's nothing. We've been
There's no
saying
difference.
that. Yeah. Tyler doesn't know them.
And there's no
We did that
secret.
already. We
The people that talk to Chris and Katie on a personal level, if you will, have been very clear and said, you are suspect to us, me.
Okay, cool.
We are not friends. Some of y'all don't seem to understand that. And Clue can vouch for this. We have
Who cares? Who cares?
had that conversation. I have had that conversation with Chris and Katie and told them both that they were just as guilty as anybody else. And they weren't getting a free pass in my book. Right or wrong, Clue?
Oh, yeah. Granny, agree.
Correct. I mean,
Thank
right. Sorry.
So for anybody who thinks
You're
that I'm over
scary
here,
right now.
huh?
You're scary right now.
I'm just aggravated, yo, because it's like every day I come on here, there are some creators on here that I really like. Queen's somebody I like to watch. I watch Betty, even though she drives me insane. I watch Dolly. I watch Clue. I watch a number of Granny's watching. I watch even Nonsense is Nonsense.
Yeah, you can fuck off. Nonsense is nonsense because you can't even understand what nonsense does or why I do it. But, okay, I mean, whatever.
I watch a lot of people that I think
He watches the CUNT that he calls behind the scenes.
are good fucking creators, but we may not look at things the same way on this case.
Nope,
right?
sure don't.
And I'm so tired of coming on to watch those creators that I like constantly talk about hatred and anger in each other. when y'all are really fucking good at doing what y'all do.
Really good at doing what we do. I'm sorry. I don't do what the rest of them do. There's that. I call out the misinformation and the disinformation and the harm that's being done. I stick to a very specific thing that I do. I timeline shit. I timeline the creators, how the narratives are built, the storylines, all of that shit. And it comes with a lot of hatred because these people are vile and disgusting and what's being done to families, not just this family, time and time again. And at every turn, any story you look at, this isn't just in Sebastian's case. The Delphi case has an entire community built around that. You insert name of high cases, profile cases, these same playbooks of sorts happen in each of them. The Karen Reed, there's sides, there's a divide, there's misinformation, disinformation. The Delphi, there's sides. The same type of playbook happens with all of these. I am only able to focus on one, but that's all the time I have. But there are so many other cases that you can insert that are currently going on that have this same quote unquote playbook behind it.
You don't have to keep doing this bullshit. This isn't a hate towards anybody. This is some of you creators are fucking amazing at what y'all do, but that's not what y'all are doing right now. I was a fan, a follower, a subscriber, whatever you want to call it, well before I ever had a channel.
Right? You built your channel.
I also haven't been able to smoke.
Still in here?
That's fair to say, though. We all came in at some point in a case. I built my channel during the Marvon McRae story. 100% will never deny that. And the reason why I'm good at this is because I had it so wrong in the beginning and had to walk through and realize exactly what social media does to these cases, because I bought into the hype of some highly edited videos and narratives being painted in my own personal bullshit that I couldn't look past. And then I was like, oh shit, hold up here. And thankfully I was able to see my way through it. But that's exactly what happens. Exactly what happens is somebody gets involved in a case because they have some personal connection to it, usually.
I don't know. I still haven't been able to smoke weed in 3 days, so there's probably half the problem.
No shit. You don't fucking say. These motherfuckers are in this chat literally saying you need some THC before they 5150 your ass.
I mean, you say what you want to because people just don't want the truth.
What is the truth? What is the truth? Because unfortunately, neither you nor I know what the truth is because Sebastian's not home. I have a feeling law enforcement eventually will find the truth.
The truth doesn't fit the narrative that people are pushing.
I do agree with that, right? I do.
Hi, Kodo.
I
Merry Christmas.
Completely agree with that shit.
Thank you, love.
And, it's real.
And by the way, Kodo kept me in the loop on that one about the new photo. So thank you. Huge shout out to Kodo. People are trying to get in front of some of this bullshit because we've watched what happened before with pictures being posted, creators running with potential sightings. I really hope that doesn't happen because they've had holidays taken from them before because of this shit over and over. Every holiday there's something like this, and I really hope it gets shut down.
Really a eye-opening thing to spend time on the ground
doing
shit. Come out and put out what you found and see it. Just people lose their goddamn mind over it. And it's like,
Kathy, I couldn't tell you personally. I don't know.
It was never intended to cause anybody to lose anybody's mind over, right? But then you step back and look at that and go, wow. And it's like, you cannot fucking talk about this case without talking about.
Yes. Thank you, Fit and Kirby. Happy holidays. Whatever you celebrate. Happy, whatever. Even if you don't celebrate. Happy day.
In a way that fits somebody's fucking narrative. Otherwise, it's either not heard or it's fucking.
Thank you, Salty Mamas.
The shit cannot just be what it is. There is a 16-year-old child missing, and a lot of people want him found.
Chasing asked, whoever said that CP said that Feller was their pastor, can we source where that was said and a timestamp? If it was a video, a post, anything like that, can we get some sources behind that, please, in the chat for Chasing? Because Feller says to JLR on Twitter the other day that he does not know them.
True. Renee Limberg, how do you know that to be a fact? You mind answering that for me?
Did he just say Betty was a good creator?
Who, me? Yeah, I believe that Betty has good abilities. I think that she's misguided in this case. And I think she's been misguided in the way that she's done things. But
It was just said in the chat that was stated somewhere. So can we get a source on that? That's important because Feller flat out said on JLR's post he does not have any association. Nick created that whole entire rumor. So that's what we don't want misinformation or people to run with stuff that's being said in the chat as like, oh no, Chris acknowledged that that's their pastor because Feller has said directly the opposite.
I do believe that at her core, she is good at researching. It doesn't mean that I'm going to support her, but I have a respect for any creator who's going to step out and just be themselves, right? It doesn't mean I have to like them. It doesn't mean we got to be friends, but I can show mutual respect. That's all. Let me go through this real quick, guys. Thank y'all for being patient. Mama's a cat. Thank you for becoming a member of the Elevated Truth Podcast. Welcome. The 5 Canes, what's the secret? Patty Savage, thank you for gifting 50 Elevated Truth Podcast memberships. If you got those memberships, please make sure and thank Patty. Patty, thank you for always being here and supporting. Dilly, thank you for gifting 5 Elevated Truth Podcast memberships as well. If you got those, please make sure and thank Dilly. Queen, I'll bring up just a second, man. Crazy Cooter Grandma, it's getting crazier and crazier, isn't it? It is. Thank you. Love you and feel better. Thank you for doing this. Thank you. Guys, I'll get to the rest of y'all's in just a minute. Let me get Queen.
We're only going to watch a few more of this.
What's going on, Queen?
What's happening, man?
I'm struggling today, but I'm here.
Hey, you know what? That's what we all do from time to time. But listen, I'm like tired of the bullshit in this case. Is there something going on that I'm not? Because I mean, I'm kind of picking up what you're laying down, but there's a little bit that I'm not.
Well, I think that there's a level of.
So again, I don't think she had any knowledge. That's my take on it. You guys can argue all you want. I don't think she had any understanding. I think she just hit the link and was like, wait, what's going on? I think there's been something lingering for quite some time, but I don't think she knew that this live was going to kick off like this, or that's my opinion.
You know, you're going to understand this a little bit, and I hope you do, and this isn't for the chat, right? This is directly for you.
That's what I'm talking to me and you, not the chat. I mean,
okay, so
you, like, what's, you know what I mean?
This is what I'll say.
Privately, you can. That's fine.
And we can, but this is what I want to say. When you're dealing with someone who's under the age of 18,
okay,
you have to be very careful what you say on a public platform.
Right, and you're dangling information out here. Make it make sense.
Okay, and if there's anything that I'm not going to do, I'm not going to embarrass or disparage a 16-year-old young man who has autism when I have autism myself.
But you are dangling information.
If people can't pick up what I'm putting down without me saying XYZ PDQ,
you shouldn't even be talking about it.
They no disrespect, but they don't need to know.
And there's
right.
You know, we're at a place where everybody looked at this email being released, right? As, oh, you know, wonder why did they bring it up? And nobody looked at the fact that all 3 parents had thrown their hands up. Right? And then the narrative wants to be pushed that Seth put them.
I don't think that's all 3 parents throwing their hands up. I think that's 3 parents working through a system that is very broken and trying to find resources for their child. I don't think that's them throwing their hands up per se.
Somewhere, or Katie put them somewhere, or Chris put them somewhere.
I think that's ignorant to even fucking imply that, because I know a lot of people that have had to make ultimate decisions, and it's not them throwing their hands up. It's trying to make the best out of a very complicated situation. So you can get fucked on that one.
How does that make any sense? If they had all 3 agreed to do that, it was too expensive. So then one of them are going to go kidnap their own kid, send them to the place and pay for it themselves without anybody knowing? That don't even make sense.
Yeah, that didn't make sense from the jump.
How did Sebastian do an online FAA course that doesn't exist? They got a certificate for it, but happened to get the certificate from a certain neighbor's son's girlfriend.
And here's a bunch of hearsay thrown in there. Again, no proof.
Also happens to be the same person that Chris had a verbal altercation with one night.
Which is that the same one that was just out there with the whole, let's, you know, not talk about, they knew about the girlfriend and the boyfriend leaving and all that? Okay. See, I ain't talked to Chris in a long time. I haven't talked to, I swear to God, I ain't talked to him in a really long time.
Me neither.
Just be glad you never have to make a decision like that, because it might be frustration. It's frustrating to navigate systems like that. But wanting help for your child isn't necessarily throwing your fucking hands up, and that pisses me off. It's frustrating to deal with these things, absolutely, but doesn't mean you're giving up.
Okay. Chris and Katie quit talking to me. That's fine. I don't care. It's been 2 months ago.
Talking to them, I just, you know what I'm saying? I don't really.
Let me say this, because I want to be clear about this. I'm not saying this because they quit talking to me. Like, they didn't quit talking to me because there was a falling out. We quit talking because there was nothing more to talk about. I'm not there to be your friend. I'm not there to be your buddy. I'm there to find out as much as I can about Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. When there's
okay, well then all that was necessary to do that was to listen to what they were putting out here publicly, because anything you find out from them in private is not going to be information that you can use, because you can't vet that information. And some of that Anyways,
There's no longer anything else that I feel that I can find out. I'm not there to kick it with you. And they knew this the whole time. This is no secret. I was very blunt and open with my reasoning for talking to them. It was never hidden. I've told Katie since day one, I think she's guilty of something to her face.
oh, okay, cool.
I also said it's possible that Seth is guilty of something. I've also said it's possible that Chris is guilty of something. But I don't think a 15, now 16-year-old boy disappears. And there's only one route out of.
Oh, absolutely. The good Nunya. Absolutely. There's things that are being rumored around and dropped in people's laps that they don't want, and information that is being passed around and things being said that is very fucking heavy because it is the safety and privacy of a minor. Absolutely. 100% there is. But this was not the way of going about it. This was not making that situation any better.
Of the neighborhood, other than the back of her car. The dogs went to the end of the driveway and stopped. Do I need to draw lines? What is that?
I'm sorry, it's our clock. It's our clock.
You know, I'm not trying to be rude in any way. I hope everybody understands this. Like, I'm not trying to be rude in the slightest. But we as creators, and I'm a new creator. Listen, I have screwed up my first 8 months really a couple good times, right? I'm a new creator on this platform. I'm learning the ins and outs, right?
Okay.
But the one thing that I've learned is that if you don't stay true to yourself, you're going to sell your soul out on this site. And I can't do that.
If this is staying true to yourself, that's scary to me.
The lies are rampant, and it's because certain individuals won't come out and talk, but they'll do all the talking behind the scenes.
And I, for one, think that they should be the ones advocating. If they want to talk and they have something to say, I think they should absolutely be the ones to do it. I've said that before. When the email stuff got released, I talked about how I highly disagree with how that was done because it opens up areas for no matter what they say, no matter what. But I think if they have something to say, they should be the ones to come out and say it. I do agree with that. Game playing is never going to work.
I don't think the garbage man kidnapped him.
Nope, I don't think the garbage man kidnapped him either.
No.
I mean,
To me, that's as crazy as this preacher having anything to do with it. But
Yeah, I don't know. I still in my mind don't see Katie doing anything to him though. But again, I'm not an investigator. I'm not the police. There's
did you see that look on his face when Queen said that?
things I don't know either. You know what I mean? So
Till law enforcement has a result, I don't believe any of the parents are involved. That's where I will stay until there is evidence from law enforcement on anything different.
but I don't think anybody thought he was home. I don't think anybody thought he, you know what I mean? I don't know.
I'm not saying.
nor the construction crew. I do agree with that. Like,
What?
did anything to him?
I mean, look, here's the way I see this, right? I mean, it is what it is. I think everything from him walking off to fucking aliens abducting him are still on the damn table because we're 10 months in and we got nothing.
Thank you, Bobby Moving.
We got nothing more than exactly what we had day one. When you take
Is that true though? Is that really true?
Well, when you take the narrative bullshit away from it, what have we got? We got nothing except a bunch of shit pushed as a narrative or taken as a narrative. And quite honestly, none of it is really, there's nothing out there that's really hardcore that says a damn thing that anybody is talking about, right? That it's just not. There's nothing out here that's really fucking moving the needle.
Because everybody's so caught up in the conspiracies, they're not able to see what's right in front of them, in my opinion.
And again, goes back to opinions of what you think happened. We don't have evidence. No matter what, anybody's theories, there's not evidence at this point in time. This is so ridiculous.
How long did they search the landfill?
How do we know they ever stopped searching the landfill?
Well, I mean, they came out and said they didn't find anything. Didn't they come out and say they didn't find anything there? They only checked it.
We don't know. We don't know, and we shouldn't. It's an investigation. We're not going to know.
They never said they stopped looking. They just said they hadn't found anything.
No, they said they stopped looking.
Do you believe they stopped looking, Clue?
Yeah.
He got upset on that. So right here, I'm just going to call it for what it is. Watch this again in reverse. I'll slow it down. He's protecting someone here. There's something going on here that is being protected.
Checked it.
Watch this.
They never said they stopped looking. They just said they hadn't found anything.
No, they said they stopped looking.
Do you believe they stopped looking, Clue?
Watch this. Do you believe that they stopped? So there's something that they're implying here, and she knows the same things he knows, and she knows why he's frustrated, and he gets frustrated right here. And so there's something going on for sure. I don't know what it is. Don't care to know. But this gameplay shit is disgusting.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. The way you flung back in that chair. Hold on now.
Yeah.
I mean, if that's what she
Calm
believes,
down.
that's what she believes. I mean, I can't tell her what she does and doesn't believe. I don't believe that, but you know, if she believes that, that's her belief. You know, I just think that it's odd that we've run down all of these roads of nonsense, but we're not looking at what's in front of us. Let's rule that out then.
I
Let's
mean, I
rule that
only say that
option out.
because of a message that was, if I'm not mistaken, you were a part of, where the person said they came and they left.
And again, goes to unvetted information. It is what it is.
Now, if she's lying, then I don't know what to believe, but I'm just saying.
But there's my point.
If that woman is lying.
Grinchley, if you have problems with Granny, go to Granny. Stop being an immature idiot and come in another comment section making stuff about Granny. Come on now. Either be a part of a conversation or go on somewhere.
Then okay, but am I gonna take what the woman said and go with it? Sure.
I think the point of this is that people are picking and choosing who they want to believe, when what we should be doing is looking at exactly what we have, right?
And that's what you're doing. You're picking and choosing off of information that you're told, whether who you believe.
It's that simple. If law enforcement hasn't given us anything, not a possibility, not anything, what do you think that should lead us to believe?
That they're working an investigation. Ta-da! Shocking. That's what we should believe, and a child is missing. And that's truly what this is. Holy shit.
Not everybody at once now.
Well, I think it's really odd that they got their electronics back and Seth hasn't yet.
I agree with that.
Let me ask you a question.
But do we know that from law enforcement? Honestly, do we know that from law enforcement that what they haven't returned to the parents? We know from their words. Again, if you're believing everything they say, I mean, we don't truly know what has been given back unless it comes from law enforcement. We don't have facts, in my opinion, unless it comes from law enforcement.
Have we seen proof that they got their electronics back? Or are we just going off what they said?
Yes.
You say, and that included Sebastian's electronics.
Yes.
And didn't Seth say that he could get the electronics back, but he had to go down there to get them?
I don't remember it.
I don't recall that either.
I don't remember hearing that. I remember him
Let
saying
me
that
check
about,
let me check in the chat real quick, because I'm pretty sure 2 months ago or so, it was something said that he had to go down there and get them.
I don't think.
All right, Body Movement said yes.
I never heard that. I heard him say he wants his stuff back.
Yeah.
He wants Sebastian's stuff back so he can put his room back how it was when he comes home. He wants it back to be the way it was.
Hold on. Body Movement said yes. Other
That
people
was
are
the,
saying
thank
no.
you. Somebody said that was the gun in Cali. I do remember hearing that they said
Yeah, mixed in stories.
that he could have his gun back, but he had to come and get it.
He could have his gun back, but he had to go get it himself. Yeah.
I'm not talking about that, guys.
I know, but I personally don't ever remember Seth saying that about the electronics.
What can you guys? I was gonna say what live stream and timestamp? Do y'all know where it's at, or can one of y'all find it?
Out of the 800 hours, you know what I
A whole
mean?
list of them. We've been
Then you shouldn't be saying something if you can't source it. There's that.
going through them. Some of them are private, though. I will say that.
Yeah, because he did say, he said something. I don't know, something about Sebastian's and his electronics being wiped.
No, well, Sebastian's, was it the PlayStation wouldn't work or something after he got it back?
What it was Sebastian's. It was Sebastian's PlayStation. But he got
I said it was already
hold on.
It didn't work, and he couldn't watch TV. So
yeah,
I would have given him the one that he had.
So Body Movement said she was saying yes to the Proudfoots getting their electronics back.
Right.
Not Seth. Not Seth saying that.
Yeah, I don't think Seth ever got Sebastian's electronics back.
And that's just off of things he said, which we don't know. We don't know. There's a law enforcement investigation here. We don't know whose electronics. We're just going off of their words. That's all we have. And again, we don't really truly know what law enforcement doesn't have, has given back, has checked. We don't know. We shouldn't know.
He was still bitching about it.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. Either way, it's obvious to me, based on the explanation that we have, that yeah, I understand body movement. It's my understanding that the way Seth explains it is he was being treated like a suspect on day one, just by his explanation, right? Flipped over the room, tore his house up, blah, blah, blah.
And see, normally they don't treat sheriffs like that. Normally they don't treat them.
Hold on. Seth was being treated as the parent of a missing child. They followed him home to gather any information that they thought could be relevant. He could have felt that way, and they could have treated him totally different. Again, that is reading way too far into a situation that none of us were there for. We don't know if he was treated as a suspect. That's how he felt. He's entitled to his feelings. Again, whether it was valid or not, that's up in the air.
A guard like that, they're not going to just, you know what I'm saying? They usually have respect for their brothers in blue. You see what I mean?
What
They normally don't just go in and flip the motherfucker's house. That's odd to me.
He's not
a cop.
He's not a
guard.
No, but it's different. See, here's the thing that I've tried to explain through this whole case. I was born and raised in Nashville, Tennessee. The Davidson County Sheriff's Department is the only sheriff's department in the United States that is not legal law enforcement.
Correct.
They have law enforcement abilities over prisoners only, not civilians.
They can serve papers.
That's it. They are only law enforcement over prisoners. They don't have.
Well, no, I'm still saying they're still a part of the blue. You know what I'm saying? They still back to blue. They still don't. You know what I'm saying?
They don't recognize them as that. There, though.
Okay.
They're recognized.
They do here. The COs and the police are like fucked up brothers. You know what I'm saying? They don't.
Well, that's because they're actually law enforcement everywhere else except for here. They're not actually law enforcement.
Okay.
So they're not really a part. They're just like a regular beat cop.
And this is where it goes into the weeds. None of this matters. None of this matters again.
We probably look at that like a glorified babysitter. I'm not being mean or disparaging.
Right.
I'm just saying that's like they know they're not like post-certified. They can't arrest people. So to them, they're not like a cop. You know what I mean?
Right. And listen, my reasoning for this live was strictly to say what I've said, obviously, and to reinforce the fact that this web that you weave, right, can sometimes encapsulate your own ass.
That I agree with. That I do agree with.
So when you're behind the scenes playing these games,
agreed though. Agreed. But who you talking to there, bro?
you're eventually going to have other creators start talking to each other, right? And you start realizing the games that are being played. Some people are okay with those games. And some people want to tell you to go fuck yourself when it comes to those games. Because if it was truly about Sebastian, Wayne, Drake, Rogers, there would be no need for games.
Yeah. But most YouTube creators, let's be honest here, are going to take content over the dignity of a child. They're going to encourage and continue on with the games. Bruh.
It's my opinion. You know, it's
he admits that he's behind the scenes.
And then here's the crazy thing, right? Everything I'm saying is going to be broken apart by somebody, right? And that's fine. But I'm speaking off of having private conversations with Chris and Katie, right? Not one, not two, not three, not four, extensively.
Okay, extensive conversations. Okay.
Right? My experiences with having conversations with them and being smart enough not to have conversations with any of them by myself, right?
Interesting note. He's never taken part in these conversations by himself. So that right there implies that other people know these exact same things, everything he is alluding to and implying and instigating over. Somebody else has been on that phone that knows every single thing that he's talking about and seems to be magically quiet.
Now, I will say this much about Chris and Katie. They both answered my questions, Chris especially. And I'll give Chris full, credit for answering any question that I had. It was always respectful with me during those questionings, right? Or those questions.
Okay.
But in my opinion, the reason why Katie's not talking is because Katie can't keep her words straight. I said what I said, and I said
the good Nunya. Come on now. Come on now. I wonder how many group chats there are. I wonder how many group chats with certain people and then another group chat with certain people. I wonder how many of those are. I'm just curious.
Stand on what I said.
I wonder though. He flip-flops back and forth, Wishful. He goes back and forth. He's done this before.
Man, I've never heard a panel so quiet.
I did.
Well, I was looking at this. The
Granny, I did. I absolutely did.
landfill search. It was done.
I just didn't want to make why I said what I said. Let me be very clear, is because it does involve. You can go back to see what I'm talking about if you want to know exactly what I was going to say to her. It involves stuff that I just don't want to talk about with the dignity of a minor child. And but Clue talked about a rumor in her March 1st or 2nd stream. We covered that, and a lot of people didn't know that had been brought out through the rumor mill from the locals back then. And I think that was already circulating, going on, but it's information about a child that I don't want to continue to go over. I think you know what I'm saying, Granny. If not, ask me and I'll explain deeper. I just didn't want to go off into that because, yeah, you know.
The 7th to the 9th. And so it was done on the 9th. They were done, and you know what I mean, kind of walked away from it there at that point. But see, I covered the Quentin Simon case, and it took months. It took like 6 weeks to find it.
Yeah, they were in that bitch for over a month. Every
Right,
day,
they were digging every single day.
sun up to sundown.
Granny's watching. I dropped you a link if you want to come up.
Yeah, come up, put some input in on this real quick, because I know you right here with us.
I'm just tired of it, guys. I'm tired of it.
Like I said, well, I mean, if there's games being played, I really would like to know what the fuck's going on. Y'all talked to him way more than I did, more extensively than I did. So, you know, listen to that dog snore. Sorry, y'all. I try to.
What that was? Girl,
Yeah, that's my dog snoring. That's my dog snoring. Listen.
I'm glad you said that. I thought she was over there passing gas. I was about to call you
No,
out.
girl,
Yeah, nothing. I know you were being a smart ass, but nothing nefarious. Just that I didn't want to go off into those weeds.
Now, girl, she snores her ass off. She sounds like me and True sick as hell. We're both sick. She's over here.
I'm dying. Listen, y'all. I'm literally in this sweater. I'm running 103.7 degree temperature right now. That is no lie.
You're a
Okay,
fucking
this
idiot
shit-
being on this internet. I'm sorry, not sorry.
Yeah.
No, I don't feel
Yeah.
bad. I'm not talking to shit.
I mean,
Oh, that's true. You can't smoke, but why can't you eat? Why can't you eat a gummy?
I'm out of them.
You don't have a store?
I'm out of them.
They don't have no store
I'm out of them.
out of stores?
The little delivery may be coming soon. All right, I'm gonna go back over here real quick. Sorry, guys, I had to. Marabella, thank you for your super sticker. Alabama Mama 31, thank you for being here for 4 months. Thank you for speaking up. No one else would. Shelby Lynn, might drop truth right here. Thank you for being here, Shelby. Miss Always Right says thank you for being here. I think I got everybody. Thank y'all for your messages. Granny, are you coming up? Yay, nay?
Which, don't get me wrong, I wondered why the fuck they haven't came out and said anything, but I mean, I thought it was the best that they didn't, to be honest with you. Everything says it gets picked apart. Everything Katie says and Chris gets picked apart.
It should.
You know?
It should. Why shouldn't it?
Because you're
Why
not,
shouldn't everything that Katie says get picked apart when she's the last person known to be with Sebastian?
because you're not law enforcement. What are you doing?
We're just
I
gonna
mean,
give it.
hasn't it? I wouldn't want to come out and speak to these folks. I mean, shit, she's talking
Well,
about
I mean, listen, here's the thing: you can't use that argument and then go take information to YouTubers and have them push it.
well, but who are they? Are they giving you information to push? I mean, what?
They have. They've tried to, and that was
Oh,
arguments.
no shit. Okay.
And that was argument. You want me to be real? Let's be real. Of
Yeah,
course.
no,
they
I
have.
really do, because they didn't ask me to push a motherfucking thing. I mean,
No, see, here's what it is, though, Queen. Here's the thing, Queen. They don't have to directly ask you. They drop little hints. Hey, did you know this? Well, so and so told me. I know for a fact. This is what they do because you're a YouTuber and a content creator. They know that if they say something that piques your interest, you're going to write it down and talk about it. They don't have to just come out and tell you the truth.
See, that's the thing. No, I didn't talk to him that much. Like, I mean, our conversations are not that. They're not in-depth conversations like that. Maybe they are with y'all. You know what I mean? Maybe you guys had more conversations with them than I did.
I'll tell you this: the 3-hour conversation between Katie and Chris is 100% believable.
I would agree with that.
Yep,
I second
yep.
that.
1,000,000% believable because all of their phone calls are a minimum of 3 fucking hours. Yes, but body moving, you can. I just dropped the link again.
I thought you gave Granny a link.
I did. She didn't.
Well, the
get it.
first one you laid down didn't work for me. It kept saying 404, link not accepted. I'm like, what the fuck?
You might have to email it to her. I don't know what it is. It worked for Clue, and then
You
it
know
worked.
what?
J-Dub, thank you for being an Islander for 23 months. Thank you so much, and happy holidays to you too. Yeah, there's so much that I question
It
here.
worked for her, but then when somebody copied it and sent it to me, it worked fine. So
Well, that's what I was gonna say. It tried to do that 404 to me. I saw the screen come up, but then all of a sudden it worked. It's StreamYard, man. This app is shit.
yeah, it really is.
Let me see. I don't know if I have Granny's email or not.
So you think the 3-hour phone call was for like
Yeah.
an alibi to say that they were?
No, I don't know. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that in phone calls that I've been on, 3 hours is not crazy.
No. Everybody has said that that they're talkers, that they talk. I mean,
Normally do talk about that. Okay.
Well, they talk to me like that.
I mean, he's on panel. Look
Like,
how he is when he's on panel.
Right.
I'm trying to copy this fucking link and send it.
Oh,
to you.
like when Chris is at work and he's up in that crane, he has no problem talking to you for hours. That's not a bad thing. That's not a diss. But like, that's not a crazy thought. So when people say there's no way, absolutely.
If Granny is in here, tell her I emailed her the link.
I got
Is
them
it
all
working
listed.
for Body?
Oh,
Yeah.
I had to
Oh,
switch
okay,
places.
Let me just say this before we get started, with all due respect. I'm going to ask that everybody that's up here be honest. Because if
This right here bothered me. I'll be honest. Right here, the whole tone changed. Granny, did you notice that? Okay, so when he brought Clue and Queen up, he didn't ask them, didn't have the same protocol. But then he brings Granny up and Body. And I'm going to point it out because he says, let's all be honest. That bothered me because it was like, what changed here of going up? As soon as Granny came up, he says that. And I'm like, and then yesterday, the follow-up on Queens, when something bothered me about that, and I'm not sure. And my problem with this whole situation is Granny is the only one in this group a part of any of the injunctions. Now, they did request to add Queen and SF, but that's way down the road. But something bothers me. I'll be honest.
you're going to be
Probably
up
should
there,
have dropped that.
right? Well, I'm just saying because I know what some of y'all know, right? So
And Granny even says I should have just dropped
you're
that.
going to be up here. Please don't put me or you in a position to have to say that's not true. You know what I'm saying? Because like that's not what this is about. I don't want to be put in that position. I mean, does that make sense?
Yeah, totally.
And I'm going to be honest. It bothers me that certain people on this panel are not included in the injunction. There's exhibits that are like falsified, in my opinion, that haven't never been filed, like an RO on Clue. A cease and desist she claims she didn't get, and exhibits on this injunction, but she's not anywhere around. And I go back to Nick exposing her, reaching out to him. There's something that bothers me about this, and she absolutely, you will not convince me that she didn't know what Truth was about to do. Sorry. And then Granny gets brought up, and that instant the tone changes. And it bothers me because, like I said, it does.
Cool.
I'm
Ladies,
sorry. What you say?
Shut up, Clue.
I'm not being dead ass. I was getting some fudge. Never mind. I'm good.
All right.
So I've always been the kind of person that doesn't ever want to talk to like family members of victim because it can like totally sway your opinion on what's actually happening. And in this case proves why that theory is the way you need to be, right? So there was an incident.
Okay. I have major respect for Body. So please understand, to me, she is completely separate in this whole situation. Now, I don't know her communication, anything like that, how involved she is. I've never spoke to her except in a chat, but she is, for anybody that doesn't know her, she was in Don't Fuck with Cats. And again, she's just human, but she don't seem to get involved in any of I'm sure she's been told a lot of the fuckery by people she associates with, but she is very clear on her distinction of not talking to parents at all. And she is like an OG before OGs became a thing in true crime and like researching and shit. So just kind of setting the stage of who she is. She is not, in my opinion, like this was a fluke that she was up there at the same time. I don't think this had anything to do with her. Again, I think it was just a fluke. I think that was targeted at Granny.
And there was an incident. Remember when Terry Lynn found those pants?
And that pisses me off because Granny's the only one that is in an injunction being accused of crazy shit, like interfering in a child's investigation. None of them are, but Granny is.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then do you remember when like Barbecue and I was in the box too, and Clue and Jay were on TikTok, and we were informed that those were Sebastian's pants, and that people think that Terry Lynn planted those pants, right?
Well, it's not that people think it.
They were told.
There were text messages.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So that scenario, right?
There were text messages that what? Again, this just feeds the beast. This feeds, Granny's aware, very aware. There's something here. I can't figure it out. And I'm not trying. Something's weird here. Something's weird here.
there and there really made me sus of the Proudfoots, because they absolutely are pushing a narrative that somehow somebody planted pants, right? Absolutely planted these pants.
And this is where I'm going to switch this, because you guys saw what you needed to see, in my opinion. And the reason I'm doing this is because now we kind of get off into the weeds with some other stuff that goes on. Do you want me to go a little bit further into this? Anybody want me to go a little bit further into this? But I would like to go to Queen's panel yesterday when truth came up. That's where I'd like to go. And I want to be able to get in. This might be a long one. Yeah. The good Nunya. Yeah. I mean, there's tinfoil emojis you guys can use even. There's also toupee emojis that members can use if you want. You want to watch when I came up? Never say never. You want me to go to that part? Granny, do you want me to play this a little bit further? Have you listened back to this? Something's off here, though. Like, something's off. And I said it. I reached out to Granny yesterday. Oh, exchanging info does not equate to RICO at all. No. Content creators share information all the time. All the time. Okay. All right. I just want to make sure that anybody that's involved in this, like, I'm not skipping out on something that is important to anybody, because Granny was there. So that's why I'm asking Granny, even though it's, oh, Becky does this, Becky does that. Yeah, something sketchy here to the deflectionist. You guys can see it too. Okay, let's go. You want me to back it up to where? Teresa, thank you for being a member for 5 months. In my opinion, Clue and Cletus speak to the Proudfoot to try and get deets on what happened to try and break the case. I strongly believe they work within or alongside Nick and his team. None yet. I've said the same fucking thing. I've told you that. To get Katie to admit guilt to turn into Ellie, I believe it. I don't believe that's far off. I think that's a plausible conspiracy theory. Now get out of my fucking head, please. I've said similar to, like, I've always had a bad feeling since Nick exposed that. So people could be like, oh, they're not working together. See, he just exposed that. I genuinely, ugh. See, now we're, holy shit, that's bright.
I gotta get a dimmer.
That's way bright. Kyle just replaced our little fan lights in the kitchen, and now it's like,
And yes, I'm licensed in case the ROC is listening.
so now it's, hold on, let me show you my ceiling. Here, let me show you my ceiling before we switch. It's bright in here. He's got that one taped in. Why is that one got taped?
Because I had to glue all those in.
Oh, wait.
Those are wrong.
They're all taped. Never mind. You guys want to see my ceiling?
Because I had to glue them in.
Blinded by the light.
Because whoever put the cans in, it's cheap.
Okay.
Cheap can.
I can see now. Now I know what I'm doing when I cook. Isn't that crazy? Okay, we're going to switch over. I will play. I wasn't going to play the part because I'm uninterested in watching myself, to be honest. But since you guys asked, did anybody miss that? Did you guys miss when I came up? I mean, it's not very interesting, but I can do this. Oh, thank you, Brantley. Yeah, he redid all the can lights in our kitchen. Kenzie ordered them. Kenzie ordered them because she was like, "Ew, it's not bright enough in there."
Hey, Claus.
Thank you, babe. Okay, here we go. Let's do this. All right. I hate hearing myself, but because you guys asked about it, here we go. How this case went south in the beginning. Okay, hold on. God, do I want to? I don't want to.
Okay, so if she saw his cell phone was at the house, that's probably
No,
why
I'm
she didn't
talking
know.
about Sean. I'm talking about Seth.
Oh,
If somebody called me and told me my kid was missing, but they didn't tell me the cell phone was at home, the first thing I would do would be to call their cell phone.
right. Yeah, you would think so. If I ever thought anybody was missing, I would call their cell phone first. Doesn't matter their age. You know what I mean? Yeah, I don't know. It's strange.
I mean, didn't a creator just call a direct line as well instead of calling 911? Like, why is that so weird?
Do what now? What was that?
I said a creator did that recently, called directly to the station instead of calling 911. So
Right.
why is that so weird?
Okay, hold on. Let me point something out for you that aren't creators. So this is when I'm going to back that up just 1 second. This is when I'm in the back. This is when I'm in the backside, when all the other people on panel could see that I was in waiting. They could see that I was, and you hear, I think this is when Granny probably noticed. I don't know if Granny noticed or not, but you can hear that they notice I'm in the back.
A direct line as well instead of calling 911?
They don't say it, but they definitely realize.
Why is that so weird?
Queen puts the screen up.
Do what now? What was that?
Shit.
I said a creator did that recently, called
Clue says, wait, what was that?
directly to the station instead of calling 911. So
Right.
why is that so weird?
Hold on. Here's Nonsense. You're up here with us.
Hey,
How are you?
can I ask a couple of questions?
They were not thrilled. They were not thrilled I was coming up. Ta-da!
Questions right quick, or just because there's a bunch of stuff that always gets mixed over and it's kind of annoying.
And the reason I did this is because, let me explain let me just set. So there was a lot of discussion going on. A lot of this, that, the other thing, other people, other stuff. When you go back to the baseline of how this case was established to begin with, because many people have been like, why doesn't she have that energy for Queen and Granny? I don't even know who else was on that panel at the time. Why didn't you have that energy for them? Why didn't you address them? I was specifically addressing how this case started, the baseline of where a lot of these conspiracies, the rumor mills, that I've got inside sources of this started in March with Clue, Smiley Stories World, Pascal, Trevor Lee was covering it, JLR. This started way before Granny and Queen ever touched this case. Way before. So that's what I'm establishing here is I am not talking about what current time is going on, but the baseline of a lot of the misinformation that was created and concocted in the inside sources and the rumor mills was Clue and other people like Smiley that were involved. I address Clue because she's the only one on panel out of that group. This wasn't I only see Clue. No, she was the only one on a panel of that group.
Is that okay with you? This isn't an attack on anybody, but I would like to just kind of set some things straight because
Queen doesn't answer me, so I just roll.
I think a lot of the problem here, and Queen, cut me off if you want to, please, as you know.
And I'm always respectful to anybody.
And this isn't an attack on Clue, but if we're going to be honest about things, Clue, can we go back to the beginning?
I don't speak to you. I don't speak to nonsense. Sorry.
Okay, well, you don't have.
Again, right there. I don't speak to you. I don't speak to nonsense. But you're a big bad bitch, right? You're a big bad bitch, right?
Have to speak to me. I'll just hypothetically, or not hypothetically, I'll just walk
Run your dick sucker. Don't care. Talk.
Okay.
Oh, I don't have to speak to you to prove a point. That's the difference.
Well, I will.
I'm going to.
You are a huge part of how this case went south in the beginning. If we're being honest here about things that have continued to go on, this case was a shit show from jump because of people saying that they had insider information and through the rumor mill.
Oh, Revival. Let's talk about that for a minute. So just so anybody knows, I don't pay attention to the chat when I'm on panel because for some reason, when I do hit the chat, if I'm on my phone and I was on my phone, it boots me out. So I don't even look at the chat. But I heard from a lot of people that my fans were over there. You guys, I get shredded in these chats, and there's no loyalty here that's needed. Like I could care less. if people in there were dogging me, I don't give two fucks. The facts are the facts. Dog me all you want. Say all the things. Say I'm a sanctimonious cunt. Say think I'm better than, I mean, truly, you're going to see a little example of why I don't give a fuck. Lie on me. Do it. I'll come back and slap the proof right in your fucking face.
March 1st, March 2nd, continued on March 7th. And you were going after and you're sitting here asking about Seth, or did Seth do this? You did the same thing to Chris and Katie. Yes, eventually, and people do, they change their opinions and change their minds. But you inlaid so much misinformation right from the jump in this case, and then have continued on throughout to do the same thing and push false narratives and push stuff about the family on one side to the other, to the other. We, at the end of the day, are YouTubers. There is nothing about any of us that are going to solve these cases. I do give you props for being out there searching. Cletus doing his work. I mean, that is amazing. But beyond that, you have been a huge source of misinformation and confusion and inside.
Prove me wrong. Prove me fucking wrong that you weren't. Anybody in the comments that's a Clue simp that takes up for her all the time, prove me wrong. Fire up your channels and prove me wrong, because the facts are the facts. And if you go back and watch the timeline of who was running with rumors, you'll see it right in front of your face. She's flip-flopped. She's targeted each and every one of these parents from side to side. She's misinformed. She's dangled shit that she found out in private. All of it.
Information being released and dangled over people's heads and here, there, and everywhere. It has been a problem from jump. And while you sit here and, oh, well, what about Seth? You did the same thing to Chris and Katie. Those videos still exist on your page. The timeline's still there. You were one of the first ones to take Facebook information and bring it over and say that Chris went after media with a pew-pew. Didn't happen.
Did it?
This is the problem. These families are they come to social media for awareness of a missing child, and quote unquote true crime creators think it's their business that they're going to solve these damn cases, and they twist and turn narratives on the family. At the end of the day, this family asked for awareness for Sebastian, and it's been everything but awareness for Sebastian. That's all I have to say, but I just couldn't overlook that because the timeline is there, the words are there, it's all there. And it's something that is not going to be overlooked because it does it every case. You can insert the same playbook that they do this to family after family after family. It's not okay. It's not acceptable. And you were a huge part of the misinformation that continues to get thrown with dangling shit over people's heads. Thank you, Queen, for letting me up.
Yeah, I just wouldn't say it's all there. It's going to stay there. So miserable people like you have something to talk about.
So miserable people like me have something to talk about. If you really stood with the families that are being re-victimized, you would have corrected that shit and pulled it down. Nope. It's more about clicks and views because people can go back and watch that shit and see how you went after the parents because you want that. You want people to be confused. You're not on Team Truth. And not truth as in the person, but truth to find Sebastian. You're about what best benefits your fucking ass. Let's be honest here.
You're welcome.
Good.
Bye-bye.
See, I thought you
Thank
guys
you for
got
being
along because
able-
you guys did that interview with Katie's friend. What?
I don't get along with racists or homophobic people. And Queen brings up the interview with Katie's friend. Here we go.
I didn't know there was any riff. I didn't know that you guys didn't. I thought you and Duchess and Clue did the interview with Katie's friend, right?
Oh, well, then she believed all the hype and bullshit that I was a racist and didn't bother come asking me like a real woman should.
I have nothing for you. I didn't need to ask you shit. I saw that you wanted to GoFundMe to ship people back to Africa. You are what you are. Sit in that skin.
I don't associate with people. I didn't need to. I saw what I saw, and that was it. And as far as the Katie's friend interview, let's be clear on that. That was supposed to be a pre-recorded video. I was asked to be a part of it.
No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't.
Yes, it
Don't
was.
come
I
up
have
here
the text
telling lies.
messages.
Don't come up here telling lies. Well, for those in the back that think that Clue is so much the truth and spreads the truth, let me just show this again because it's not hard to do. The facts. So this says, oh, let me pull it up. You see that right on your screen right there? This is text messages between me and Clue. Correct. You want to be there. You can come late. You can click on it on the community tab and see it full screen if you'd like to. You want to be there. You can come late. We're doing a pre-recorded thing. Yes, I'll be there. Duchess called me today to make sure I'd be available. Did she tell you what we're doing? I said, yes. Thoughts? Then she sends me that. And I said, okay, I got it all linked and ready to go. Come on in. You can click if you want to go see the full things. We ain't doing a live, girl. It's a recording and we're all in here ready to go. Again, don't fucking try me.
I
Do
have
not
the
come
text
up here
messages.
telling lies.
You were
You
such
were
a
going to
lying
do a
bitch.
pre-recorded video.
You are a lying bitch right
Look
now.
at the fucking text messages, Clue. You were going to
You
do
are
a
a
pre-recorded
lying
video.
bitch.
Duchess thought it was going to be on her channel.
Ma'am, I might be a bitch, but I'm not a lying bitch, unlike you.
You didn't know where it was going to be. Then I get sent to StreamYard.
With Katie's friend was supposed to be pre-recorded.
That is when Snowflake's Nightmare, that is when it was being set up for the interview with Gabby, the friend of Seth and Katie's. She doesn't know Chris, but that was when it was being set up. And I was asked by Duchess and Clue to take part in that for the interview with Gabby. It was supposed to be a pre-recorded video in case anything went south, so it could be edited out. That was what I understood. It wasn't even clear where it was going to be at first. It could have been on Duchess's. Then Clue sent me the link. I just showed up. But it was supposed to be a pre-recorded video, not a live stream. It got switched up within I think 10 minutes before it went live.
It was. Look at the text messages. We can
That's
do a
why her name
pre-recorded
is that,
video.
full of nonsense, full of bullshit. That's the problem.
Why?
Yes,
really?
We called that fucking
You
girl.
have the same text
And
messages
so,
I do
so let
from
me
you.
tell you this. Let me ask you this. If
Okay.
it's supposed to be pre-recorded, why was you sitting there telling Gabby, just be careful what you say?
I did. Absolutely. When they switched it to going live, I 100% said, just be careful what you say because people are going to attack everything. When it got switched into a live and there was no chance to edit it, 100% I did say that. I absolutely did. I was worried sick the entire time. That's why I was a bitch during that and kept trying to bring it back to Sebastian because it was supposed to be about her love and her relationship and what she knew about Sebastian and her relationship with Katie and Seth. That's what it was supposed to be about.
Well, yeah, because
You're
she's going to be
fucking lying.
attacked.
You're fucking
We
lying.
10 minutes. We were behind the screen. There was other people up there besides
Liar.
me. It was okay. We're going to go live. 100%. There's text messages to prove it that you guys were going back and forth. Didn't know whose panel it was going to be on. It was supposed to be a pre-recorded.
Notice how upset she gets. I don't talk to nonsense. And then you're fucking lying, bitch. You're fucking lying, bitch. Run your dick sucker. I'm calm as fucking could be.
Video, so things could be edited out if it got going south.
This was yesterday.
Then it was like, nope, let's just go live and do this. The text messages exist. I don't know what's so fucking
I
funny
gotta
to you.
step in on this because
You got to step in on this, Cletus. Go ahead.
I was there too. Did
You were there.
you say no? I'm not taking part in a live about this.
That I never fucking said that, Cletus.
No, I'm not
No,
saying
no,
that.
no,
It's not
no,
what I
no,
fucking
no,
said,
Lord,
Cletus.
Lord,
I
Lord.
said it was supposed to be
Get
a
the fuck out of
pre-recorded
here,
video.
bro.
That was a shit
Get
show
the
in
fuck out
itself.
of here. Get the fuck out of here.
I never said that. I never said I wasn't going to take part. I said it was supposed to be a pre-recorded video.
I didn't say it wasn't going to be a part of it. I said that was the first part. It was supposed to be on Duchess's. Then it was going to be on Clue's. Then it was going to be a pre-recorded video. So if it went south, it could be edited out. And then it was, let's just go live. Everybody's here. She was fine with it. It was like, okay. And I sure as hell did say, just be careful what you
She
say
makes
because it's going
problems.
to
What
be
you
torn
mean, what's
apart.
the problem? This bitch don't do nothing but make problems. You can tell she don't get good dick. She's always miserable.
Why are you so fucking triggered? Don't get good dick.
Like, my God. Never
I mean,
in my life.
hey,
Never in my life.
I guess if my misery is not getting good dick, my misery isn't involving myself in missing children's cases and acting like I'm going to solve a case and targeting parents on both sides, from one side to the other.
Let me
First
get a
you were pro
whiteboard.
Seth,
Let
and
me
then you
get a
were this.
whiteboard and do all the inconsistencies.
Yeah, that made you nervous, didn't it? Didn't it? Because you were a part of the flip-flop and you were Team Seth going after Chris and Katie, calling into Pascal, saying all the things, using the rumor mill. That should have made you nervous because you were one of the biggest flip-floppers, shit show creators.
Yeah, because it's important because laws need to change because of people like this. Laws need to change to protect victims and their families so things don't continue to happen like this to them. Because no matter at the end of the day, all of us can shut this shit off. This family's life.
Jones and I told him that supposedly I'm not getting good dick, and he was like, maybe I should not repeat what he said, actually, because he said, how can you tell if it's good dick when you're throwing a hot dog down a hallway?
It's forever changed.
And that wasn't directed at me, as you know.
Yeah, and let's not
curse rumors.
Yeah, Claire, just don't curse nonsense.
Oh, I don't
Let's keep
care.
it clear.
I could care less if she goes real life. That's all she's got.
No,
I could care less if she brings up
you come
me
up here
getting
talking
dick
about
or
this
anything.
is-
It's
no,
immature
hold on.
side. I
because
could give
see,
two shits.
This is where you got to call somebody out when they need to be called out. You come
Call
up
it
here and say this isn't an attack on Clue, but you.
This is where you got to call somebody out. Clue is the only one on the panel that was a part of the base narrative.
You're not the only one.
Drama is here, blah blah blah. No, bitch, you didn't say all of us. You said
Okay. Well, here, you want me to name the
That's
other names?
not-
Smiley Stories World. She
That's facts. And
was
you can't-
involved. Pascal,
it's recorded
JLR.
right now. You're gonna
NJ, it was. But, when you've taken all of the hits over and over again, you just don't really. Root is nice in these parts.
to sit here and say
You're the
we
one on
all
the
are.
panel.
That ain't what you just said, bro.
You
just
aren't
said
the only
you
one that's
are the
involved,
reason.
bro.
So go
Here's
fuck
the other names.
yourself.
Smiley Story was involved by this time. Pascal was involved. JLR was covering it. You were covering it.
Oh, but you
Trevor
okay?
Lee.
Okay, I hear you. But you got the nerve to come up here and be like, you are the reason for all the madness.
You're the only one on the panel. If Smiley was here, I would have included her name too. You're the one on this panel. You're the
didn't
one
mention them
acting
because
like
they
you
aren't
haven't
here.
played games the
This
entire time,
man-
Clue.
Grow up, bro.
Grow up. Grow up, because it's fucking fun in games to dangle information for fodder on the internet over families going through their worst times. Grow up. Really. Anyways, this is what truly happens to these families. And it's not the first time it's happened to a family, and I'm sure it won't be the last. But this is not true crime to rip people's families apart and exploit them for the fucking worst potential. Inside rumors, inside sources. Well, a friend of a friend of a friend said this. A 16-year-old's dignity has completely been stripped through the last 9 months. And nobody seems to care about that.
Well, unfortunately, I mean, like, I agree with you. Like, a lot of content creators have done that, but also, unfortunately,
Crazy bitches.
Let's not say that. Unfortunately, also,
B. Tim is the only motherfucker on that panel that stood up for the fucking facts. Let me remind you. Thank you, B. Tim. And he's the only one that says, no, don't do that. Don't do that. Which, it's fine to me. I could care less. Everybody else was silent, which is expected and totally fine. They probably didn't even know what I was really speaking on.
I would say Seth kind of contributed to it. You have outside weirdo
100%.
celebrities. I mean, like, this has been a story where you
Terry
can't really
Lynn.
place. Yeah, Terry Lynn. You can't really place blame on like only Clue.
No,
It's
I'm
a
not.
lot of
Tim,
people.
not at all. Not at all. Not one bit. She's the only one on this panel, so that's why I addressed that. But
But that's
factually
not what you
speaking-
said. Again, I'm going to point out that.
Oh my God.
you
Okay,
are the
Clue.
reason.
I'm sorry. I'm
You
sorry.
are
I
the
only
reason.
pointed
No,
out you because you're the only one
No,
on this
I'm
panel.
good. I
I'm
know how
sorry.
you feel. I know how you
I'm
feel.
sorry
because
I
guess
hurt
what?
your feelings.
No, you didn't. You don't hurt my
Terry
feelings.
Lynn was
bitch.
involved from
You gotta
jump.
be
Terry Lynn
somebody.
started covering it the very first day,
You have to
the
be
27th
someone
of February.
to
Then
hurt
the
feelings.
rumor mill started going. It was all there. Every bit of it started going after this family, picking Katie apart. Oh, well, she's not acting like this. And if I had a child missing, all of them, then it was, well, Chris has got an active protection order on him, which never existed. Then it was, he threatened media with a pew-pew. Never happened. Then it was the rumor mill from the locals. Never happened. And it just blossomed from there. Terry Lynn, Smiley, Trevor Lee, Clue, Pascal, JLR, they were all some of the first creators involved in this. And you can go back and watch it yourself. You can see it all play out, unfold, and it's just continued to gain steam from there.
Can I say something real quick? I don't know you nonsense. So no disrespect.
Jax is always super cool when he's on panel over at Granny's and stuff.
One thing that I have noticed is yes, Clue has been here from the beginning. I also know as a fact over these last 10 months of this case, a lot of views have evolved. And I feel like Clue really just wants to help. I saw that she was in when they showed the court for Bullhorn Betty. Clue was there, sitting next to the parents. You know, she
I
was
can
out
give you
there.
that. And let me be clear, I didn't need anybody to back me up, even beat him. I said it was fine. But you'll notice yesterday morning too, and in all fairness, a lot of people probably didn't even know what I was talking about. But it was silent. Nobody even asked me a question like, what are you talking about? Where did this, like, nothing. It was just a little like, okay, which I'm thankful for an open panel to be able to say these things. So there's that. I was, from what the sounds of it were in the chat, I was being ripped to shreds. It is what it is. I can give you that, Jack.
She was out there, boots on the ground, you know, and she's personally spoke to Seth as well. And Seth has put out misinformation about Clue that she has verified was misinformation.
And it doesn't matter. Again, she was pro team Seth, came out swinging at Chris and Katie, aligned herself with Seth, then switched it up, started going after Seth. Both things can be true. It doesn't overlook her fucking behavior, period.
Saying that he didn't know she was a YouTuber. And she said at our first...
Granny, I don't expect it at all. Truly, you know that. I'm actually glad nobody else did, because the sideline attacks probably would have been even worse than what was going on. And you guys aren't going to know the situation as far as like the Gabby interview. None of you guys would have had a clue.
At our first meeting, she said I was knee deep in the mud, and he comes up, and I told him who I was, and I told him I was a YouTuber, so that's not true. So there has been misinformation about
absolutely
Clue as well. I feel like there's been misinformation a little bit of everywhere, but arguing about the misinformation right now is not going to help us.
Yeah, I'm thankful for a panel that I can go up. Queen has the opportunity to hit that button, and she let me go. I will always give Queen credit for she lets me when she knows if I'm coming on, there's something I want to address. And she's always given me that space. So I'm always grateful for that. Because it continues, Jax. That's what I think you're missing the point of why I said what I did, and not to cut you off, but it's because it continues, and it continues to be targeted attacks from one side to the other. All that last night provided, at the end of the day, you are valid in what you're saying about this could be her form of caring. Absolutely.
Yes.
She is entitled to switch her opinions also. And I gave her that too, along with other people that have involved themselves and got close with one side and then the other. But this is where it comes down to the harm that is being done, because all that happened out of last night was the creators aren't being picked apart, besides a few of them, but the family. Once again, Chris can't say anything right. He's a controlling abuse of this. The misinformation that has been inlaid from jump has built a narrative, an entire narrative. And no matter how we look at it, it will never be undone. That misinformation directed this case in a different direction. And it is a problem. So, Jen, you shouldn't have to choose anything. If you stand for victims and their families, let me be very clear on this. I am so sick of I stand with hashtag Clue. I stand with hashtag this creator. I stand with hashtag that creator. What about standing by victims and their families? What about standing by the truth? What about standing by the facts? You shouldn't have to choose a creator because we're all just flawed human beings like the rest of you. You should not stand with any creator, because at the end of the day, you can stand by them. They can be your friends, everything of that nature. But at the end of the day, what about standing with victims? And right is right and wrong is wrong. And what they did to this family, and she was a huge part of, will not be overlooked. So hashtag I stand with victims. You stand by what was done to victims. Like, because there was a lot of I stand with Clue bullshit, of course, off of this. Stand by her. But don't ever say you stand by victims. But you shouldn't ever have to choose. Truly. People go from chat to chat. I've seen people in this chat that trash me on the fucking daily coming in here and being part of this. I don't give a shit.
Most of you, I don't even fucking know who you are, nor do I care. The ones that trash me.
Oh,
One
Yeah, but the
one
parents play a
person,
role in that.
yeah,
absolutely, 100%.
one person that's been putting out that narrative a lot is Seth. And I believe it was on Granny's
It started before Seth, though, Jax. That's what you're not understanding.
panel where I believe it was Granny that said, you know, it's like that team with Seth's team, they're all like just a bunch of misfits that found people. You know what I mean?
I
And you
said it a
have
little
to,
differently, but it was pretty similar.
Oh,
oh,
that
yeah.
team.
So, well, the way I see it too is that you have to think of probably Seth's life before he went missing. He probably he seemed like he was kind of a loner, and then now his son is missing, and I don't think he meant to find all these new friends, and now he's on YouTube.
But this is okay. This is such a deflection that was not needed. This is deflecting from Clue's behavior to Seth's behavior. No comparison. Completely the wrong deflection to take here with what I was calling Clue to the carpet for.
He's on lives. He's getting all this attention. I think he's eating it up, and I think he's kind of milking it. But I feel like he's also attacking. He's also attacking Katie and Chris. So it's not even just us YouTubers. We're getting this.
You're again. I'm talking about Clue and establishing baseline bullshit that was concocted and ran with this entire fucking 9 months from misinformation. And you deflect to Seth. It just is not a comparison here. All things can be true, but to not acknowledge that she plays a huge, significant role in the misinformation, the inside sources, the dangling of information is bullshit.
From another parent, you know what I mean? So now the parents are split, and so now the YouTubers kind of choose which way. And
I think he was just uncomfortable, possibly, and why he changed topics. Granny,
we have to try and stay moderate. We have to kind of stay in the middle so we can look at both sides.
He's always super respectful. I got to give him that. Like, he is always super respectful, and I don't even think it was an intentional deflection, but that's what happens.
But yeah, there is a lot of misinformation because we weren't there. So we try to do our best to understand what both sides are saying, but both sides are against each other. You know what I mean?
You got to understand at the baseline of this, none of these creators are parents of a missing child. None of them are parents. So comparing a creator to a parent it's not going to land.
Absolutely. You are completely correct again on that. The fact that both families, and I think Granny chimed in and said that both families have played a big role in narratives and things being said. That's not to be discounted at all. But in the beginning, when Chris and Katie came out, they were the first ones to come out.
And this is where I take and acknowledge what he said is valid and wrap it back up
and ask for awareness. It was through Duchess's page. And then they did a media interview the day after and so on. Seth didn't come out until after they came out and spoke. And that's overlooked by so many. Like, Seth has been doing this all along. Chris and Katie are cut down of why did they wait so long? Like, every single thing, it doesn't matter. But this is what happens. There was already a Facebook group made by this time. By February 27th, there was a Facebook group made to go after and paint narratives about these people. It is a constant problem in these cases. It's just wash, rinse, repeat. They target, they pick things apart. There's inside sources, there's rumors, their house is being gone through and blasted. Zillow images of their homes, their floor plans of their homes. Like,
who do you think was the first one to Zillow their home? In the comment section, who was the first one to Zillow their home? Tell me in the comment section. What creator was the first one to blast Katie and Chris's floor plan on the internet? Chasing, ding, ding, ding. Chasing, ding, ding, ding. Well, Terry Lynn might have done it too in the same time frame. It was Terry Lynn and Clue, but Terry Lynn has taken those videos down. But they were within the same day. Yep, Clue and Terry Lynn. That's your answer. Clue and Terry Lynn, both. Yes, Janice. Who did the first drive-by of their home in their neighborhood? That's a twofold too. One did it without showing their house, and one did it showing their house. Clue, and then Terry Lynn. Yep, within days. They were both in the neighborhood and All in that entire window right there, from the date he went missing to the very first part of March, Clue and Terry Lynn, both of them locals, were up and involved, showing floor plans, talking about their private custody matters and agreements, the rumors that were circulating around town. Yep. 100%. And I showed it again. Terry Lynn's videos are down because when I started this whole playlist and time frame, she yanked her videos while I was reviewing it. But she absolutely, Terry Lynn was a huge foundation of misinformation, huge foundational piece. But them two, Clue and Terry Lynn, were one after the other. One would do it, the other one would do it. One would do it, the other one would do it. Their property, their homes, driving by, getting associated with people involved. Yeah, crazy, huh?
It gets so real life. And then the families, of course, like divide and conquer. Seth has his team, Chris and Katie have theirs. And unfortunately, it just continues to go. It's a mess. It's a shit show, but it happens in case.
Granny and Queen don't even come into the end of March, closer to the end of March. They don't even start covering this until the end of March. In our timeline, we are still on the 8th. We're going into the 8th of March. And the shit storm baseline has already started. The Zillow images being blasted, the rumors from Facebook being used as content, all of that was already there. That's what I'm getting at, is the baseline.
Case after case after case. And at the end of the day, we can all shut this off. These families cannot. Their lives are forever changed. Some of the allegations that have been levied against some of these people are life-changing. I got to run. But thank you for letting me up, Queen. Sorry to take it south, but it's annoying. Thank you, Jax, for your opinions too.
And again, major respect for Queen for allowing me to come up on the panel and do that shit. She doesn't have to. She could have shut me off. So major respect. So I'm not angry that nobody stepped in. But you notice Clue's husband had to step in. B. Tim tried, and I was like, no, let her go. Let her be foul. Let her do it. Let her do that. Dolly wasn't in Dolly was not in the area until, let me tell you exactly. Dolly shows up the 24th of March.
Oh, you're welcome.
I think for a lot of people, what it comes down to, though, is like, this is that sector, right? And I know there's a lot of fault to it, but at the same time, can we really gatekeep how others run a discussion? And
it's not gatekeeping how a discussion is made. The trauma, but again, Clue calls herself true crime. This is not, and there's many different identifications on this panel of what community they align with or what community they call home. What I am trying to get established here, and people need to understand, is the bigger picture. The bigger picture is this is case after case. This is your real-time building of narratives. Before, like I said in the beginning of this, it used to be your tabloid magazines in the checkout aisles. It used to be your Jerry Springer, Geraldo Rivera, Dr. Phil. There is a buffer there between production time and air time, print time on the magazines. You are getting access to real life information, and people who claim they are quote unquote true crime are doing the same things those writers, those producers used to do to build a show. They're building storylines off of rumors, speculation, and this is real life cases. A missing child case should never be in this arena. It's not gatekeeping how somebody does this. This is dangerous. There's real life implications for so many people that this is done to, family after family after family, that will never change. Okay, so there's that. So I'm going to fast forward it to when truth comes up, because it's just shortly after I bounce out. He pops on panel, and I want to hear that part.
What's going on here in the...
And I will continue to stand by. I don't know what laws need to be changed. I don't know how to go about it. We have a lot of stuff that we've got to try to sort out of what is potential to change laws, what can be effective so these families aren't destroyed over and over again, and this continues to happen to these families. We don't know. I don't know. I don't have the answer. But in order to get there, we have to be honest about how we got here to begin with. There is a playbook of sorts that content creators are your new Geraldo Rivera's. They're the new Jerry Springers. They're your new TMZ or US, what is it, Star, whatever those magazines were. That is your new access, but this is real time. The access to information has changed because it's at your fingertips. They are story building right in front of you, sometimes with their panels and chats, and it gets ran with. These people's lives are being destroyed. And a lot of the times, unfortunately, the people's lives that are being destroyed do play a part in it. They do. Sometimes they're willful participants in it. But something has to happen to protect the victims, because ultimately, in this situation, Sebastian's case is still an awareness case of missing teenager. We don't even have a crime at this point from law enforcement or evidence of a crime yet to say exactly what is here. Does this need justice? We don't have that. So people calling themselves true crime who insert themselves, they're building a true crime case off of what should have been awareness for a missing person. And there has to be boundaries. Don't know how that's going to happen. Don't have the answers, of course. But in order to even get a solution, people have to be willing to realize this happens time and time again.
It is a big shit show, but that's because something has happened to this boy and everybody cares about it. It's just some people choose sides and some people try to stay neutral.
Choosing sides is an absolute must. It's an absolute must. It's part of the storyline. It's how they build their story.
What's up?
Thank you for explaining that, Jax.
I just want to say real quick, I like Jax, by the way.
What's up, Truth? What's up, Truth?
What's going on, everybody? How we going?
What's happening, man? We sound pretty shit. That's another reason I didn't talk too much. I sound pretty shitty right now. So
I went to get some medicine in the middle of the night, but hopefully it works. So I hear there's quite a few upset people with me this morning.
Yeah, there's a few people that are pretty upset.
Okay, can I just say something real quick that I think is interesting? You know, I didn't invite, Chris on my panel. I didn't know Chris was in my chat room, right? There was.
And no, stop with the bullshit. I'm not mad at Queen for not standing up for me. Stop the fucking bullshit, people. That's not what I said. I don't expect these things. I'm just pointing out the hypocrisy. So many people expect to be defended and people to jump in and take up for you. I've never been one to expect that. So stop the bullshit already. That's not what I said. Queen always gives me time to jump up there and say what I got to say when I feel the necessary need to say it. She knows that she can cut me off if she chooses to. She doesn't do that. So don't start the shit. I didn't talk shit. I'm not talking shit. I'm pointing out hypocrisy. I don't involve myself in certain shit. I don't expect people to jump into shit. I had it. Obviously, I think Duchess calls it rat-a-tat-tat. I was just spiraling at the mouth. I don't need that. I'm just pointing out hypocrisy. Certain people get real mad if they're not defended. I'm not one of those people. Hey, Pen, thank you for becoming a member.
No plan about how last night went.
Starting shit.
But let me say this. It's really interesting to me that we constantly look at Seth's side and talk about, they're pushing out all of this information, pushing out all of this bullshit information. And the reality is both sides have been doing it. And anybody who's going to say otherwise is lying. Now, it doesn't mean that they're pushing narratives that are, this person did it or that person. It's the narrative that, you're doing nothing wrong. You're not talking behind the scenes. And it's bullshit, because I know there's certain ones that talk to multiple people on this panel right now behind the scenes and give them information that then they go on their program with and talk about. But I'm just not sure if those individuals are going to stand up and be honest with themselves and the people that watch them. At the end of the day, my objective is
that's why I popped up
to
this
go home.
I was kind of picking up a little bit of what she was laying down, but not all of it. Because like I said, I've had conversations with Chris, but not very many. I don't talk to him every day. I don't talk to him very often at all, matter of fact. So
see, and this is where I think it was very obvious to me that Queen didn't have a clue what was going on that panel. So again, I think there was intentional situations that were inlaid, but I don't think Queen, Granny, Body had any part in it.
Information I've received from Chris has not come onto the internet, unless it was a clarification. Like you know, this rumor saying this, but this is the fact of it. But for the most part, no.
Okay, hold on. Did I lie about what I said about the internet and the coming into the neighborhood?
Nope.
No,
Lie
you
or
didn't
omission?
lie, but you were.
Suds says, respectfully, how should we discuss the case? I don't take sides or slam parents. I've lost had a child. I have sympathy and empathy, but I feel guilty for being interested in these cases. Suds, I don't think you should ever feel, I think that's human nature, if I'm being honest. Donna, thank you for becoming a member. And Suds, thank you for the support. I think human nature is going to have interest in these cases. I don't have an answer of how cases should be discussed. But again, I think separating out that this is a missing child and release of information and dangling of information can be dangerous for the missing child. Like true crime cases, if it's the crime has already been committed and the acts have already been done, that's a dip. You've got to separate out missing cases from true crime. And I think in an active flowing case such as a missing child, missing teenagers case, natural human instinct is going to be to speculate like, oh, what happened? What could have happened? I think that's natural instinct. But I think doing it with integrity, fact-based from law enforcement, only sharing the facts because you are trying to help bring awareness to the missing child is very, very important. I don't have an answer as far as going beyond that. At this point in time, I don't have a specific, like this would help. But I think recognizing what the difference is, awareness versus a true crime would be huge. And I don't think most people, because they involve themselves in missing cases and instantly concoct or play a real life game of Clue to find a case, to build a case. Does that make sense? There's a significant difference between awareness and building a storyline to create a potential crime or who's guilty of a crime. And thank you for the support once again.
And I was really perturbed last night. Not that I'm not going to watch you ever again. Not that I'm pissed off at you, but I was a little perturbed. I was quite perturbed last night, pissed off, because what you did was you put out this whole Wi-Fi thing, and then you stopped, and you didn't.
I got to give Cheesy huge props. Cheesy was on it yesterday.
Clarify that it could have been on the 26th. You just put it out there that it could have been the
Absolutely,
24th. It could have been the 25th. Listen,
I absolutely did. Go back and listen because
yes,
it was.
no, you
it
didn't.
was.
You go back and listen because at first
I did.
all you
I
said,
literally
listen,
said. Go ahead.
what you said was you put it out about the Wi-Fi and the truck thing. You did not specify right away, immediately. You just left it out there, and then all of a sudden, Body Movement, everybody else was talking about it, and then you're like, yeah, it could have been the 26th at 1 p.m. or whatever when he came back to town. You put it out there, and then you left it, and then you didn't correct it until a little bit later.
Agree.
That's the kind of thing that I was pissed off about. I thought it was very irresponsible.
Okay.
Am I mad at you?
Hold on.
No.
Yes,
And this is a conversation that you had with Chris behind the scenes. That kind of stuff shouldn't be put out here. What if that was something that could be used in court later? What if that's something in the investigation?
Granny, I agree. Like he could, I mean, who cares if he likes Chris or not? Nobody has to like Chris. Nobody has to like Katie. We don't know these people truly. That could be his opinions on it. But what he is doing is dangling all these bits of information to say that that's why he doesn't like these people, because of insider info or things that he's found out. And then he tells us that other people have been a part of these calls and stuff and other, like the way he did it. Like he doesn't have to like Chris, period. And he can think Katie's guilty. Okay. But dangling all these little details here and baiting things the way he did, I think is where it becomes problematic.
And that should not be put out here. We need to be responsible with what we're putting out here. That's what I was mad about. Go on, go ahead.
Let's talk about it then. Who's the one who brought me that information?
Apparently Chris told you that. But that was a phone conversation that you had with him behind the scenes. That's not something that was out on YouTube.
I will say though that sometimes, like with me, Chris never clarified the time. He never said like on the 26th or there's that. The way he just presented it to me was and I told you all, I was honest with you. It made the hair stand up. It made me very uncomfortable. And sometimes when speaking with Chris.
So Chris didn't give you a time. Did he give you a time, Truth?
No, that's what I said last night.
Okay. Then that makes it even more irresponsible.
Yeah.
Because if it wasn't put out that it was the 26th, that could have been very specific information that could be used in the investigation to find Sebastian. And
So
that is definitely stuff. If you didn't know that that was the 26th, that was the date, that could have
What?
been
You
used in
said-
the investigation, and putting that out here could have hurt the investigation immensely.
Cheesy did great with this.
Wait, wait.
Hold on.
How did I break him to speak on it?
Wait. Can I say something? Because I've been listening. Why did you not ask him a follow-up question, Truth? That was this what date? Like, was it the 25th, the 26th? You're on a phone conversation. Why didn't you ask the following?
Because he volunteered that.
You couldn't.
He volunteered the time of 1 p.m.
Well, 1
On
p.m.
live.
Bama, isn't it interesting that she just kind of pops up certain times later on, or I don't know. It's interesting to me. There's just so many things I could say. She goes quiet here in a little bit and then pops in really quick. It's interesting.
He didn't say that beforehand.
No, I'm saying the date, not the time. You're saying that he never told you the date?
And I'm not going to act like I like her. My opinion hasn't changed from yesterday. I didn't like her going into yesterday. And I don't like her more and more the more I go back and see how she concocted stories around this case. I don't know. And I don't care. Like, there's no love lost there. Another stranger in the United States. Who cares? But the reasons I don't like her is because of the manipulation and the fact that he obviously wasn't on these calls by himself. And to me, who else is on those calls with him? He didn't name, could be anybody. But my assumption is because he was close with her in the beginning, it would probably be her. So she knows the same shit that he knows. He said flat out, he wasn't taking part in these conversations by himself. So who else is on the call and heard the same information and is acting like they didn't hear this information? I don't know. Could it be somebody other than Clue?
No, he said the 25th, 26th is when they did the test. Like what was in the neighborhood. That's what was said.
Okay, I'm not going to separate it. The private conversation you had, did you know about the date and time?
No. I knew that it was the day of, it was the day before or the day of Sebastian's disappearance. We didn't know what, and furthermore, let me just put it this way.
And your whole intention of talking to him, you said, was to find out information about Sebastian. So if he says that to you, you didn't push back and ask about, well, when did they run the geofencing and notice your truck was in the area? Huh?
I find it very interesting that I start calling out some bullshit, and all of y'all know what I'm talking about. This is what's insane to me.
All of y'all know what I'm talking about. All of y'all know what I'm talking about.
This isn't a secret to creators. Y'all know more than I know. Some of y'all, some people are
name fucking names.
Talking to Chris once, twice a week. If he's not pushing the narrative, what are y'all talking about?
But who? Other than Clue?
Not me. I don't know.
Jax. So who though?
Jax is not. Jax is up here. He's not talking to anyone.
B Tim, Cheesy, Queen Bee, Granny, Clue. Who are you talking to? Elevated?
No, I'm just listening to all sides and just trying to evolve my own opinion. I'm kind of just staying neutral, but I'm listening.
Me and Jax, we didn't talk to anyone. So I mean, I'm both with Jax here. I didn't talk to anyone behind the scenes. So
I didn't either.
So Cheesy didn't. So you're implying either Clue or Queen is talking, and Granny's talking to him twice a week.
B Tim just narrows it right down.
This is the problem. Like, you need to talk specifics when you put stuff out like that.
I'm sure I'm not talking to him now 2 times a week. Like I said, I barely talk to him.
So Queen sets herself right there, and we already know Granny has talked to him twice
before, so I know.
So he's implying Clue again.
Fucking ain't me.
I don't speak to him often.
Yeah,
I don't speak to him often.
So it's not me.
We already knew Clue did. We knew Clue talked to him all the time. They lived there. That's no secret.
I mean, I'm not going to lie. I talked to him about becoming a crane operator. If that needs to go on the internet, I can put that out.
Well, no, but I'm just saying, like, we already knew you talked to him. I mean, you're there. You go to court with him. You're like, you fucking.
Oh, she knows. She knows he's talking about her. Oh, she knows. She knew in the first live that he did that he was protecting her.
We know this. Like,
that's my opinion.
I think
all right, people can be mad at me, but here's the thing: the truth about everything will come out in the end, right? Yep. People keep saying you keep talking about information you know. Yes, the same information that most of the creators on here know.
Jonesin, and I think that's why when he asked her that one question in the first segment that we watched, when he slid back in his chair and Queen caught it too and said, "What's up with that?" I think it's because she went the opposite direction of what they have previously talked about
things that shouldn't be put on here about a young man. I'm not going to do it. And if that makes me look like I'm some asshole because I won't do it, so be it.
Well, no one's asking
you to do that. It's the same situation as when I met Seth, and he told me what he did. I didn't come and run to that to the internet with that. There's nothing wrong with that, Truth. I don't see where that's I don't see how anyone could be upset with you over that. Could you imagine if I would have met Seth and now I know it's my fault that this case is just as crazy as it is.
She's acknowledging right here that she said there's nothing wrong with that.
I just heard that, okay?
But it's her.
But could you imagine if I would have met with Seth in that construction yard and he told me what he did? Did you see the chaos that ensued after he finally had to come out and say it because none of us creators was going to put that on the internet? Like, no, I mean, there are some things that nobody could be upset with you over for not saying. I don't think that you should feel like people are going to be upset with you. That's crazy.
If I may, I think what it is, because I kind of relate to Truth on this, is that we didn't go seeking this information. We didn't ask for it. And it's quite a burden.
Revival. Yeah. There was mention early on about the DA being very highly involved and getting updates from law enforcement very early on. Yes.
I understand that. And I'm not saying that you guys sought out the information, but if these families are telling you stuff behind the scenes, like I said,
and the source of that is Nick Barris,
you guys are kind of missing the point. The point of the matter is he didn't clarify, and Truth is saying that, and I'm not fighting with you, Truth. I don't want you to think I'm fighting with you. This is just a conversation we're having. Anyways, I thought it was irresponsible because you didn't put the date out there, and now you're saying that Chris didn't tell you the date. So you were putting that information out there that it could have been the 24th, the 25th, not knowing that it was the 26th. That's irresponsible to me, because like I said, that is something that could be used in the investigation. That's something law enforcement probably would not want to be out here if it was the 24th or the 25th. Now I'm talking.
Yeah, I would have been the follow-up question. I would have asked him the 26th, because then I would have been like, is your alibi the same? Because you told the cops you were at work, and now you're telling me that your Wi-Fi is attached to the 24th and 25th. So which is the truth? And then
I go back to Granny. Can I ask you a question?
I would have probably
First of all, y'all got the dates wrong. I never said the 24th, 25th. I said 25th, 26th.
No,
I never said the 24th.
You're saying the private conversation. He never followed up with the dates. He told you the date.
But even if you said the 25th, 26th, you still said the 25th out there, which would have been a total alibi killer for Chris, and that would have screwed up the investigation. You see what I'm saying? It was irresponsible. I stand on that. It was very irresponsible for you to put that out there that way. I'm sorry.
With all due respect, it'd be real funny if I just put a whole bunch of receipts out and blew everything up, but then I would be the asshole, right?
Well, if you feel like you need to put them out, put them out.
Well, if it would screw up the investigation, no, please don't put anything out there.
How am I, out of everybody on this internet covering this case, is screwing up an investigation? Because I talk about the fact that, it wasn't even the fact that his Wi-Fi was in there. Y'all missed the point. It was because he said, those stupid motherfuckers don't even realize it was my truck. That's what got my attention. When you're saying that law enforcement is...
And just to be clear, for anybody that... T, thank you for being a member. Just to be clear, I just asked Granny because I don't know if she's still here, but Granny has never, just to be clear, so this is set straight, Granny has never been on a call with Truth and Chris at the same time, because Truth does say in the first segment that somebody is always present when he has talked to Chris. Okay? Let me set this apart here. Now follow me. Truth says somebody else has always been on the call. Supposedly, Granny acknowledges, I was told that too, basically. But she's very clear. But that phone call was not them two on a call together with Chris. So Truth, there is somebody else in this group that knows exactly the same shit, and they're not saying a word. Who do you think that is? Granny and Truth haven't been on a call with Chris?
Stupid and didn't realize it was your truck's Wi-Fi and then laughed about it.
Truth,
Granny, that's not what the hell happened?
Truth, I'm just going to
Mine
say.
was a little bit different, but it's similar.
It's on us. I'm the reason for all the madness, and you're the reason for...
No,
I'm not saying
no,
that.
I'm a friendly. I'm a friendly of your guys' channel.
It's a joke. I'm kidding.
I'm just saying,
okay.
I'm just saying that most likely, if you're in a situation like he's in that situation, Seth said the same thing. He doesn't like he's condescending of law enforcement. It's people when they're frustrated about the case not moving forward. It could have been Chris being frustrated that these people are not he was feeling that they weren't doing the proper investigation. Like, all these motherfuckers, and they don't know what they're doing. They didn't even know it was my truck. You know what I mean? It doesn't have to be a nefarious statement that he said that. I mean, you know what I mean? It could be frustration. He was saying that. You know,
I agree. I'm with you on that. Like, I mean, it could have been a situation where he's like, really?
Jax, thanks for becoming a member. Welcome to the Cabana. And thank you for being respectful to me yesterday.
You guys aren't competent to even realize that that is my truck.
Yeah, I mean, like, it doesn't mean that doesn't. Yeah, you go, please.
Well, again, that's something
Beat him and Cheesy holding it down.
that shouldn't have been put out here. If he's saying these stupid MRFers, the cops are stupid, they don't even know that that was my truck. That's still not something that should have been put out here. That's something that should have been turned into law enforcement. Because obviously law enforcement didn't pick up that that was his truck. And if he was in the area, if they did see his Wi-Fi in the area on the 24th or the 25th, that is important to the investigation. Huh?
Everybody keeps saying the 24th. It was the 25th and the 26th that was stated.
What I'm saying is,
Delegate Titanium, you're up here with us. Give me 1 second. I have the clip pulled. We can listen to the clip so you guys so we don't have to argue about the date.
No, what I'm saying is, though, he's saying, can you listen to me for a second? He's saying that he didn't put out the date, but he had no clue that it was the 26th, okay, that the Wi-Fi was picked up. If it was actually on the 24th or the 25th, that screws Chris's alibi. And that is an important thing in the investigation. That's what I'm trying to say. And it's irresponsible to put it out here if that was his alibi. And
go Cheesy. Go Cheesy.
And that screws his alibi. You know what I'm trying to say here?
I do.
You guys are missing the point.
You're also under the assumption that this information was not turned into TBI or FBI or LE, right?
And we don't know that because Chris told him, oh, these stupid MRFers don't know that it was my Wi-Fi. So if the cops did see that Wi-Fi on the 24th or 25th, that is an important part of the case and in the investigation is what I'm trying to say.
25th and 26th.
But what I'm saying is if that's what Chris is saying. But if the Wi-Fi is picked up on the 24th or 25th.
25th and 26th.
She was trying to make a point with the date.
Listen
I
to
was
me.
following her.
If not what Chris said. If the cops saw the Wi-Fi was picked up for that truck on like the 24th or the 25th, that would screw up Chris's alibi is what I'm saying.
Joneson, are you still here? Joneson, if you're still here, after I'm done with this, are you okay with me playing a segment out of your live last night between Nunya, Dietz, and me? I would like to play that because I think that conversation might open some people's eyes to kind of my point of like trying to get the bigger picture. If that's okay with you, I'm sure it's okay with you. I mean, I'm playing Queens and I'm sure it's fine with her too.
Not what Chris is saying. What if they have information? What if the cops have these dates of the 24th and the 25th that this truck was in town? Is what I'm trying to say.
Will you guys do me a favor too? One of my mods, will you drop Queen's link in the chat for me, please? And thank you.
Say, this is not something that should be put out on the internet. This is something that should have been told to the police. Because what if that Wi-Fi was on there on the 24th or 25th? That's what I'm trying to say.
Then the law enforcement knows.
They already know.
But they don't know it was his truck is what I'm saying. Chris is saying they don't know it was his truck.
No. So the conversation is being a little misconstrued because the way correct me, I mean, Truth, I guess you would have to speak to this, but the way it was said to me is they were saying there's two open networks. And he said the one.
I was glad Granny clarified this.
It's not open. Try to get. Oh, it's open. That's what he said to me verbatim. Oh, it's open. Try to get into it. And the cop said, oh, okay. And they tried to get into it and realized they needed a passcode. And he said it's not an open network. And he was frustrated that they're stating it's an open network when it wasn't because it needed a code because it was his truck.
Hi, can everyone hear me?
Yes,
yeah.
This is Delegate Titanium.
Yeah, hiya. Just really quickly, Hi, I'm good, thanks. I just wanted to really quickly jump up and just say, I think everyone's kind of missing the point. I think the live last night went so arse over tit due to the fact that so much information that was clearly meant to be private.
Yes, Bree, 100%. All she meant was that the truth left, that the truth was left vague on purpose. And people could have thought the 24th. This part was frustrating for me on Cheesy's behalf. It was me too, because I was like, I understand what she's trying to get across. Thank you for the support, Bree.
Was hinted at or insinuated and used as a form of threats towards Chris. I think that's what's got people mostly riled up. One of the comments was, if people knew what you had told me about Sebastian, they'd understand why you were doing what you were doing. It's just stuff that we don't need to know. It's not relevant and it's kind of gross. Chris is actually a victim at the moment. We don't know any different, and we should be treating him and his entire family as a victim and not using gaslighting or threats in order to get what we want on the internet. I
Loved what this person had to say.
don't think Chris deserved that. And I think people have a right to be pissed with truth because it was disgusting. Simple as that.
Loved what she had to say.
I appreciate you coming up and, expressing your opinion. A lot of people are really upset.
Yeah, they are.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah,
To me,
Why is it? Why is it that it's okay for every other channel to have an opinion about Seth, dog Seth, all this shit about Seth, but Chris and Katie are off limits? Here's
Nobody's ever said that. All of them should be off limits for the most part. None of us are investigators.
the thing. I didn't threaten Chris. Chris came up there and
You
said,
did,
basically,
but-
hold on, can I please finish? Can I please finish? Chris came up there and first of all, I didn't know he was coming on my panel. No clue that he was coming up there. He hadn't been on a panel. I haven't even talked to him in weeks.
Yeah, he hasn't been
Right?
online at all.
Second of all, he said,
You knew exactly bullshit. Bullshit. I'm calling bullshit on that. You baited him into that conversation. You are not going to. No, bullshit. I call bullshit on that.
that I was lying about what I said. And I said, and he said, what else did I push behind the scenes? And I said, Chris, don't put me in that position. On a panel, you're calling me a liar and I can answer the question, but you don't want me to do that. He goes to say it again. I said, Chris, don't put me in this position, bro. Right? You're going to call me a liar. And you notice what he did. Respectfully, he didn't keep going at me. He didn't keep yelling at me because he knew what I was saying was right. I don't even think about that. Why did he continue to talk to me? I even asked him, Chris, everything I'm talking about on my panel right now, we've talked about, correct? He said, yes. I said, I told you the last time I talked to you and Katie that eventually I was going to speak my mind on this. And he said, yes. I said, well, that's what I'm doing. And then we had the rest of the live talking. Do you want to know why? Because Chris knew I wasn't full of shit. Chris knows what I know. And Chris didn't go head up with me anymore over it. You should think about why that is.
Oh, shit. T. Marie, thank you for the gifted memberships. Y'all, welcome to the cabana. Yeah. How do you guys feel about this? Put a 1 in the chat. Was this like an intimidation tactic? Well, you don't have to put a 1 in the chat. Tell me what you feel. Was this like intimidating, baiting? What do you feel this was? Emotional blackmail? Bullshit. What do you guys think this? I think it was. I think this was absolutely intentional. I think it was an attempt at intimidating and baiting a conversation. All the above. I could be wrong, but I don't feel like, I think we're all seeing exactly what it was. Sophia, thank you. Thank you for being a member for 2 months.
It sounded like a threat to me that you were going to basically send out private conversations on the internet to basically push your point to me. That's what it sounds like.
He said I was a liar. He called me a liar. He said, well, what are you talking about? We haven't done that. I said, Chris, don't put me in that position to put that out there. He came onto my show and said what I was saying wasn't right and then backtracked. When I asked him, Chris, is anything I'm talking about up here something we haven't discussed? No, we talked about all this. Okay.
So you're in a chat of 2,500 people and you say like that, maybe he doesn't want to put the conversation he had with you on Front Street over 2,500 people watching. Maybe that he felt that was a threat, that you were going to put that out there.
He's the one who told in front of 2,500 people, he said I was lying when I wasn't. He told me I was lying when I wasn't.
About what? What was the point again that you said that you were lying?
Behind the scenes pushing of agenda. Let me give an example. When Katie showed Clue and Steve Crabtree the emails, is that not pushing an agenda?
What would you mean
by
not
behind the scenes pushing an agenda?
But what was the agenda?
Really?
Yeah. Why don't you ask Clue that? Why don't you ask Clue that? Because Clue was part of that with Crabtree. So was that the agenda?
Yeah, we're all three working together.
No, I mean, what was the agenda that she's pushing?
She's trying to make it look like that Seth is lying to everybody, that all this all 10 months later you're releasing this. I'm gonna go
lying about what?
Let's take this step. What?
Lying about what? She's trying to disprove him lying about what?
This is the thing. Y'all don't want somebody to tell the truth because when they do, then you say they put information out there, right? But if I answer your question, I'm putting more private information out there.
Okay, but you're saying that you kind of do. The problem is like when you say like half things like that, people assume the worst when you say pushing an agenda. You know what I mean? Like people
that's what they're doing, Tim.
But like that's
Chris and
the
Katie
problem.
are. Chris and Katie
Well,
are
then
pushing
fucking say it, get out the way. Say it. I mean, say it. Just a fucking. I'm tired of pussyfooting around. Say that. Say what you gotta say.
No, because here's the thing. No,
Insert queen. When queen popped out, I was like, yeah, fucking name it. Name. Say what you gotta say. Stop doing this because you doing this by opening this can of worms. You guys want to know what happened? Who can guess what happened? Who can guess why our internet went down? Anybody? Oh, this is great. Anybody wonder what just happened and why my internet went down? You know that person that's doing electrical work downstairs? Kyle just kicked the fucking breaker. He kicked the breaker because he's installing a dimmer switch. So he intentionally kicked the house breaker, but it's the breaker that has our Wi-Fi on it. I'm up in my bathroom upstairs because I had to come up here and get something. And I'm like, what the hell just happened? I'm like, babe, did you take the internet away? And he's like, sorry. He's like, oh shit, I kicked the breaker. And I'm like, yeah, okay. Anyways, well, the internet comes back up. We will use my hotspot until then. So sorry about that. Normally he's not like, I'm not live when he's fucking with electrical shit. So he's like, oh shit. Here we go. Sorry about that.
who are just as likely to be guilty of something as anybody else.
Yeah, I mean, I think
You know
all
what
the
I'm saying?
parents are suspects because the
Now,
investigation is open. I mean,
y'all here's the funny thing. I'm
Sorry, can I
Wow.
just jump in? I've just got a couple of questions.
Just give me a second. I gotta go back downstairs. Hold on. I was getting a hair tie because my hair's on my face. So give me 1 second. I will run down there and grab my phone and send you a link.
Questions for Truth.
well, I mean, like, it's kind of
Yeah,
answering
we gotta
my
clear. We gotta
question.
get. Yeah, go ahead. So we can clear the piano
Yeah,
off a
okay.
little bit. Go ahead, baby.
Truth, you keep saying people aren't
Yeah,
allowed to talk
he
to
was in the middle of
Chris.
he was in the middle of answering my question, but okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead then, BTM. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry,
I
he was laughing. I
Mom.
didn't think he was going to answer it. Sorry.
I mean, like, that's the thing. I'm like, you're saying that's the problem. It's like when you say, for instance, let's say, like I said,
Here, now you can say it.
Sorry, everyone. Kyle's playing electrician today.
Oh, you guys want to see Kyle's shirt today? Hold on, since he's interrupting our fun.
And no, I didn't get shocked. That's why I turned the breaker off.
His hair stands up like that all on his own.
Yeah,
It's not from electrical. It's not electrical. They're all Kyle the troublemaker. No worries, Kyle. You're out of the. They're not cussing you yet.
me and Truth had conversation, and he's pushing an agenda and something like that. I'm stating this on a live stream. People are going to be like, what the fuck is he talking? They think like nefarious activity. It's not a good idea to do that, man. If you're not going to say anything, don't say anything. If you're going to say something, say it. The problem is the half measure stuff. People assume the worst of the worst stuff, man, and you can't do that.
Right.
Listen, Pete, I respect what you're saying, boss. Okay, I get it. But I also have sat back for 8 months behind the scenes, 7 months behind the scenes, hearing stories change, hearing bullshit pushed, hearing lies come out, hearing people come on panels and outright lie when behind the scenes they're saying something else. I will be the bad guy. I'm cool with that. I'm worried about Sebastian Wayne, Drake Rogers. I don't give a fuck about Chris Proudfoot, Katie Proudfoot, or Seth. I don't. I care about Sebastian. Stop playing games with the young man's life.
If you cared about Sebastian, you wouldn't have done this to begin with, in my opinion. If you cared about the privacy and dignity and the safety of Sebastian, you wouldn't have done this. Not at all. You wouldn't have done this. This wouldn't have even happened. Oopsie. That is my opinion. They all started texting me. Becky, you're gone. I know. Kyle took us to the moon.
Out of the damn garage.
Hold on. I'm sending Duchess a link. Okay, playing this.
I'm not going to agree with you.
I didn't come into this to make friends with Chris Proudfoot. I told him that from the day we first started talking. I didn't talk to Chris and Katie to get information about what kind of awesome, amazing people they are. No, I talked to them to find out about Sebastian. I've spent 30 or 40 hours on the phone with them talking about Sebastian. Okay. All right. I'm not.
Yeah, Chasing agreed.
I'm talking out of my ass.
Do you forget it? Because this is what they do. They dangle stuff. They knew. In my opinion, again, they knew what this was going to cause and create. He knew full on what this was going to create because he's dangling stuff out here without being able to say it. And everybody else that he's wrapping into this is getting backlash too because he's implicating other people. Again, I take it back to him and Granny have never had a three-way conversation with Chris. They both knew about this situation. Okay. He says that he's never talked to Chris without somebody else present. That person isn't Granny. We know that. I clarified with Granny. She says absolutely not. So somebody else was a part of those conversations when he told them this information. So in my opinion, he was expecting someone to back him up and have this conversation. I have an idea that, it is what it is. But it's fucking insane.
Do you think you're a little emotionally too? I mean, like, I think the issue is you're a little emotional. Then that's the problem. It's like I think you think you're gonna break the case and you're an investigator, but you're just a person that's just a common
SS. I think there's other. That's my conspiracy, again. But I go back to if you rewind in here, the good Nunya put her tinfoil hat on and said something that I've been thinking all along.
Conversation. You're just supposed to spread awareness. You're not supposed to do investigations and stuff like that. That's the.
I'm sorry, but to me, you are never going to. You're not reaching out to Nick the Hat. You are not reaching out to Nick the Hat to say, "Hey, I'm close with the parents. I'm close with these parents." If you're not up to nefarious purposes, you're not doing that unless you are going to try and flip the switch and say that you're working all of them to try and break the case. Wouldn't surprise me because people's egos and
cop's job.
All right. Well, listen, I'm okay with y'all having your opinion, right? It's perfectly fine with me. I don't mind. Okay. But a lot of y'all haven't had to sit and listen to the same shit.
Bree, good point. Appeal to authority fallacy. And the authority can't be legally revealed, so we'll never know if it's real or not. Very good point. Very, very good point. And thank you for the support.
Some of us have listened to. Some of y'all don't even know the type of people Chris and Katie are.
See, that's what I mean.
JJ Jones, I do not believe that. I do not believe that they're feds. No. No, I can see why some people might think that. Again, I could be wrong. But and true active, we got to remember, this is a real life here. This is a real life minor child. This is a real person. This is not a game. This is actually somebody's life. If they believe that that person is still alive and likely alive, they are not going to send somebody to a YouTube channel to be doing dangerous things that could potentially harm the victim, which would be Sebastian. So although I can understand where you could get that, potentially because they've also said that they've worked with, adding you to the stage, that they've worked with law enforcement or sent law enforcement information. I do not think whatsoever that they are
Hey,
feds.
can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I don't think my microphone's working.
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
You got to say over.
10-4 rubber ducky. Duchess, come back to us. Can you guys hear her? Yeah, there's
Hold on a
something.
second. Let me drop and come back. I
Okay.
can't hear you.
Okay. I can hear her. She can't hear me. I'll kick her.
Yeah, kick her.
I'll kick her from the studio and she'll come back in. Yeah, I could hear her too. She just can't hear us. Or can't hear me. I guess I'm the only one talking. I definitely feel like they are very close with the. I very much, let me be honest. I think that they have been gathering information all along and taking it to law enforcement. So would I be stunned by the accusation or the allegation eventually that, oh, we're working with law enforcement? Because a lot of people think that them sending information that they're hearing from these people, they align themselves, get information, and then they send it to law enforcement. That's not necessarily working with law enforcement, because law enforcement is not going to send careless, reckless people in to get information and then blast it on YouTube. That's not how it's going to work. So I think some people might eventually say, like, but I think that happens in every case too, that people believe they're self-important in a case because they send stuff to law enforcement that they're being told. Does that make sense? Yeah, I mean, oh, absolutely, Kim. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now. I'm so sorry. My laptop, I've got to get it cleaned up. So, thank you for giving me the link. Hope everybody's doing good. I wanted to take it back to, I'm just telling you, this whole thing that's happened over the last couple of days, I'm kind of glad that I missed it in real time.
I'm not.
Well, listen, you know that we talked on the phone because I had to call you because I was so triggered when all of this started. And I do want to give a shout out to Granny because I felt like she was just trying to bring it all back together.
Yeah.
And of course, I knew it was just going to give all of this extra content to all of these creators. And I'm just really frustrated, I think, because, you know, I realize people don't think it's a good idea to speak to the families. For me to get out awareness, I just want to make this clear. For me to get the information out, I have to speak to the family. And the family did have a connection with me. And that person reached out to me to let me know that they have a family member with a missing child. And they wanted to know if I'd be willing to cover it on my channel. And of course, I'm never going to tell a family no. Right. But I do want to make it really clear that, you know, I don't contact these people. I don't talk to the parents, Sebastian's parents. I don't talk to them all the time. You know, we're not in constant contact. I only reach out to them, you know, like when we first had our interview, it was to get the factual information, you know, and yes, we do have conversations, you know, so that I can get all of the information to find out what they want me to put out onto social media that will help find their son.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying?
There's a big difference.
But in no way, shape, or form am I going to release private conversations or talk about things that, because yes, there are times when families will tell you things because they want you to have an understanding about things that are going on, but it's not for YouTube. It's not for people to have content. It's not to dangle over their heads to say, well, I know you told me this, and or to put it out without their permission. If they tell you something in confidence and it's not there for awareness purposes, then I just don't discuss it, because that's not what it's for, because the integrity of the investigation is so important. And if it's something I feel is concerning, I'll report it to law enforcement. And if it's because it's not for YouTube, it's not for YouTube consumption. It's between law enforcement, if there's something that I'm told, but it's not for anybody else, and
Chico wants you to know that we're not questioning her connections to the Proudfoot family.
Of
She handled
course.
this case with dignity, grace, and integrity. Duchess just wants to set it apart, though, because there is people got to understand too. Like, she was reached out to. She didn't go cold call this family to find out information about the facts around the
because you have to remember, because there are people that are, like Uncle Taco and them saying, well, they wonder if I'm now connected because me and Katie's cousin all met in Myrtle Beach together. That never happened.
Right.
I've never met Katie in person. She's never been to Myrtle Beach. I mean, like and these, like, it's just a whole nother set of narratives that they want to reel you in. Like, what does she know? No, you're never going to get that out of me. It's never going to happen, because that's not who I am. I will not sacrifice the integrity of Sebastian or this case to talk about Seth, these parents, or any of that. If there's something that law enforcement needs to know about, well, then I'll tell them. But it's not everything is for YouTube. And that goes on any case that I ever cover. And I just wanted to set it apart that when I heard this conversation happening, I got a message and I did go over to take a look at it. I was just, I was angry. I was angry because, listen, if you change your mind about how you feel, or you feel that something has been said in private that needs to be reported, then go do that. But you should never talk about it publicly, because if there is something there that is significant, you are hurting the investigation, and you are certainly dampening the efforts to bring Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers home where he belongs.
Yep.
To safety. And that's the part that really makes me angry, is these excuses, and I'm the victim because they told me this and they dropped these hints. Grow up. Grow up and realize that we're all adults, and you could make the decision to take the high road and do the right thing, but you chose not to, and you need to own your shit. People need to do better and stop using all these excuses. Well, and then apologize later, but then continue to do the same things. It just really irritates me, just like it irritated me when Clue called you a liar on Queen's panel. You and I both know exactly how that went down. And the fact that she immediately jumped on you, that really bothers me, because when people show you who they are, you should believe them. I promise you.
That is basically how Duchess and I got connected. For those of you guys that don't know what we're talking about, the Gabby interview. I didn't really know Duchess previous to that, and I didn't really know Clue. And it was my own fault. I will absolutely admit that I didn't do my research on who she was. I was trying to give everybody an open mind this time around. I was trying not to be one-tracked mind, and I overlooked all of the history that I didn't go back and didn't look. I just, took it at surface value. But that is kind of where things kicked off. Was I was asked to be a part of the Gabby interview.
Mm-hmm.
And
Right.
Duchess, initially, we didn't even know if it was going to be on Duchess's panel or Clues. That was being figured out. It was supposed to be a pre-recorded interview because it was very like, they didn't want it as an attack. They didn't want, that's what I understood out of it, was they just wanted to get information out there. Like, she wanted to speak her piece about her interaction with Sebastian and Katie, and that was it. And then how that all transitioned on Queens is confusing to me still, because why lie about that? Like, why fucking lie? Why lie and then call me a liar that I'm what? Like, what was the point of that? It's just weird to me.
Right. And like, I want people to understand that, like, I didn't know Clue before this either. I didn't even know Clue Minotti had a channel. I didn't know her as a YouTube creator. I didn't even know that she had already spoke on Sebastian's case before I interviewed the Proudfoots on my channel. She came over to my live stream, and I did, you know, every now and then I would go check her channel out just to kind of hear what she was saying. But, you know, I just wanted us to be able to come together as a community to help this family be able to locate Sebastian. And I kind of felt like that was the effort that we were trying to pull together to do. And sometimes, you know, I try to give people the benefit of the doubt, but I can't sit, these people can't sit with me, and I will not sit with them. I will not sit by while they do and say the things that they do about other people, all while talking a bunch of shit on their panel and spreading misinformation. And it's a mess. It's a mess, and it actually reflects badly on people. I feel like, for myself personally, for people like Chasing Truth, people like Arctic Fox True Crime,
Mind of
Mind of
Monsters.
Monsters, Southern Gal True Crime. There are really great people. Alec Erickson, I love to
Duty
watch
Ron.
her. Duty Ron. There are amazing creators out here that really take pride in trying to be professional, putting out factual information, giving all of the details that they can to help bring these missing people and children home, to try to access resources, to try to give back to the community in a positive way, to bring people together in a positive way. Yes, Grizzly, I think she does an amazing job. People have people they like, they have people that they don't. And I find myself more than ever unsubscribing from people because I cannot take in all of this negative stuff that's going on in these cases. You know, I try to give people the benefit of the doubt, but once you show me who you are, listen, it's not an airport, and I do not have to announce my departure. I don't have to tag you on a community post to tell you how I feel all about you and make a video. No, you just won't see me. You just won't see me. And sometimes it's because I'm busy. So don't take it personally if I do subscribe to you, because I have a lot going on in my life. But I usually catch those people on the replay because of my time constraints with my family. But there's people that I just can't sit with because I can't sit by and watch the unraveling and the craziness. It frustrates me so bad because I want these people to get justice. I want these people to actually be found. And all of this derision that's happening, creators attacking creators, subscribers stirring up the shit, going to different places, you know, going into chats, and just none of that. It's taking the focus off of what the mission, why I made my channel, why I'm here. So when people don't see me around, it's because I will not partake in the shit show. I will not do it. Don't ask me to do it. Don't ask me to white knight for you. Don't ask me to sit idly by and support that shit, because I'm not going to do it. Don't expect me to do it, because I will not. I will stand up for what's right and truth. You are wrong. Clue, you are wrong. I don't care if you sit with these people because I don't judge your subscribers. But I do expect some of you guys to open your eyes and realize what's happening. You can like who you like. I don't ever tell my subscribers where they can and can't go. But it is high time, everybody, that we wake up and realize that if we are supporting the bullshit, we can't expect this community to get better. We cannot expect better if we don't expect better. Do you hear what I'm saying?
Yes, ma'am.
And I know y'all don't ever hear me really get upset, but I'm telling you what, I am tore the hell up. This is a mess. And I am just so fucking over it. It's a disgrace to this community, what we are trying to do here. I'm trying to help bring these people home. I am trying to help their families have some type of dignity to get answers. And instead, we got Rico and everybody suing everybody, going after Granny, going after Barbecue Lady, like involving themselves, bringing their personal shit into this. And it doesn't belong here because the victims are forgotten. Their story is forgotten. The reason that we're here is forgotten. And there's very few people in this community that I actually still have respect for. And it makes me very sad and it makes me very frustrated. And I always try to be kind to people. And I have to often bite my lip, sometimes till it bleeds. Because I have to sit in chats with people that that cause me to really get frustrated. But I can do that. You know why? Because I'm an adult. I don't have to go into another creator's chat and attack people that I don't like. Because I'm an adult. I can make that choice. I'm not going to allow these people and their mess to change who I am. I will be who I am. And if you like my channel and you like what I do, please do come by. And if you don't like that I'm going to tell you exactly how it is, then I'm maybe not for you, and it's okay. Like, it ain't going to hurt my feelings because I want the people there who actually really give a shit. And that's all I wanted to say. And I just wanted to say how much I really appreciate all that you do for bringing awareness to the things that are happening in this community, because we need more people to stand with us that exploiting these families and the victims and using them for all of this content and misinformation. I feel like that it's very dangerous. I get worried about these families. I worry for Katie. I worry about people going and attacking them, because you never know what somebody listening to some of these streams might hear and then take action into their own hands.
Absolutely.
And it has to stop. It has to stop. And we have to stand together. And I just want to thank you for being my friend. I'm so glad that I met you. I'm so glad that I've gotten to know you, and I look forward to us working together in the future with other creators here and people in the communities who want to support us going forward about keeping the integrity of the case, keeping the victims' dignity and respect out there, leaving the families alone so they can have privacy and dignity as they go through this very difficult time while they're looking for their missing loved ones, and for their families not to be exploited. And like I said, when I talk to families, I always warn them, you know, are you sure you want to do this? Because this place can get really dicey. There's people that are going to want to talk to you. They may talk about your story, and it could go left. And I did warn the Proudfoots. I did tell them that could happen, and they knew, but they still chose that. That's why they originally, when I did that very first live stream, I want people to understand. They told me their story because I was going to share their story for them. Because Katie was so upset. She didn't know if she could do it. But then during that live stream, as I was talking about Sebastian's case, they changed their mind and asked me for a link to come up. During the stream, they changed their mind and decided to come on panel because I would never make a family do that. And they didn't want to, and I wasn't going to make them. I was just going to share the information that they had given me. Because I am not going to exploit the family or make them do something or dangle none of that. That is not who I am. That is not how my mom and daddy raised me. My mama would tear my ass up if she knew that I was out here as a grown-ass 50-year-old adult treating people like this in their desperate time where their loved one is missing. And I'm sorry that I'm very angry. I've had a very long week at my mom's. But this is just, every time I say that it can't get worse, it gets worse. And I'm sorry to derail off of this whole situation.
No, you didn't
But
derail.
I literally just get brought to tears because I cannot believe that people just want to be like, oh, well, he's sick. And that's why all of this happened.
The games.
You people need to stop making excuses for people who are grown-ass adults that should know better. And if they don't know better, they ain't got no business covering these damn cases.
By the way, let me just say this too. Yes, Jerry Springer drama, all of that sells, right? We all know that the Jerry Springers, the Geraldo Riveras that cover salacious headline stories, people have human interest, but they have no business covering active missing children where they could impede the life of a child or a missing person. Jerry Springer also got sued a lot because of overstepping. There is consequences for your choices. So if you want to be the Jerry Springer and use these families for your fodder and think that you can become the next Sally Jessy Raphael by exploiting an ongoing active investigation that could actively put a missing child's life on the line, you be that piece of shit. But sooner or later, there will be consequences for your actions.
Brantley, you're exactly right. Thank you for the $5 super chat for nonsense. That's how they raised us here in South Carolina, Duchess. Amen. Amen. And listen, people have all kinds of political beliefs. People have all kinds of religious beliefs. But I'm going to tell you what, Jesus don't like ugly. And I promise you that what's done in the dark will come to light. It will all come out in the end when Sebastian is found. The truth will come to light. Whatever is being done in the dark, if it involves Chris, Katie, Seth, what's been done behind the scenes, it's all going to come out. I promise you, it's going to come out. And I'm going to sit there in silence and I'm going to be painting my nails and I'm just going to wait because I'm telling you, this is far from over. This is far from over. But I know that my friends, Cold Case Crystal, my best friend in the world, Michelle Macklin, shout out to her. My friends keep me in check. If there's something I talk about or something I say and I start going off the rails, I mean, they'll call me and say, okay, hang on. But I mean, they rarely have to do that because this is not who I am. That's not in my character to act that way.
To Jesus moments behind the scenes that
we
people don't
do.
realize.
We do. And, you know, listen,
We do.
I appreciate the fact that people are willing to come to me and say, I don't know if I agree with that. And, you know, we can have a discussion and because listen, if I'm wrong, I'll say I'm wrong and I will own it. And I think that's what it takes to be a good person. Is if you're wrong, you got to say you're wrong, you got to own it, but you also got to do better and not continue to make the same mistakes. A lot of people are out here and they don't put themselves in these people's shoes, and they just will type things in chat because they're keyboard warriors. They don't think about how it would be if it was them on the flip side. So I just ask that anyone that's listening to this live stream, whether you're here tonight or whether you're listening to this on the replay, please consider that when you go into these live chats, what you're subscribing to, what you're intaking into your mind when you're listening to all of this, and think about it. Think about it and take a long, hard look at the situation and determine what's right and what's best for the people that are involved. Because there's a lot of people that are reaping bad results and consequences from the fallout of things that they have no business being involved in. Like, what does Brittany's grief with Granny have anything to do with this whole thing with Sebastian? I just
Not
think it's
dancing.
just it's. If you have personal issues with somebody, go take care of that in private and leave it off the internet. And do something productive. Go out and touch grass, smoke grass, eat grass. I don't care what you do, but get yourself together and then come back on the internet, and then let's actually do some real work in this community. Okay, I'm off. I'm sorry. I'm off my soapbox.
You just told them to go fucking eat grass, man. Nope, you can't leave yet. Brantley, thank you. And for that, because we have the beautiful Duchess here right now, I'm going to remind everybody what truly is thought of Duchess. Okay, here you go.
Did y'all not see it? It was Duchess. See it. It was Duchess.
It's always my fault, y'all. This is why Smiley was yelling at me, because it's all my fault, because she don't want to hear the hard stuff. But Smiley, this is for you too, girlfriend. Okay. Listen, you can't stab people in the back and then expect people not to have something to say. You can be mad all day long, but ma'am, you need to fix your eyebrows and get yourself correct before you start continuing on your journey as a YouTube creator. And that's all I'm going to say. I'm so sorry. Thank you to the subscribers and members and the Islanders for allowing me this. And thank you for allowing me, Becky. I'm so sorry. Y'all, please put some hearts and prayer hands for Dutchie in the chat.
You only knew some of the things.
And also smoke one for me if you got it, because God knows I need it. My husband just got home. I got to go in here and make his dinner. He just walked in the bedroom and gave me the eye, like, what in the hell is going on in here? And then he left.
Tell them to say hello. He's probably like, oh God, no, you're on nonsense page.
Listen, y'all won't hear me like get turned up, okay, very often. But it's been elevating. And Becky knows, because it happens when we're on the phone.
She calls me yesterday and she's like, what the hell is going on? I'm driving. I have shitty signal. What is going on? And I said, well, I just went on a panel and I might have said something. And she's like, I got a message that you were rat-a-tat-tatting. And I was like, yeah, well, okay, I did again.
Rat-a-tat-tat, that's what I got. It was like a Morse code, and I was like, I better pick up the phone and call nonsense right now and find out what is going on. And then I saw that YouTube was on fire, and there was nothing I could do, y'all. There was nothing I could do. I was in transit on the Dutch bus. So
we laugh a
did.
lot, though. We
We
really
do.
laugh a lot.
We
That's
truly
what-
do. And
Yeah.
it's so, but I just want to say that I appreciate you. I appreciate all of the Islanders. Thank you for letting me come unraveled for 5 minutes. So, Smiley, go get yourself some help, girlfriend. And listen, yes, touch grass, smoke grass, eat grass, whatever you got to do to bring yourself back down to earth and not go to the moon. Like I suggest all of the things, burn a candle, burn the sage, wear your helmets, get your seat belts, your tinfoil hats, all
Hold
of
on
the
to your
things.
toupee.
Yes, and hold on to your toupee. Y'all put some toupee emojis. Don't forget, members, y'all got them new
I
emojis.
gotta
Y'all better
fix
make
the spelling. I put it as taupe, not toupee.
That's dope. Oh my
all your member emojis are courtesy of the beautiful Duchess too. She's made all of those for us.
I'm
so.
expecting someone. I feel like I might be on a clip later. I mean, Clipper's probably in out there, and I feel like I'm going to end up on a clip later. But oh Lord, y'all pray for me. Please have a wonderful night. I will be in the chat, but I just want to say that I love and appreciate all the people out there that are here and that understand why this is so frustrating, especially for the creators who are out here just trying to do the right thing and actually try to share awareness and be true advocates and support the right thing in this community. So I hope you guys all have an amazing night, and I will see you in the chat. Thank you, Becky.
Duchess.
All
Thank
right,
you.
bye, y'all.
She's truly if you guys only knew, she is something else. She is an incredible human being, and she really, like, a huge shout out to Duchess, because there is such a significant difference in what she does with bringing awareness to victims' families and how she goes about it with integrity and purpose and doesn't waver from that. Like, she is such an incredible human being, and I am very grateful to call her a friend. And this is one of the good things that came out of this horrible situation. But yeah, and if you want to see the significant difference, I highly encourage you to go watch. Is it part 2? I think we got to that in part 2, where Duchess does the interview with the parents, and you can see awareness being brought to the case and talking about Sebastian, like learning about Sebastian. But you can already see, like, people were coming in the chat, and that's why she said, like, we're not doing that here. This is not what this is for. We're not attacking parents on any sides. We're here to get information out about Sebastian. And then the very next day, phone calls were being made to Sumner County Sheriff's Department and being recorded because of a creator's dislike of Duchess, not because of information that came out in the story, but the whole entire narrative started to switch overnight because Duchess was the one to host that interview, and creators dislike. That's where it becomes the Jerry Springer. Smiley is like the Jerry Springer, but again, Jerry Springer should not be touching any missing children, because when somebody's life could be on the line, it's not okay. But all right, huge shout out to the Duchess. She is an incredible human. What you see is what you get too. So huge thank you to her for popping on. Brantley, thank you so much again for the support. Not that Karen, I went outside and touched grass. Thank you, Duchess. Not that Karen, thank you for the support. And Kimber, welcome to the cabana. All right, we're going to finish up a little bit of this. We've been here for a long time, but I think we're all learning something together. So I've got a few more things that I want to pull up, and I want to get to a spot in here that I felt was really weird, and then I will pop it down.
That's what I mean. That's what I mean. When you say things like that, people take it negatively. You can't say stuff like
Take
that.
it how you want to. Take it how you want to.
He's saying it negatively. He's saying he doesn't trust them.
Damn.
Right. Personally, it doesn't bother me who trusts who and who does what. But I just want to know that you said last night that if people are allowed to attack Seth, then why aren't people allowed to go for Chris? And in my personal opinion, it's because Seth's words have come out here and he's took his dignity away from his son. But Chris hasn't done any of that. And whatever conversations you have behind the scenes, that's not what's coming out to the public. So whether it's true or not, I don't understand it. It's not doing anything for the case. It's not doing anything to find Sebastian. So I'm just wondering about that. That's all.
I just think people are mad because they like Chris and Katie. I think that's what it is. If I'd have gone after Seth like I did and had a conversation about Seth, everybody'd be cool with that. Everybody'd be cool with that.
No.
I addressed this earlier, and I'm going to be honest. This is why I feel you feel that way, because you kind of entered into this backing up Chris and Katie, and you did lead people to believe that you knew things that if only we knew, we would understand. Just trust your guidance, blah blah blah. And you were not white knighting, but you were pushing pretty hard on the pro Proudfoot, anti-Seth type of thing. So you built your audience that way. So now your audience is pushing back because your narrative changed. So it's not necessarily
that's
that
the thing.
people have a
My
problem.
narrative hasn't. Granny, my narrative hasn't changed. The information to the narrative has changed. Okay,
fair enough. Yes.
Let me put it this way. If you in the background observed, listened to, or heard things being said that would make you seriously fear what may or may not be.
There's the beautiful Am too. I was so lost. I thought chasing short of Chris was from an old interview. I have since watched and found the source. In my opinion, the parents should be left alone. LE will do their job, not YouTubers. Please say everyone stay safe. Agreed, Aussie Trisha. Thank you for the support. Agreed, but people can't stay in their lane. Unfortunately, it sells. It absolutely sells. Like, these are the new producers of your smut TV, your tabloid shows, but they're using an active, ongoing case to do that. It's really, truly sad. And again, thank you for the support.
Be happening in a home.
Mhm.
What are you going to do?
Call the police.
Okay.
I'm going to bounce us forward because I think it's around the 3-minute mark, maybe ish, that happens. Again, if you want to watch this is from Queen Bee's, courtesy of Queen Bee. It's a almost 7-hour panel. We're definitely not going to watch it because I have a few other things I want to show
At night, and then everybody's like, wait, what? I'm confused. So I broke it down in simpler terms.
I have a right to my opinion.
Let me back this up because this is where it gets kind of interesting to me, in my opinion. Okay.
Yeah, I had never heard about nothing about this
that.
truck being there on this day and with Wi-Fi. None of this. I had never heard anything about it.
Exactly. That was my point. But what the answer was, wasn't that his Wi-Fi was on there. It was the arrogance in which he said, those fucking idiots or those dumb motherfuckers didn't even know it was my truck. While we're supposed to be trying to believe in law enforcement, you have a parent who's laughing at the fact that law enforcement didn't know it was his truck. That was the point behind the whole comment.
But that's not what, if that was the point behind the whole comment, why didn't you say that? Why didn't you say that? Why did you not say that? If that was the point behind that comment, why not just say that? That's bullshit. That's fucking bullshit. That's excuses.
I never said the 24th. And when it was pointed out to me that the 26th could be because he was in town, what did I say? Oh, yeah, you're right. It could have been because he was in town.
It sounded more like you made it sound like he was gloating and that it was like
he was. Beat him. He was, bro. He was.
And there we go again.
That was not.
That's what got under my skin.
But you stated the 25th, and then later on you said the 26th. I mean, like, I think that's the problem.
Because Chris said that they did it for the 25th and the 26th. Those were the 2 days they tested the geofencing, is what he said.
Well, of course, if they tested for the 26th, his Wi-Fi would show up because he arrived on the 26th.
Yeah, and you made it sound like a little, like, you got to like admit that sounds like he was like, the geofencing had it maybe on the 25th, and that he was kind of gloating about it. Like,
Jen, you did great. Another example, great. What you said was great too.
These guys, they don't know, they don't got me yet.
I didn't skip it because any of it was irrelevant. Please don't take it that way at all. I'm just trying to get through a little bit more of this, and this is where it gets a little more intriguing to me. But a lot of you guys that came up and gave your opinions did great.
Or something like that. They don't even know it's my Wi-Fi.
Bro. That's honestly, I have a right to my opinion, right? The way I took that was a gloating, like I know more than law enforcement. That's exactly how I took it, and that rubbed me.
That's your opinion.
Fucking wrong.
Okay, then
why'd you not follow up questions to him? Like, hey, was this the 26th?
I have. I just told you there was more I could release and chose not to.
But you told me that you had a private conversation and that you.
And right there's more I could release, but I chose not to. Again, why?
Never asked him to specify the date in which that occurred with the geofencing. You never followed up.
He said it was the 25th and 26th. Those are the dates.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know any other dates but that. Those were what Chris said.
And again, it makes sense. Like, none of this sounds nefarious. Maybe the way he said, like, those idiots, those dumb motherfuckers didn't even realize it was my truck as it was parked right there. I mean, okay. But again, he showed up on the 26th. Of course, his Wi-Fi is going to show up. Like, but you're making it into something else. So there's more I could have said. Fucking what?
25th and 26th.
And then he said that. Did he tell you that it was 1 o'clock that they basically found his Wi-Fi access there?
Not until he came on the panel.
Yeah. I
he
think
hasn't been on a panel in months and months and months. I haven't spoken to Chris in maybe a month and a half.
Can you imagine being the parents of a missing kid? I'm sure your kid's not found. I'm sure they're frustrated with law enforcement too. That's not Dexter. Don't worry.
How the hell was I supposed to know of all nights he was going to jump up on my panel? And here's a question for you. Why was it that he jumped up there about his truck, but he hadn't jumped up there about anything else that's being said?
Because you're opening huge doors for huge speculation and more attacks. Come on now. Come on now.
It's real weird to me.
Because you're insinuating that he might be responsible for Sebastian Rogers' disappearance. If he's there on the 25th and he lied to the cops and he's gloating like how you're stating, that's a pretty big red flag, and that could be something that could spread through the wildfire on the internet. So he wanted to correct that.
Yeah,
I did not. It already is. I did not bring it up first. Listen to the clip again. Truth literally says on that night, and then everybody's like, "Wait, what? I'm confused." So I broke it down in simpler terms. I didn't bring it up first. I didn't bring up anything about the Wi-Fi first.
Yeah, I think it was.
I mean, go listen again. We just listened to it. I don't know why you guys keep saying I said it first. I'm the one who even said it could have been the 26th.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just saying, like, that's why he jumped up, because you didn't follow up a question when you had a private. You had 40 hours plus private conversations, and you never like went through his alibi and said, okay, he told this to the cops and he told me this, and suddenly I'm finding out that Gio Fenton says he could be there 25th and 26th. Why'd you not follow up a question and say, hey, why were they checking the 25th? Did they get a ding on the 25th or the 26th?
The last time he was seen was the 25th, B. Tim. Of course, they're going to look on the 25th.
Yeah, and I'm saying, like, that's the thing that you should have probably followed up on. And then the problem is that when you go forward and say that type of information and that statement, it could be seen as him like kind of gloating and stuff like that. That's the issue.
That's how I felt he was doing. I'm just being honest with you. That's how I took it.
Mm-hmm.
And to anybody saying that this is a win for the green team, that's disgusting. There's no winning in this case. There is a child that is missing. There is no win in this case.
Do you still feel he was gloating?
Yes.
I don't agree with you, but I wasn't talking to him.
But I'm answering your question honestly, B. Tim. I mean, I don't have to have the same opinion as everybody else, and I haven't. My opinion has been vastly different than Clue's for some time.
And you're welcome to your opinion. You can discuss it, and we all have opinions on cases. If I can't, it is what it is, man. I'm not dogging you on your opinion. I just think, like, when you say things like that, it could be taken very, very wrongly without all the facts to it. And that if you're going to go forward with stating that as a fact on the live stream or private conversation, which you had permission to do, which, I can't really hold that against you. You said, yeah, then you should have probably followed up with a private question and say, hey, man, there's one thing that's really egging me on. You said that when did they touch your Wi-Fi with your truck? Was it the 25th or the 26th? And if he said the 25th, then I would have probably been like red flag, and probably called up the
response I got was they did the test on the 25th and 26th. That's the response I got.
Yeah.
So that's the 25th and 26th is when they tested for it.
Do you think that you should have followed up with a question on like when they got dinged on it, or was he not going to answer that?
Tim, I'm sure I could have handled things in a better manner. Absolutely. Okay. I'm sure I could have.
Yeah.
I'm not going to sit here and act like everything that I do is the best way to do it. Right. But what I will say is I'm always going to stick to what's true to me. Right. I've tried my best to hold my tongue while I see, the shit that's going on. And everybody can have a problem with me. That's cool. And I'm not here for everybody to think I'm the coolest person ever, right? I got into this case because of Sebastian. I got into YouTube because of Sebastian. Everybody has constantly said, oh, well, Clue, she's up the Proudfoot's ass. She's the Proudfoot's, this, that, and the other. But the reality is that's not true at all. Clue's just a good person who's being who she is.
Oh, okay. All right. That's why she went and attacked him in the beginning without any information, just being a good person, right? That's why she was bringing all the rumors about all these things, because she was just being a good person, right? Okay, cool.
Right? But all of a sudden, Clue is their best friend and Clue's all this.
Nobody cares about that. They get to choose who they want to talk to, whatever the case may be. We don't have to agree with it. Again, they're adults. They can choose who they want to talk to. If they want to align themselves with Clue, more power to them. Again, their choices. They're adults. But it is what it is. Of course, Sebastian's still missing and now lost in all this mess. It's so sad. Thanks, Nonsense, for what you do. Aussie Trisha, thank you for the support once again. Yeah, this is absolutely maddening, but okay.
You know what I mean?
She's such a good person. She wants to do a GoFundMe to ship people back to Africa. Yeah, okay, fuck off.
Everybody else's perspective matters. Everybody's opinion matters. But when I say something, and I didn't hide from Chris, I gave him the link. I didn't know Chris was coming up. Matter of fact, we had a fake Chris come up before Chris came up.
Yeah, I get it. I mean, I think we all have our opinions.
Yeah.
You know for a fact, Truth, you know for a fact that he was watching. Obviously, he watches Clue. Obviously, if they're connected, he watches. He pays attention. You know, baiting him and releasing this type of bullshit and getting a bunch of creators up there, I want you to all be honest, is going to set something off. Like that, fucking intentional.
Yeah. And we all get like our opinions kind of, I mean, I remember the Ryan Upchurch stuff where we had 20, 30,000 more people just like shitting on us, maybe even like almost 100,000 people that thought we were wrong and said our opinions on the case was wrong. We had the same thing that happened with other cases. Yeah, that happens all the time, but you got to kind of like take it with strides, man. If you really believe your opinion, you really believe your opinion, but you got to back it up with facts a little bit. That's my advice.
So you want me to release more private information? Like, is that how I present facts? That I do exactly what y'all are upset that I did, and I have to release more information to prove what I was saying?
Well, you just said you had permission to say all private conversations from Chris.
No, I didn't say I had permission. You asked me, did I tell him? And I said, yes, I was transparent from the beginning that anything that we talked about could and would go to law enforcement, and anything that we talked about could and would go on I'm a content creator in the beginning of the day. And I covered this case. This case has to do with Chris, Katie, Seth, etc. From the very first time I talked to Chris and Katie, I told them directly, you are 100% suspect to me the same way Seth is.
That's permission.
It's never a secret.
He gave you permission.
Okay.
He didn't say, oh, cool, go do that. I was just making him aware of how it could be handled if it needed to be.
Did he know fully that you were going to go on your channel and release private conversations that he had?
I haven't released private conversations. I released that information about a fucking truck that he was, in my opinion, bragging about.
Hi, Daisy, by the way.
Y'all are like beating a dead horse at this point, okay? Just stop. At the end of the day.
Yeah, we're not going to come up here and do that. You're not going to disrupt any conversation going on my panel. Sorry, honey. Have a good day.
Have a nice day, man.
Anyways,
I like steak tartare, and that's very good. I'm joking. I don't eat meat, but that was a joke. That was a meat being beat up by a horse. But anyway, just don't got the joke.
I just don't think anybody's in a laughing mood.
Yeah, I don't think anybody's in a mood to laugh about it. I'm sorry. Yeah.
I think what people have to understand is if True feels that they're guilty, he feels that they're guilty. And either at that point you have to decide, do you support him in his feelings? Are you going to support his content or are you not? But we can't berate him into feeling differently. Like he's straight up telling you, I think they're suspicious.
He's welcome to that. I mean, I'm not judging him by his opinion on the case. I'm not gonna be like, oh, I'm going to shit on Elevated Truth because he thinks Katie's.
And that's okay to have an opinion, but to dangle all this information to try and sway public perception is not okay.
Guilty based upon facts that he has. Okay, that's his opinion. That's his show. It's his thing, man. I'm not going to. The only thing is that I feel like I'm not sure if he has. It sounds like he has permission to release information, but then he says he kind of doesn't. You know what I mean? It's like a little weird. And he already released. You know what I mean? That's the thing I'm a little iffy about. If they said, yeah, you can go with it, and release all our private conversations, then they gave you permission. Then.
That's not how that went. I was very transparent when I started talking to Chris and Katie that I was not here for them. I was here for Sebastian. I had conversations with Chris and Katie about things that should never go onto social media because it has to do with the young man. And I respected that. As a matter of fact, when people have tried to put certain information out and I was on the panel, I stopped it immediately.
Okay.
Right? That's the problem. People want to know that private information to make everything make sense, and that's bullshit.
Then maybe call out the person that was attempting to release it, that you had to stop from doing it. Maybe start there.
Yeah, but at the same time, you do keep doing this thing, Truth, where you're like, and others know too, and they're not saying nothing. Well, neither are you, and you know why. You know what I mean? So I feel like you're
you know why too, Granny. Hold on, Granny. Respectfully, you know why too. So
right, which is why I interrupted you last night, right?
Right. I know.
But I kind of feel like the weight on your shoulders, you're trying to toss on all of ours too. And I don't think it's fair to keep throwing us into the flames that you're feeling right now. And I've said this. I've said this several times. You have a lot of pressure. I get it. I feel it. I know it.
I understand what everybody is saying, and I respect everyone's opinion. Y'all don't have to respect mine, not the panel, just people in general. You don't have to, respect mine, right? I'm okay with that. But I've done my best through this whole case to not get personal. There have been a few times that I have because I'm human, right? It is what it is. Y'all can call me names in the chat. Some of y'all are talking about my wife, which is just disgusting. And I think that y'all are using really down.
Wait.
Who's talking about your wife? Where?
Yeah, the comment earlier, Truth, I feel sorry for your wife. Like, this is bullshit.
Well, who the fuck said that in my chat?
Oh my God, people feel sorry for Kyle all the fucking time. Like, he has to deal with it. Like, come on. Toughen up your fucking skin some now. Come on now. That ain't talking about your wife. They all apologize. Everybody apologizes for her spouses. We're a bunch of assholes with YouTube channels. people always ask if they can kidnap Kyle because they worry for his safety around me. I mean, come on. God. Ugh.
Yes, but I don't even want to turn it on that. Y'all can go back and see it. I'll keep talking about
I'll
what
go back
I'm
and look.
what I'm
That's
talking
fine. Yeah, nobody should be talking about your family or
about.
your
leave the
this has to
family
do
alone.
with
Yeah.
your family.
Leave them.
So, at the end of the day, I am going to stand my ground because of the things I know that I choose not to put on this platform. Okay. If y'all want to hate me for that, that's fine. I don't care. All right. Excuse me. I am always going to stand on the side of the victim, and that is Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. Okay. I'm going to make mistakes on this platform like everybody else has. If I offended anybody, I apologize for offending you. However, I do not apologize for speaking the truth. If I went about it in a way that some people are unhappy with, once again, my apologies, you felt that way, but I'm still going to stand by the truth.
And you can feel sorry for Kyle again because I'm stealing a bite of his orange chicken. And he just
That's just how I feel.
And to clarify, none of us know, or we're not pretending to not know information. That's not what it is. Nobody's playing stupid, oh, we don't know, as was insinuated. No, that's not the case. That's not what it is at all.
Petty AF, you're up here with us.
Oh, sorry, just back again, just quickly. Is anything that you know personally going to impact Sebastian's case one way or another? And if it is, have you turned it over to the TBI? Don't release it. But
Petty AF, I can tell you that I have been in constant communication with the TBI, the Sumner County Sheriff's Department, and another agency. Yes, ma'am.
I'm struggling to understand why bringing.
I have been in constant communication with law enforcement, multiple different agencies. Why? I mean, obviously, if you were told stuff that's concerning, it should go to law enforcement. But why involve yourself? You actively involved yourself with these people, had intentional conversations with them, and then you are calling law enforcement? What? Again, that's weird to me.
How can I say this? Bringing it out last night how you did, and implying that you've got more information on him and you don't find him trustworthy at all. That's okay. That's your opinion. But if any of that is going to impact on Sebastian, then that's the most important thing. But it still doesn't need to be out in public.
And by the way, constant communication, for all I know, could be him emailing things to them. We don't know if they're responding. We don't know if they're talking to people. We have no idea. That opens up. We don't know if law enforcement is responding or they're just sending stuff. We have no idea. But again, to me, that's wasting resources, because unless you have something really substantial that law enforcement doesn't know, that could, what?
So I'm just wondering why.
Can I ask you something, Petty, respectfully?
Yeah.
Who is it that gets to decide what's appropriate and not appropriate?
The police.
No, I mean on YouTube. Who is it that gets to make the decision what's appropriate and inappropriate?
Well, you've got your creator. It's your creator. But then at the same time, you've also got, it's your channel. So you should be not so much policing your chat, but setting boundaries.
I would probably go up to the person like Chris Proudfoot and say, is this off the record or on the record? Just like a news, if I was how they say, if it's off the record, you're not supposed to go forward with it. But if it's on the record, then you can go forward with it and basically put it on your channel. And
Sam Brown, good question.
I don't know if that was, it's kind of iffy. I'm not sure if that's that was actually told to them, what was on the record and off the record. It seems like you kind of formed a very personal, you had almost 40 hours conversations with them. It seems like you're very emotional to this case. And I think that's maybe clouding some things here and there. And I think that's, I think your intentions are good. I just think you're making key mistakes that you should see in the future. Whenever you do that stuff, you know what I mean? That's what I think.
I'm not disagreeing with you, B. Tim. Like I said, I'm willing to always learn. And I'm human and I'm going to make mistakes. But what I will say is I stand on the ground that I stood on. I believe that there is mind you, I said multiple times on my live last night, which isn't being talked about, that I don't believe Chris Proudfoot had anything to do with Sebastian's disappearance.
Okay.
So then, if I may, respectfully as well, why was it brought up? Because all it's done is caused this shroud again of why was it brought up the way it was? And because if it's not going to help find Sebastian, then why? I'm struggling to understand. You say that it's for you do this for Sebastian, not for Chris, Katie, or Seth, which is what a lot of us think. But if it's not in relation to finding Sebastian, what's the point in dangling it out there? if it's just your opinion, I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but if it's your opinion, do you know what I'm trying to say?
I'm sorry, I don't. Because I think isn't everything everyone's opinion who has a channel?
I suppose so, yeah. But you've brought
I'm
the
supposed to
difference being is,
who am I supposed to clear my live with before I go live to see if it's acceptable to the community?
Maybe you should just have a moral compass, and if it's potentially going to involve things going on in an active case or potentially targeting parents of missing children, maybe you should, maybe not. I don't know, a moral compass, maybe. I don't know if you know what that is, but
I think it's more to the point of, is it going to harm or help Sebastian's case? But that's just my opinion.
Once again, I pointed out the thing about the truck because of the arrogance and the answer. The arrogance and the answer was, these stupid motherfuckers don't even know it was my truck.
you don't think Chris had anything to do with it, but you're pointing out his arrogance for what? You don't think Chris had anything to do with it, but you're pointing out the stuff about his truck, and it was very open-ended because of why? Why? Again.
Meaning that law enforcement, Secret Service, whoever it was that went over that shit, was not as smart as Chris. And that got under my fucking skin. Because this is coming from a case. This is coming from a case where there's no answers. It seems like the perfect situation. And then you make a comment like that, and it puts all kinds of red flags up.
But does that not just drop into it? That's a personal matter. It's a personal opinion that you think is shady or whatever.
Well,
Right,
okay.
that's why I said
I have an example, right? When I said something about emails that were going on between, again, Sean, Chris, and Kate, right? The point of talking about those emails was to show that all three parents absolutely were able to co-parent before he went missing, right? What some people took from that differently. Hell, I think even you, Drew, you took it differently, saying, well, why now? Why is this coming out now, right? I think is what she's trying. I think we can't ever assume how people are going to take info that's put out. You know what I mean? Which sucks because the person saying it can literally be like, I'm telling you this to show you that all three parents are able to communicate before he went missing. They were literally doing the sheer definition of co-parenting, but that's not how the majority of some of the internet.
But where is that a bombshell? What does that have to do with anything? I think everybody realized that. Again, what is the bombshell here? Because that did nothing.
I took that. You know what I mean? They like branded it as in, oh, they were tired of him. They wanted to put him in a home. They were blah, blah, blah. You know what I mean?
So, yeah, so that was done with a purpose to show that Seth was not being truthful, or the narrative that Seth's spinning is not truthful.
Right.
Whereas on the flip,
and she agrees it was to show that Seth wasn't being honest. Again, this just aggravates me.
I get truth, no frustration, because if he does put something out, like he was saying about, I was doing it to highlight the arrogance of him, right? But then it's taken a different way. Because I mean, I won't lie. Like when you and Granny were talking about this last night, I literally was like, "So are we saying he was there the 25th or what?" Like I was confused.
I'm not gonna lie, I was confused.
The answer, you know.
Okay, then I want to know. I want to know right here. I want to know. Truth, who is it that's been on all these calls with Chris Proudfoot with you? Because you said in your live stream that nobody else, you've always had somebody else on the calls with you. You've never had a call with them by yourself. So who was this other person on the call with you? With them? Because something's not adding up here.
I mean, I said the same shit. I was confused. I thought he was there.
Knowing that it was said to highlight the arrogance of his response, and we did just listen to the clip, so I do believe that was the intent, right? Like I get what Truth is saying. Like I can't,
of course,
how anyone, when I say you, I mean anyone takes information that is being put out, right? Right? I can't take how you interpret it. I can tell you what my purpose for saying it is. If you want to go into the field of daisies with it and make it something that wasn't intended to come out for, that's on you.
Stop the excuse.
Am I making any sense? I feel like I'm making sense, but
no.
You are to me. That's what I was trying to say. I'm going to drop down, but
no, you're putting it off on. It's not my responsibility how you perceive things. It's not my responsibility when I dangle information out how you perceive it. No.
Thank you, Queen. Thank you, Truth. Thank you, Clue, and B Team and Granny. See you later.
Bye, Teddy.
How are you, artist?
Hi. I don't agree. I feel like that was thrown out there as a breadcrumb. And yeah, we're not responsible for how people take things. Perspective is everything, perception. But no, that wasn't put out there like, oh, I'm showing his arrogance. No, that was not. You cannot tell me that was. You cannot even. No way.
At first, I do agree. I get why people were like, what? Because I mean, even Body was up there and saying, how I was feeling. Like, if that's true, that could be a game changer. Like, that could be a serious problem.
And that's how it was presented. That is how it was presented. It was presented like, oh, we should be suspect of Chris. That is exactly how it was presented. And there was nothing else but backpedaling after Chris came on and went, no. And that's bullshit. That's just circle, playing word salad, circle games. Let's be cryptic. I know something you don't. We're all tired of that bullshit. We don't want to hear any more of that. If y'all want to play that on your own, like private shit.
Hold on. I have
Respectfully, don't watch my
to
channel.
Hold on, Truth.
I'm not. I just unsubbed. I'm over it.
I have to say this in Truth's defense. Truth is known for that. Like, he did that with Seth how many times? Like, let's cut the crap on that. Like, how many times did he? I think there was even a part 2. I have questions, right?
Yeah, you guys both did. I'm over that part. I'm gonna bump it again forward because this is where, to me, it gets real weird again. I think this is the part where something said to Granny.
Seth, if I knew stuff about Seth, blah, 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 none of y'all would have a problem with it. None of y'all. None of y'all would have a single problem if I went on last night and told some personal conversation that Seth would have had. Now, I never talked to Seth, but if I had, y'all would be.
Yeah, I would have had a problem with it, 100%, especially if you dangled it like that.
100% okay with it. But because I'm talking about Chris or Katie,
I would have had a problem with it.
Okay.
I have a problem with people exploiting Seth and his trauma too. Yeah, I do, but okay.
I promise I would have, because I was under the assumption that this was information that could have hurt the alibi. And that's what I was thinking back then. So that I would have had a problem with it. I don't believe in putting out people's personal conversations. Me and you could have a personal conversation on the phone. I would never tell anybody what was said unless you told me to. Never. I'm just that kind of person.
People did tear apart Chris's private conversations that were recorded and released and all of that. But again, I think what you're not realizing, Truth, and maybe you do realize it, is that you created that by coming out here and, speaking kindly on the Proud Fuds and saying, if you guys knew what I knew, just trust me, you created that audience. And now you're shocked that the same audience is pushing back on your different
I'm not shocked. Granny, I'm not shocked, but it's also one of the reasons why you're
right here
not saying the things you know. Why are you up here doing this to me when you know what I'm talking about?
Why are you up here doing this to me when you know what I'm talking about? Now watch how this plays out. Again, just for anybody who might be coming in, Granny has already acknowledged that her and Truth were not on the same call with Chris. She's talked to Chris twice and they were not on a phone call together. But we saw how when she was brought up what he did on his panel with her, and now this is weird.
See, you keep putting that on me, and that's not fair to do because what we know, Ellie doesn't want out, and it's almost like you're like tempting me to say what you won't say because you want it out, and I'm not doing it.
Hold on, but
good for you, Granny. Good for you. Good for Granny for holding her right here. He was in my opinion, he wants to say things that law enforcement doesn't want out, and she's like, "You fucking know, stop doing this, stop playing this game."
But how do I know that Ellie doesn't? Hold on. How do I know that Ellie doesn't want that out?
Well, then you say it, Truth. If you want it out so badly that you're going to keep throwing it back on my shoulders, knowing that Clue knows,
I'm talking about this situation. This situation. No, I'm talking about the truck. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about other shit.
Oh, I backed you on that. I said it. I spoke on it.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't understand why everybody's so mad about the truck. I'm talking about a truck. Well, it was a statement that was made. Huh? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
But it's not just the truck, to be honest, because for weeks now, I'll be honest, it seems like since the injunction, you have started kind of pushing a different tune, and you're dropping it here and you're dropping it there, but then you're saying, "Oh, I don't think they're guilty," and it's almost like you're like baiting every which side, and you're not just directly coming out and saying it. You think
because I'm not on a side.
You think Chris is covering for? Just say it. Just say it.
Because I'm not on a side. I would have to be on a side to push against one side. I'm not on a side.
I agree, but there are sides, and you're aware of that. There are sides there.
I don't have to be on them. I don't have to participate in the sides.
I agree.
You have, though. You have.
You don't, but it kind of seems like you're giving enough to keep like this side coming and giving enough to keep that side coming. And instead of just saying how you truly feel.
Yeah, she definitely knows, but she's not, she doesn't want to talk. Like, I don't know.
Which I respect how you feel. I understand how you feel. I don't know why you just won't come out and stand on it and say it.
It's like he's baiting her into saying something, and she's like, it's not gonna fucking happen. I'm done. Like, stop doing this. They all know. And he's like trying to, to me, he's like baiting anybody and everybody to get somebody else to say, oh, yep, this is what he's trying to, like, I don't know. It bothers me.
I mean, it's kind of unfair what you're doing to Granny, because you're like saying that she knows something, and you're basically, when people hear that, they think she's
Talking
holding
about the
back.
truck.
I mean, this is why I'm in a RICO, right? Because I know something. It's always been that way.
No, I was talking about the truck. Why? I just said that.
And do you know how simple that would have been just to say, I was talking about the truck, Granny, that we were talking about?
You see how everybody keeps telling me how I should talk and not talk? Y'all are trying to tell me what I'm allowed to say and not allowed to say. What the hell?
I'm definitely not trying to do that.
Not you, Granny. Granny, I'm not talking about you.
No,
I'm not
it's
talking
just
about
how you say it, like you're talking in circles and you're alluding to that, because in the beginning of the conversation, it did sound like you were saying that only you and Granny know all the secrets. And with Granny being in this lawsuit or injunction or whatever the hell it's called, that's actually dangerous for Granny to say that she knows all this stuff from the Proudfoot. And
yeah, it's definitely not chasing. It's definitely, there's something else. There's definitely something else. And they're like, he's the only one that's like teeter-tottering, but it looks like to me, like he is being a coward. He wants to say all of this shit. He wants to put it out there. Like he's sick of it weighing on his shoulders. They know too, but he is baiting somebody else into releasing it. He doesn't want to be the one to release it. Cheesy did great.
And to give them all this ammo, you know what I mean? So yeah. And we as creators,
really crazy. I think it's really crazy that y'all don't do this same thing.
I could be wrong. That's just what I took out of watching how all these, like, every time Granny comes up, it's like, ugh.
Standing up when it comes to sex. I think it's crazy.
Are you fucking serious right now?
Right?
There goes Queen.
Holy fuck, we have went harder on Seth than we've ever went on fucking Chris and Katie's
No,
side.
what I said is, if I would have went at Seth, that's what I'm saying. I wasn't saying that you don't. I'm saying if
Kenna, 100%. And again, I go back to, he hasn't had a private phone call with Chris. There's been somebody else present for every one of them. It's not Granny. Was it Queen and him? I doubt it. I could actually reach out and ask her. I doubt she's ever, let me just text her and ask her if she's ever had a conversation, just to clear that up too. I would bet the answer is no. Let me find out. Instead of just assuming, I'll just go to the source.
I would have went at Seth, like everybody goes at Seth, then it would be no problem. But because I said something against the Proudfoot or against Chris, now it's the problem.
And if they would have
go,
well, I don't think it's that you said something about him. You know what I'm saying? It's not because, I mean, people, I honestly don't really care. I mean, everybody has different opinions. I mean, a lot of people think that they're guilty. A lot of people think that there's shit that's going on that's being hidden, that's not being said, and whatever. But I think the point of it is you were, you threw the whole fucking bullshit with that truck out there and didn't clarify it. And then by the time it was clarified, it was already over with, man. You know how it is.
He thinks Granny report it, please.
It's already over with. It doesn't matter what the fuck you say now at this point. Because you already done said the motherfucking truck was there and he was arrogant about it. That's it. That's all.
He thinks we're on the Proudfoot side. And me, I'm not on anybody's side. I just haven't seen, in my personal opinion, I haven't seen anything that the Proudfoots have done. Because
we cannot sit here and say we ain't on fucking sides. Are you fucking kidding me, guys? Really? We are on fucking sides.
I just asked her.
If I found out Katie did something to Sebastian, nope, I would definitely change my opinion and immediately.
I don't think any of them have done anything. That doesn't mean that we don't fucking think that's still an asshole, because he is, in my opinion. But what I'm saying is, I don't think any of the three of them are guilty at this point.
Yeah, yes. I don't either.
Katie
But
is the last one to see him. That is a fact. She was the very last one with him. She was the very last one home with him that night.
And we've all been saying that. We've all been saying, I personally been saying, I don't trust any of them and nobody should. They're all suspects. They're not going to tell us anything.
I mean, what's the difference with how fucking Don and Candace Wells were treated? They were treated the same fucking way. Only Don didn't have an ex-wife that was, out fucking, you know what I'm saying other shit, or wife or whatever, baby mama, whatever.
Well, and I will say, I think that was a lot of, I saw in the chat, right? That was the thing that a lot of people had an issue with, right? Is, yeah, we do talk about Sean's behavior, because Sean's behavior is out in the public. You know what I mean? Every day.
He's really been bold as fuck with it. Chris and Katie don't come out and attack Seth like that. They don't come out and fucking get shitty about him and get shitty with him. They don't. None of that shit. The shit that Seth gets held accountable for is shit that he said himself.
Agreed. Or his army, if you will, like talking about coming in and kicking people's doors down. Like, of course, I'm going to talk about that. Sorry, not sorry. Like, I'm going to tell you, dog, you're wrong, bro. That's illegal. You cannot do that. Just like right now, attacking a preacher who ain't got nothing to do with nothing.
Pastor.
Okay.
Yeah, he has nothing. Yeah, I mean, he has nothing to do with this case. He has other things he's, I probably criticized him for, but nothing to do with this case, But they're doing it for clout. They see he has a YouTube channel. He's in the area, so they're trying to pull him into it too. That's pretty much it. They see he has like a 50 or 60,000 plus channel and say, oh, we can pull him into it too. And that's pretty much it.
Schaefer Justice says, what about Crabtree's? What about?
Just got confirmation from Queen. No, she never, ever, she barely has ever talked to Chris either. So that's her words. But no, she was never in a conversation with Truth and Chris ever either. So those two are eliminated. So again, he made it very clear to state that. He made it very clear to state that he's never had a conversation with them alone. But then he's baiting people into, what's he protecting here with Clue?
Crabtree's and Sebastian's letter, another riddle. No, I stopped that from being talked about on my panel because it didn't need to be talked about.
Agreed.
I mean,
I'm not.
And did you hear how that was just stated? Let me back that up. Yeah, something's going on with him and Clue. Sorry, I'm just gonna say I don't know what the fuck it is, but something weird here.
60,000 plus channel and say, oh, we can pull him into it too. And that's pretty much it.
Schaefer Justice says, what about Crabtree's? What about Crabtree's and Sebastian's letter? Another riddle. No, I stopped.
Tracy agreed. Whatever he is trying to bait them into and how he's dangling stuff, he needs to just stop. He needs to stop because it's bullshit.
Stop that from being talked about on my panel because it didn't need to be talked about.
Agreed.
Listen to that response. Agreed.
I'm not bringing I'm not bringing that to the internet either.
So I mean, it's kind of like.
But you guys did. You did.
Y'all are calling at me when I've done nothing but try to protect Sebastian's name. Fuck Sebastian. Fuck Seth.
What?
Fuck Katie. Fuck Chris. I want to stand for Sebastian.
That's not what you're doing, bro. By saying all this shit.
That's it.
Oh God.
That's literally it. I don't care about the parents.
He doesn't get this.
All three of them failed Sebastian in one way or another. Sebastian cannot be found. He didn't just disappear out of that damn house.
Well, I don't think anyone just disappears in the missing persons case. I think there's always a reason, but we just don't know yet. We'll find out eventually, hopefully sooner than later. And when we do, we'll see what happens.
Right. So the bigger question is why are certain people being shown things to even come on and insinuate things like that?
Exactly.
That's the problem. And that's what people are
exactly.
missing.
That was my whole point.
Right. I think people are completely missing that. The fact of the matter is, while there are quote unquote sides, there are people that are being fed certain things, whether it's to be told on the internet or not. It gets out to the internet half-assed and people speculate. And Chris, Katie, and Seth have something to say. They need to get on here and say it. Stop doing it through third parties. It's not fair. And it's certainly not fair to some of us that are being blamed when we're not part of it.
Let me see.
Who keeps saying
Yeah,
damage
I
control?
still
Y'all
stand
missing?
on. I feel like he was lured out of the house. I still stand on that. I still think that that's what happened, in my opinion.
And I've always maintained that.
Those fucking gaming systems are fucking awful. I'm telling you, there's all kinds of shit predators and motherfucking pedophiles and all kinds of fucking motherfuckers out there. You don't even know who you're talking to, you know?
Yeah. I mean, and also it's like people, I mean, like, I feel like the reason why maybe Chris and Katie goes to YouTubers is because, Seth has like, 10 or so YouTubers that he goes to, and maybe they feel like they have to go to a YouTuber to basically put out their side, a little bit of their side.
Okay. Can we switch? Are we good? Can we switch? We got the point. He's baiting people into having a conversation about stuff. He's not going to come out and say what he wants to say, and it's just spinning round and round. Can we go listen to something else really quick, because my head hurts and I'm over it. I'm over it. Are you guys good with me finishing out with something else right quick? Because I got something else I'd like to watch from last night. I figured I'd make myself a liar because I said I wasn't going to touch this shit until after Christmas. But when you be doing weird shit like this, I just want to. I just want to remind people of some shit right quick. So we're going to go to Spanky. Spanky from last night. Tony comes up on Spanky's panel. Here we go.
You hear me now?
You're still a little low, but I can hear you.
Okay. He got a call.
For those of you that don't know, this is Clutch Those Pearls, aka Spanky, aka Melatonin of YouTube, aka this is when Tony comes up on his panel last night. So all of this turned into another roundabout for the green team to run with and make into everything. So here comes Tony. I'm going to speed it up because they're both slow talking.
Somebody freaking out that Katie had dropped some clothes off there that were Sebastian's. They'd seen her doing it.
You know I'm live, right?
Yeah. I mean, you've got me on a call.
Yeah.
Am I on the live?
Yes. Am I not supposed to have you on the live?
No, that's fine.
Okay.
That's fine.
Okay.
He
okay.
got over
Sorry.
there
I apologize because I see you just said Tony said mute him and I didn't realize it. So
I'm not.
Is it okay?
I just said pause the live and call me. Yeah, it's fine. I don't mind being
Okay.
on the call on the live.
Okay.
I mean, I'm helping you clear up the information.
Right. That's what I thought you wanted to do. But I thought you meant pause the video, right? Like pause the video and call you.
Yeah, I just meant
okay.
Pause and call me. Yeah.
Okay. Just want to make sure we're on the same page here. Okay. Okay. Go ahead.
So Seth got a call that Katie had dropped some clothes off, and the person had held the clothes. I don't think when she found out that Sebastian was missing, or maybe she already knew the story. Anyway, Seth drove over there. He got over there, and they were not only not Sebastian's clothes, but they were baby clothes.
So Katie gave away baby clothes.
Well, Seth doesn't even know if it was Katie that dropped them off. It could have been somebody just, trying to run him around, or maybe they thought it was Katie. I mean, he's not, he doesn't even know for sure if it was Katie that dropped him off.
Oh, gotcha.
So,
okay.
But when he got over to look at the clothes, if it was Katie, and we're not saying it was, but if it was, these were baby clothes and they were not Sebastian's.
Okay.
So I'm not even sure that there's a sliver of truth to that whole story. Now there, it did happen. He got a call that she had dropped off some of Sebastian's clothes, and
okay.
He obviously went over there immediately.
Okay.
And it was nothing.
Okay. So we don't even know if it's Katie.
No, we don't even know if it's Katie. We don't.
Right.
The other clothes that people are talking about, there were some clothes that turned out to be not related to Sebastian either, that were found over by Rockland, and they did bag those and tag them, and it took him a while to get them to return his call to meet up with him to get those clothes. And when they did, they were not Sebastian's, but that's completely unrelated.
Okay. Okay. How long ago was that? Just curious.
Oh, that was a long time ago. That was before I got involved. So over 7.5 months ago.
Okay. So y'all, you see, if anyone says that about, this is the thing. I don't want anyone to lie about Katie even. You know what I mean? Like, we need the truth in everything.
I mean, here's the thing. When we put information out there, like asking for an opinion, we're only going to put information out there that we have confirmed with law enforcement, or that we have documents to support. Early on, I put some information out there that came from a person that said they met with Sumner County, and we found out that some of that information may not have been accurate.
Right.
So when we release information now, it's either documented or it's information we've been given permission to talk about through law enforcement. And I can tell you that we've had 4 meetings with law enforcement in the last 12 days.
Holy shit.
And we communicate with them daily. Yeah, he's live.
That's amazing. I'm so, what? I'm so glad y'all, you got a.
So how is this working out with the petition against law enforcement? How is this all working when the green team, for the majority of them, I guess, Tony and Seth especially isn't going to have any control over people on the internet and content creators. But how is this going to work when your team has been instigating and I mean Nick, from the top down? How is this going to work?
I will tell you this: the people that are running around saying they just don't have any evidence, that would be a monumental speculation.
Well, then.
So, I would tell you that they are working very hard. They've got a mountain of evidence to support the work they've been doing, and we are in regular communication with them. And anybody on, and unfortunately there are two sides. I mean, it is what it is.
It is,
whether they be on our side or the other side.
That's right.
Anybody
Bingo.
that thinks that these guys aren't doing their job, we all have to remember that people keeping things close to their chest, people not communicating, generally in these cases there's a reason for that, and they are doing their job. They're working very hard. They're being very communicative to Seth and very respectful to Seth.
I'm glad.
And our support for those guys is at an all-time high.
Absolutely. And that's, I'm glad that there's an open communication there. I'm so thankful that, you have.
But are you thankful, Justin? Are you thankful? Because you guys have been saying law enforcement isn't doing their jobs. Are you thankful?
Confidence in them. And I know that it would have to be, to make Seth, respectfully Seth, to have confidence, he's going to, he's just not going to jump. You know what I mean? Seth isn't going to just jump.
He's not going to turn a 180 in the way he feels without good reason.
Right. Exactly.
But that's really not that's not really true, because in the beginning he was absolutely, law enforcement was doing great, and then okay, whatever.
I've always been the one behind the scenes that's been saying, hey, I don't have reason to think that there's any corruption. I don't have reason to believe they're not doing their job, and Seth, was not of the same thought process for the longest time. But when I tell you that we are both 100% on board with those guys, supporting them, know that they're working hard, and know that they are much closer today than they were February 26th. That's the only thing that I needed to know.
Right. Yeah. That was always your question. That was always your question.
Exactly.
And, and this is the thing, I was just talking, this is a criminal investigation. It's a criminal investigation, in my opinion. I mean, Nick Barra said,
again, yes, that came out. It was backed off of, and it's been said it's an open investigation. Now, you can have your opinions, but until law enforcement says it's a criminal investigation, it's an open investigation.
March 4th, it is a criminal investigation, right?
But the moment that we don't believe he ran away anymore, I mean, there's not much else, right?
Right. Well, and there's no evidence to point that. But I was just saying in this live, think about how many warrants they have to get just for the home, right? The phone, right? The iPad, this, that.
Right, one more time, motherfucker.
This, that, the cars, right? Everyone's
Oh,
cars,
stop
including
saying
Seth,
right.
Everyone's.
Right. You sound like fucking Michelle's the bait.
A blanket warrant for all the cars. You can't get a blanket warrant.
No, it is individual. Not only that, but they need a warrant for any
tragedy
like, if, for instance, if they got internet, right? They've got to get a warrant for that as well. It is so
TPE. The melatonin works. The melatonin of YouTube, she needs a nap.
Think about all the tools these guys have, right? I mean,
yes,
you've got your warrants, you've got subpoenas, you've got probable cause affidavits, you have, and then the tools inside of the processes. You've got geofencing, you've got so many things. I mean, this is 2024, and
almost
these
25.
guys aren't. These guys are operating with a mountain of resources.
Yes. Yeah.
But it's been bashed and trashed, law enforcement saying they haven't done enough and they're corrupt. What the fuck?
They have what they need, and they will solve this case.
Yeah.
There's not a doubt in our minds.
Yeah, it's coming. Yeah. It's coming. It's
maybe you guys should have trusted the process all along instead of throwing out every never.
I 1000% believe that. Seth believes that. And
well,
where we're at right now is we want we certainly appreciate and respect all the creators, good, bad, or indifferent, that are not causing problems, that are digging into the case.
Yeah.
Our particular situation right now is we want to make it clear that we're supporting law enforcement, and we want we want to try to focus on, Sebastian and not anything else. So that's kind of where we're sitting.
Right. I mean, I know that
So they're supporting law enforcement, according to Tony.
this, like I said, there's a mountain of information. I can't imagine the information that they've had to comb through. I can't imagine. You know what I mean? And
let's use our critical thinking abilities.
It's very hard to hear him, but he said, let's use our critical thinking capabilities.
These guys have a monumental amount of pressure on them.
Yes, that's what. Yes,
pressure from our side, from the other side, from the remaining few that are just on Team Sebastian that haven't chosen a side, from the concerned citizens of the community.
Yep.
It was an election year, and with Summer Wells and some of the other things in Tennessee, they have a huge amount of pressure, and these guys are, very, very, very committed to trying to restore faith in the community. That your children are safe. This is a safe place, and they are working relentlessly to restore that faith in the community. And they know that until this case is solved, they're going to have more doubters every day.
Yeah.
So,
really? Even though they did every single thing possible.
And,
okay.
And I can tell you, the guys are, when you speak with them, they're courteous, they're professional. They, we don't put them in a situation where they have to.
We don't put them in a situation.
Tell us things they don't want to tell us, or they have to tell us no.
Right.
But there's been enough communication that we are very comfortable that they are going to solve this case.
That's been the question all along. You know what I mean? And
what a flip flop here.
And I don't. Sometimes we don't know why law enforcement does what they do. Maybe the thing is, they can work a case 6 months and not have much, and then they find one thing, and then it's jackpot.
Let me ask you a question.
No shit, and they've been working this case from jump, but all of you have had to disparage law enforcement, say that they're not doing enough after day after day after day.
Let me ask your audience a question. If this was your child,
Mhm.
you know that they've only got one shot. When they bring this, they've
Yes.
got to bring it strong.
Yep.
Because we all know what double jeopardy is.
Yep, I know what you're going to say.
So
yeah.
if this were your child, your audience's child, how much of the vital information that you need to get a DA to sign off on a case to prosecute who's responsible, how much of that information would you want them sharing with the general public?
None.
Zero.
None. Zero.
And that's where.
Just last week when law enforcement, hello, anybody remember just last week when law enforcement made the statement about the green hoodie? Does anybody remember that? Are we fucking living in a la-la land right now? The DA has been involved from jump, getting updates on this case. Nothing new has changed. Nothing has changed here. Nick Barris is the source of the DA getting updates on this case because he was concerned and wanted to be updated. That has been going on, people.
That's where we're at. We've come to grips with the fact that we want this case to be as strong as it could be.
Yeah.
And, we're willing to give them anything they ask for.
And this is heavily targeted. What they're trying to allude to the public is that the DA is building a case against Chris and Katie. They've got to be really strong when they do this. You can tell what the implication here is. I'm sorry. If you feel that I'm wrong, say I'm wrong. Tell me it's not. This is all to try to say that Seth is completely happy with law enforcement because they're building a case against, in my opinion, Seth and Katie. And this is to try and dangle that he's doing the exact same thing Truth did on the other side, just using law enforcement to dangle information so people can speculate and run with.
There are no questions off limits with us. There never has been with Seth. He's the most transparent person I've worked with, not only in any case like these, but also in.
And I find it mighty fucking ironic that Truth comes out and opens up a can of worms to where puts Chris in a position to go defend himself on panel. Then Truth takes the panel the very next day and says he doesn't believe that Chris is involved, but he opened up that Pandora's box and putting enough doubt in there about that truck situation to get and bait Chris into a response. And then what do? They get an emotional response from him so people can pull that apart. And here comes Tony, the white knight savior, on panels to oh, they're building a case. Law enforcement is doing all this. Meanwhile, their team, their professional intelligence agency is out here doing riddles against pastors. They baited. I don't think, Truth says, I don't think Chris Proudfoot is guilty, but he sure heavily went after Katie. I don't think any of this isn't suspect as fuck.
Open book. He's an open book. He's too open 100%. Sometimes, to be honest with you.
So we have nothing.
Too many
to hide.
missing
He's got
pieces.
nothing to hide. And I think it was abundantly clear early in the last, like I said, 12 days, that we're willing to do anything we can do to help them, support them.
Yes.
Everybody laughed about the truth serum months ago.
Yeah.
But our response was that first thing we've got to do to get somebody to want to work with us is let them know that Seth is an open book, and if that means some kind of crazy truth serum or whatever, I mean,
well,
again, we don't have anything to hide.
That's the thing. I mean, people.
But I thought your attorney said that was a lie.
I think blew it out of proportion. It was the fact that Seth was saying, "I'll do anything."
Absolutely, Duchess.
Anything.
Right.
Why wouldn't others?
Seth would go on Nancy Grace again tomorrow and take polygraphs in front of an audience. He doesn't care.
Yes.
He's got nothing to hide.
Right. That's exactly right.
And like him, don't like him, like me, don't like me. I mean, there's so many people that have formed opinions based on on what they hear or what they want to hear. But again, he just wants his son back, and he is willing to do anything he can to make that happen. And
that's what real parents do. Right. And
I don't know that anybody's got a playbook for this, but I can tell you that there's one parent that has been shouting from the rooftop that they want this child back.
Yeah.
That's it. No more.
Right. And Mohawk, you're right. And I was going to mention this.
Every time Chris gets baited into coming out on a panel and defending himself, it opens up Pandora's box for Tony, the calm, collected spokesperson, to come in and, oh, everybody's doing everything. Fuck. Justin, you are so thin-skinned and wishy-washy. It makes me sick.
To you, Tony.
You were just going off about law enforcement and why their press release.
Justin has said for a long time they only get one chance to get it right, and I've said this 1,000 times, Tony. I'd rather it be wait 2 years and really get this case
100%.
than 6 months and no justice and not finding Sebastian.
Meanwhile, you disparage law enforcement constantly and don't have faith in that they're doing their job. Okay, sure.
Well, and the
sure,
phrase
Jan.
that we use within our camp, multiple times a week, regarding information we put out, regarding the investigation.
Speak up a little bit.
The phrase we've been using a lot lately regarding either information that we put out or regarding the investigation itself has been, we really want to measure twice and cut once.
Yep. I agree.
So, and that's our philosophy. You will not hear us, nor have you ever heard us. Yet again, other than early on where I relayed some information, and I won't call the other creator out, but they had a meeting with Sumner County. They gave Seth.
Stephen Crabtree is the creator, and you had a huge hand in that. Don't try to pass it off that you didn't. You're the one that said that there was information, and he was in contact with Katie's mom. Don't be a liar now, Tony.
My information, Seth was on the phone when it happened on a three-way call. We both heard the same information. We relayed it out there. And in this person's defense, I'm still not certain that the information was not really what was received. I think they pushed this person into changing their mind and what they heard. But after that happened, from then on out, we've never released anything that we didn't measure twice.
You don't get to blame that on Stephen Crabtree, because you were the source of him supposedly being in contact with Katie's mom, and you had information to back that up. You forget, you buffoon.
Twice, cut once, triple verify,
cross-check and verify.
Or that we didn't have documentation in front of us from a government entity.
Yes. Well, it's I'm not going to, but yesterday the question was asked about Edgar. Has there been 5 CPS cases?
Call him by his name, you disrespectful punk. His name is Chris.
And he couldn't answer that.
Comment was, I don't know.
Yeah, that's his comment. Now, I don't know about you, but if my home and my stepson and he's been missing 10 months. I have.
Maybe he genuinely doesn't know how many reports have been made. Maybe they've only had X amount of visits, but they don't know overall how many reports have been made. Maybe he doesn't.
Time to think on that. I think you would probably know.
And maybe he also just doesn't want to talk about it because it's not the public's information. I mean, okay.
I found that very interesting.
Well, I mean, look, how many you got a lot of good parents in your chat. You know, you're a good parent.
Thank you.
You got a lot of good parents in your chat. Even if you're a bad parent, if somebody asks a question, do you have a CPS report filed against you? You know the answer.
He's already answered this. That's the fucking kicker. He's already answered these.
There is no, I can't remember. I don't know the number, right? The number's irrelevant at this point. But, you know, you either know or
He's already answered that.
you know that it has happened or
Way to twist it up, guys.
didn't happen.
I knew they were going to do this.
Now again, I mean, everybody's got to tread lightly with those reports. We've been given very strict legal advice as to what we
Absolutely.
can discuss.
Absolutely.
You know, the quantity of the reports, the approximate dates of the reports, but none of the content in the reports. You've never heard us discuss the content.
No. The only thing Seth has ever said is, if you knew what I knew, it would keep you up at night.
Yeah. And I mean, you know, an opinion based on what he's seen, there's obviously nothing wrong with that. But
No.
anything deeper than that,
No specifics.
you'll never hear us discuss
Yeah.
that. And the advice we took on that was not from Lesniak, it wasn't from Castor, it wasn't from any of those folks. It was from the same attorney that obtained the reports, the family attorney.
Right.
So,
Right.
and we're to a point where we're keeping everything tightened up.
Good.
You know what? Fuck this. I want to go. These two make me just look. Let's get some excitement going in here because somebody else reviewed this last night. Let's go take a look over here because there's something funny in this whole thing. There's something fucking funny in this. Let's go to BJ from last night. This is what I said I wasn't going to do before Christmas. Cry.
I think the first meeting was on Sebastian's birthday, and I said that is the best gift Seth could have received.
Let's listen to the sleepy panel review this because this will be fun. Because I can inlay some clips that might blow your mind.
Other than finding his son.
Yep.
Could not agree more. And you are correct. The first meeting was that day on December 7th.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, you know, and I think when all this is settled.
If we're going to make it a long one, let's make it a long and fun one. Let's wrap it up with the perfect bow.
And comes to fruition, I think that a lot more of it will make sense to the public as to why
I'll
there
speed
were
them up.
press conferences.
Yeah.
I think it will all make sense.
Yeah. Yeah. Sometimes
I did cut some of this out. So what this is me reviewing BJ, reviewing Justin, who was reviewing Truth with Tony on the phone. Yeah. Stream Inception.
silence is strength.
Mm-hmm.
100%.
This just wants to make me cry.
And you come out
I know,
and do a
right?
press conference.
It just makes them want to cry. Meanwhile, you were cutting down law enforcement statement last week. Okay. All right. Sure, Dan.
I'm so excited.
Your press conferences. We don't have
excited.
anything that we can share at this time. We're
So excited, even though we have never had any indication that law enforcement wasn't working their tails off on this case the entire time.
continuing to work hard.
Right.
It's an active investigation. Then you're going to have all these people attacking them saying, why did they even do a press conference?
Right. Yeah.
Bitchy Becky's coming out.
Well,
So,
you know how critics are online. You're damned if you do, damned if you don't.
That's right.
Facts.
And
Facts.
I get that. I mean,
Absolutely, Terry. Unless you're Katie. Silence is golden unless you're Katie.
I think if you've
Hey,
ever been,
Tashi.
with there's always people out there, no matter what you do, how good you try, how hard you
Yes,
try,
Justin.
may not make sense to them.
Preach, Spanky, preach.
Oh well, right? You're doing the best you can, and we know
Oh, I knew I recognized that Brenda person that was in my chat earlier. Oh, wait, there she is.
that Sumner County is doing everything
There she be.
they can, and they are pursuing this.
Thanks
Seth
for
is
stopping by
happy
today, Brenda.
with it, and if Seth is happy, that's all I need to know.
100%. And I can tell you this, I'm very
So
much
you're going to apologize to law enforcement for mocking them and saying they're not doing their jobs? Any of you? Any of you? Going once, going twice. Oh, yeah, probably not.
Peace, knowing that I represent a guy who screamed from the rooftop.
Yep.
Oh, did you guys know?
Back, and a guy whose story has never changed. His interviews have never been
Amen.
consistent. A lot of people say, well, his stories have changed too. I can tell you, I know for a fact the last 7.5 months, his stories have never changed. There's never been inconsistencies.
Where?
Ooh, ouch. Seth's stories have never changed. There's never been inconsistencies. Oh God. Let's just not. Let's not, because there is many inconsistencies and it's been pointed out over and over again. Like, do we really need to? Do we really need to? Again, I've decided I wasn't even going to do a back-to-back of Seth's inconsistencies, because at the end of the day, law enforcement is the one that needs to know. It's irrelevant. I'm more interested in the creators that turn this into a shit storm.
And from what I've seen before I got involved, there's nothing any different the first 2 months.
There's nothing for him to be, I mean,
Revival, you do.
This is the thing. There's nothing for his story to be even inconsistent about, right? Now,
he really doesn't have a story, right? I mean,
right.
His
That's
story
what
is
he
that
was
he
at work.
loved his son unconditionally.
Right.
You know, while you know, he knew where his son was, and I'm not using that in past tense. He loves his son unconditionally. But he really doesn't have a story outside of that, because his alibi is rock hard.
Yeah.
And, you know, he's turned over everything
Facts.
he's been asked to turn over, and then some.
It amazes me that,
and none of us know that. Again, that's up to law enforcement.
I mean,
we have no indication that it's not. Same with Chris and Katie's, though. We have no indication of any of this. So, okay, carry on.
you know, I have supported Seth literally.
Can you come up with another word besides facts? Facts, because we don't know this is facts. All we know this is hearsay, because it's not coming from law enforcement.
Since day one, Tony. Literally since day one.
I'm gonna get a fucking Twitch.
And I've, you know, he's pissed me off.
Same. Yep. Same. Did you just say yep? Same. Hold on. Let me remind what was asked. What was asked?
The turnover, and then some.
It amazes me that, I mean, I you know, I have supported Seth literally since day one, Tony. Literally since day one I've started this case.
Same.
And I've, you know, he's pissed me off before, but you know, I've always supported him, right? And you know, we've talked through that and all that stuff, you know.
We've never wavered on it.
But
Yep.
Never.
Wait, you've never wavered on your support of Tony and Seth? You never have? Wait, what?
For a moment have I ever even thought that he motive, means, opportunity, none of that.
Never.
This is a man. I mean, I don't understand the even why someone would think other, because this is a man in a jail, locked in, right, with prisoners with 1.5 billion cameras. There's no better alibi you can have than being in a jail or a prison, unless you're in surgery or in a coma.
Well, if I were investigating this case from the start, I would say, you know, yes, he was at work while, you know, they were eating at Texas Roadhouse, and he was also at work when he was reported missing. But you know what? Let's check this guy's electronics devices. Let's make sure everything checks out there. And I would certainly do that. And all that was done immediately.
Of course.
With Seth, it was done immediately.
Yeah.
You know, when you get to know Seth on a deeper level, he holds relationships very sacred. You know, he is very, very serious about being.
Hold the fuck on. I didn't even realize. Is this really happening? Seriously, please tell me, for the love of Jesus, this isn't happening. Did she just fall asleep?
For his story to be even inconsistent.
BJ, seriously, go to the doctor, get checked for narcolepsy, please.
About, right? Now,
he really doesn't have a story, right? I mean,
right.
His
That's
story
what
is
he
that
was
he
at work.
loved his son unconditionally.
Right.
You know, while you know, he knew where his son was, and I'm not using that in past tense. He loves his son unconditionally. But he really doesn't have a story outside of that, because his alibi is rock hard.
Yeah.
And, you know, he's turned over everything he's been asked to turn over, and then some.
It amazes me that, I mean, you know, I have supported Seth literally since day one, Tony. Literally since day one I've started this case.
Same.
And I've, you know, he's pissed me off before, but you know, I've always supported him, right? And you know, we've talked through that and all that stuff, you know.
We've never wavered on it.
But never a moment have I ever
Holy
even thought
shit.
that he motive, means, opportunity, none of that.
Never.
This is a man. I mean, bar. I don't know the.
I mean, listening to Spanky makes me sleepy too.
I don't understand the even why someone would think other. Because this is a man in a jail.
BJ, did you not go after Seth Rogers' spokesperson, Tony, after CJ got pissed off about hold on. Whoops, where'd I go? Hold on, let me present this again. Did you not go after them, Tony, claiming he was setting Chris up? Or not Chris, Seth? That Tony was setting, and did you not like try to imply at one point in time that something weird was going on with all of them? And did you not come out going after Seth? It's probably the same thing of like you've never accused Katie of doing anything either. That might be, but let me remind you one of the times that you went after Tony.
Let me see. Let me see. And even if she was correct on that, it don't change anything that I said. I stand by everything I said tonight. Other than if she was right about that, I was wrong. Seth said that, but she said Seth said it. I don't know, whatever. I never heard it, and everybody I asked never heard it. Oh, I agree, Sassy. Huge mistake on Trevor's part going on that panel. I told Trevor that too. He is my Facebook friend. I'll ask. Yeah, that was. And I would like to hear Trevor say that. That I'm telling you, that's another reason why Seth probably is questioning Trevor, because Trevor went over there to her channel and other channels. Seth said it on Trevor Lee. Seth said it to Trevor Lee. Okay. Okay. Just the fact that Chris resonates with Clue is telling enough. Yeah, it is.
Oh, wait. Is this the part that comes up?
I think Tony leaked that audio too. I wholeheartedly believe that. I think Tony leaked that audio to frame Trevor, to turn Seth against Trevor. I believe that with
Oh, shit. That's where we go after Tony for saying that he leaked the audio. Oh, shit.
Every fiber of my being.
Oh, wait. But let's go here. I think this is where you talk about still supporting Seth, but what that looks like to you.
You know what? I'm just going to play the part that Queen Bee played because she's already got it pulled out. I'm going to use fair use for this. I just want to play what Web Sleuths had to say about the whole cease and desist.
Oops, hold on. Sorry.
I don't know. It'd be interesting to look at a map, you know.
Oh, yeah. I was going to do that. I'm just, you know what? I'm just going to play the part that Queen Bee played because she's already got it pulled out. I'm going to use fair use for this. I just want to play what Web Sleuths had to say about the whole cease and desist. Where I'm at now, I do want to say that I still support Seth.
Okay. And she's never wavered in it. Okay.
In a sense that, you know.
Oh, in a sense that.
No. My heart goes out to the man. His, you know, and I don't think that there's any questionable. I don't question him. There's not red flags for me when it comes to him so much as with the others. And but I do think that he's being led astray.
Oh, but it was unwavering. It was unwavering support. Oh, okay. All right. I mean, that happens. This was after the 6th cease and desist that went out. And she was really pissed at Seth Rogers because her buddy CJ got one. And she was really pissed at Seth about that. So let me go grab that if she's still got it up, because that's pretty interesting when she talks about Seth. Chances are she's probably taken a couple of them down around that. But here's another thing. You know, she also says that, well, she didn't like Tony, but now Tony's the bee's niece.
Any favors. That's, I guess, where I'll leave that.
This is from, by the way, this is from, oh, sorry, I bumped myself off. This is from Cher's panel.
In my humble opinion, the only reason that he started backing up from all of that was when he realized that the public was not having it. And then that's when he started downplaying it and saying, okay, it was only one time.
Right.
But
Yeah.
to
And it
answer
was
your
years
question,
ago.
yeah, oh God.
Even
Yeah.
though he was an embarrassed 15-year-old that went back and sat down at the table, and Chris said, ha, 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 I told you.
Yeah, and the CPS worker lost her job allegedly, according to
Right.
with the yeah. So
It's irritating.
So
It's,
yeah.
you know, I'm mocking him because he mocks Sebastian, you know, so because usually I'm not a mocker. I don't do that. I think that it's an immature thing to do, but that's how goofy he sounded when he mocked Sebastian.
Well, it's incredibly frustrating too, because I mean, there's this growing trend, and to answer what you said or you asked about Tony, a lot of people can't look past him, and that's where I'm like, okay, I think he's terrible. He's an opportunist. If you go look, he was in Moscow, Idaho, right after those college kids were, brutally unalived. He was there with drone footage, taking pictures with Brian Enton. And then he shows up with Caleb Harris's dad to be the spokesperson for that. I mean, it's obvious what's going on with Tony. But at the end of the day, like, listen, call me biased, but out of all of these parents, Seth is the only one that we know was at work the night that Sebastian went missing. We cannot establish an alibi for Katie or Chris.
Right. Other than she said she was at home, but now I'm trying to find this timestamp quick because I want to hear if you guys remember it. But Chris says the time frame that Sebastian disappeared was between midnight and 6. But
well, Tony doesn't seem to be one of the people she's a fan of. Let's go over here, because it's also been stated she's never made accusations against Katie. Let's listen while I pull this other one up.
Taken out of the house, and how do you think Summer was taken from the house?
Okay, I think Sebastian was taken out of the house in the vehicle in the garage because he didn't leave through any of the exits because Chris and Katie ruled every exit out. Front door was accidentally, but he ruled it out. That's the only way that I think that he could have left the house without being seen on camera. Summer, I don't think she made it home. I think that Candace met up with Dawn on her way home, or she went home and dropped Grandma Candy off and then met Dawn. But I believe that Candace met with Dawn between the 3 and 4 o'clock hour, and Dawn took Summer from her there.
What about you, Brittany?
Okay, so I'm in agreement with Mandy. If Sebastian was taken out of the home in the middle of the night, it had to have been through the garage. But I also, this is where I'm conflicted.
Oh, wait. There was never accusations made? Never? She's never accused anybody of anything?
Because then there's a part of me that's like, maybe he didn't come home that day. They went to the bowling alley allegedly, and they went to eat dinner. Law enforcement.
I think they absolutely made it home.
You think so?
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay, so either that, he didn't make it home, or either it's like Mandy said, it was through the garage. Well, I have another theory to that too. Her work truck, I've noticed this. Her work truck is parked right beside the garage, and the garage has a side door. And that side door is right there at the work truck. So I could see somebody coming out that side door, and it immediately, like if she pulled her work truck up a little, she pulled her work truck.
If she pulled her work truck up, huh? Oh, wait. She's never accused Katie of doing anything, right? This is just hypothetical speculation, right? But this never happened, right? Do I sound like Justin now? Right? I mean, whatever. Okay. We know she says a lot that she doesn't say. Let me go back to this one because this is fun. This is fun. She says she's always supported Seth with last night. She says she's always supported Seth. No, nothing wavering in that. Okay, let's go here.
Ever seen something so appalling and so outright disgusting from the parent of a missing child, other than if the parent has been involved in harming the child or taking the child away. I'm talking about Seth Rogers, and this is Sebastian's father. There is nothing to indicate he has anything to do with the disappearance of Sebastian. I want to state that unequivocally. However, what he has done, I don't even know where to begin. I can tell you that a bunch of YouTubers and others involved in helping look for Sebastian received a letter from an attorney. It was a cease and desist order, okay?
So
Seth
crazy.
Rogers sent out a threatening letter to people who were
I'm actually a little shocked.
Yeah, it's just crazy.
I do want to say this. I don't agree with the cease and desist. I think that we should be, I'm worried, Jules, that this is gonna lead to a slippery slope, and it's gonna make it where, people follow suit, and then they start shutting us down left and right from being able to talk about these cases. But
Well,
where?
In what way can they do that? Because the government can't infringe on free speech, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if you try to get an attorney, you try to get law enforcement to enforce
this is
a
funny.
cease and desist on talking.
Oh,
It's really, really strange. I don't hopefully one of the law tube guys will pick this up and talk about it.
But now the person on panel with you, BJ, is in. Yeah, I'm going to get to that too. I just wanted to point this out though, because I think it's fucking ironic right here that Brittany is a plaintiff in an injunction trying to silence somebody using a missing child, but she was against Seth sending cease and desist. The fucking irony.
Now, when it comes to Sebastian, I don't think Seth should go that far. That's where I'm going to say, look, you're wrong. You're wrong from trying to shut everybody down. You should want.
This is that unwavering support, huh? Even though victims and their families should be able to protect themselves. And this is, if you were for victims and their families, you would have supported his decision of, yeah, okay, these people are going too far. I can see why you did that.
Everybody, all eyes, all hands on deck.
I forget.
But where I told y'all this yesterday too,
Yes.
where I can kind of see where he's coming from is these people that are calling him a predator, saying that he was, doing things with Katie at 12 years old. That's his image. I mean, he's got to, that could keep him from getting jobs in the future. I mean, many things.
Do you think that's what prompted the cease and desist? Is all this talk about being a pedophile?
I think that's a big part of it.
That may explain why some people got the letters and some people did not.
Mm-hmm. Well, I will tell you this too. I noticed that some of the people, T-Rev and his girlfriend both got one.
Which is creepy because they know Seth. Weren't they friends?
Yeah, that's what I'm noticing. A lot of the people that met
this
him,
is wild.
That was like that knew Seth, that got to know him. They all got him. JLR met Seth. Illuminati.
That's sketchy.
Yeah, it is. It is weird. T-Rev and his girlfriend. And can somebody send me? I know one of y'all already sent it to me, but I got to be honest with you. I lost it in the email. I don't know where it's at. Can one of you guys send me another screenshot of that cease and desist, please? I want to read it to you because I had Mandy up here with me last night, Mandy and Cher from Voices Behind the Wall, and Mandy read that cease and desist, and I got a little angry because did Pascal get one? Tell me Pascal didn't get one.
That would be crazy.
If Pascal got one, I can't, Seth. You are so wrong for that one.
That is going to be so crazy. I'm not even going to be able to. Wow.
This is that unwavering support, though. Just a reminder. I'm just making sure everybody knows what unwavering support looks like from BJ. Okay, back to this really quick.
Locked in, right, with prisoners with 1.5 billion cameras. There's no better ally.
By the way, I could do that for hours on end, but I'm not gonna, I'll spare you because there's so many times where she shames Seth, Tony, calls Tony a fraud, phony Tony, all the things before they whipped her into line. And I don't mean literally whip her into line, but they were about to like push back and ask questions because she was disappointed in Seth. And Tony has always been, all this until Tony took panel that day and completely whipped him into shape. Right? Yeah. Phony bullshit from her, per usual.
Alibi you can have than being in a jail or a prison unless you're in surgery or in a coma.
Well, and if I were investigating.
I think so. Unwavering. I must have got the wrong definition of unwavering. Sorry, that's my thing.
In this case, from the start, I would say, yes, he was at work while, they were eating at Texas Roadhouse, and he was also at work when he was reported missing. But you know what? Let's check this guy's electronics devices. Let's make sure.
Oh, by the way, if you want to find more accusations, she's really comfortable on other people's panels saying her theories about Katie. It's been there all along, especially the Mensa panels. If anybody really wants to know, there's a whole lot of things that have been said out of her mouth that never said. We've never accused them of anything. We've never even implied that they did anything. Never once. Not us. Look over there. Not over here. We don't go after victims and their families. Not us. Don't do that. We've never done anything to Katie. Yeah. I've called her on it for 9 fucking months.
Everything checks out there. And I would certainly do that.
Breaking Chains.
And all that was done immediately.
Of course.
With Seth, it was done immediately.
Y'all go check out Breaking Chains channel. She dropped another amazing video on Dog the Bounty Hunter. Let me go grab her link really quick. I'll drop it. I've been getting lazy and asking my mods to drop links for me. Like, what's wrong with me lately? We're gonna listen to this and then we're gonna go to Jonesin because I was a panel hoe yesterday. I was on Grannies in the morning, Queens in the afternoon, and Jonesin. And guess what, y'all? Those guys don't all get along, and all of them I get along with and treat with respect. Shocking. And I had fun on all 3 panels.
Yeah.
The one especially.
When you get to know Seth on a deeper level, he holds relationships very sacred. He is very, very serious about being a good father, and that's who he is.
Right.
Does he make everybody happy?
The fuck? No, you guys.
No. Do I make everybody? While they were eating at Texas Roadhouse, and he was also at work when he was reported missing.
Breaking
But you know what?
Great videos.
Let's check this guy's electronics devices. Let's make sure everything checks out there. And I would certainly do that. And all that was done immediately.
Of course.
With Seth, it was done immediately.
Yeah.
When you get to know Seth on a deeper level, he holds relationships very sacred. You know, he is very, very serious about being a good father.
Okay.
And that's who he is.
Don't anybody tell me that I'm not hearing what I'm hearing. I am hearing snoring, full on fucking snoring. Bullshit. That is, I don't care. Go to bed. Like, but this is becoming a constant thing.
Right. Does he make everybody happy?
Yep.
No.
Her panel just woke her up. He just said Brit.
The Texas Roadhouse, and he was also at work when he was reported missing. But you know what? Let's check this guy's electronics devices. Let's make sure everything checks out there. And I would certainly do that. And all that was done immediately.
Of course.
With Seth, it was done immediately.
Yeah.
You know, when you get to know Seth on a deeper level, he holds relationships very sacred. You know, he is very, very serious about being a good father, and that's who he is. Right. Does he?
Nonsense. Pause this shit. Pause it. Pause it. Pause it. Pause it.
I
Somebody tell this girl to go get in the motherfucking bed.
I'm gonna let you take over for a minute because I'm gonna take
I
the
got you.
opportunity.
Somebody tell this girl to go get her damn bed. Stop holding these late night damn motherfucking lies, because all she do is go to sleep, and then folks, you opening the door for folks to make fun of you. I'm looking out for you. I know you think I'm being petty, but no, bitch, I'm telling you, stop doing these late lives. It's making you look bad as shit. Like, that shit is wild. This is like the 4th or 5th one I've done heard where you going to sleep. Now, on this other shit, what Tony is trying to insinuate, I could only imagine what Katie is going through. That's the God's honest truth. Especially right now, holidays, birthday. It's like Nonsense constantly says, we can cut this off and go back to our normal lives. We have our family. Our members is around us. They don't. Their life will never be the same again. And yet we constantly hold panels and things like that to sit here and judge these people and make it seem like they were the shittiest parents ever. And I'm sorry, I can't get on that bandwagon. I can't. I don't know what Sebastian was going through. I don't know what the parents was going through. We don't know if they didn't try to get him help. So to make it seem like they were just abusive and neglectful, that's dangerous. Those implications are dangerous. And yet we go with it every day. Every damn day, something different is happening. Just like yesterday. And the night before that, everybody saw. If you didn't, well, I didn't, because I didn't want to watch that shit. And I'm glad I didn't, because I probably would have got mad. Every day it's the same damn thing. I was already mad yesterday because I felt like, first of all, that was coward ass shit what you did, Truth. That was coward ass shit. You tried to put it off on Granny. You thought poor Granny was going to back you up on that. And they didn't. And Granny told your ass off. Do it your motherfucking self if you're going to do it. Don't put me in that shit. So I respect the hell out of you for Granny for standing your ground on that. For Truth, for you to dangle that shit like a carrot over our heads and look at what I got, y'all, but I ain't finna tell y'all. That's fuck shit. And at the end of the day, I stand on what the fuck I said in Johnson's last night. What would this piece of information change? Would it bring him home? No. Let's just be honest. Because if law enforcement doesn't want this information released and it's already, they know about it evidently, so how is that gonna help? Don't worry, I'll wait.
It's not. It's not.
No, it's not. And that's why I have an issue with everything that has transpired the past 2 to 3 days. I have an issue with all of it. Proof, what you did was hoe shit. I'm gonna be honest. That was straight up hoe shit.
Mm. All for content.
I don't know what and I'm not saying Chris and Katie probably haven't had a conversation, but if they did have a conversation with you, it's like Dutch said, you have that conversation in private. You don't bring that shit on the YouTube. And you did. And you knew what you were doing because now people are going to keep hounding you. What do you know? What do you know? What do you know? Just tell the truth. What do you know? Have y'all ever thought about what would happen? I don't know what the information is, but I'm just saying, have y'all ever thought about if this information was released, what could happen in the aftermath?
Right. Yeah. We don't know what it is. Penny said, I'd love to hear Chico's Corrupt Chronicles. She tagged you. Take on the damn thumbnail. Sorry, I can't get over it. Just shut the fuck up, Penny. Penny, which thumbnail?
Yeah, what thumbnail? I don't know what you're talking
thumbnail
about.
are you talking about? Tell us what thumbnail you guys are talking about. Oh, Seth's from tonight. Let me go check it out. I'll go pull it up for us. I didn't even look at the thumbnail. I knew that I knew they were talking about that last night, that he was going to be doing a live today. The team was starting to promote it last night. So I'm not shocked by this upcoming. Let me show you guys. Hold on. I'm not shocked at all. If you guys think about it, okay, now follow me, and you can disagree. Again, your opinion's valid. But Truth baited Chris into coming on panel, right? Oh God, I sound like Justin now, right? Right? Fucking
Like,
right.
get that right out of your.
Slap me, fuck. Okay. Oh, I feel like I need a cleansing after listening to 5 minutes of that mofo. But Truth baits Chris into a panel. They have not been coming on panels. They have not been doing nothing. He is baited 100% into coming up to defend himself over things that I would have been pissed over too. Then it gets added and twist onto a little bit yesterday. Then it gives the team, the spokesperson, opportunity to go up and correct some of the things or tell them about what a good working relationship they have with law enforcement. Set the stage. Turn it to Seth is the victim again. And again, he is a victim. But of course, they're going to take the opportunity. But all the twists from all the different angles going on right now, Chris was baited into a conversation. So they're going to use that, in my opinion, to leverage the emotional manipulation. It happens every time. You follow the pattern. Anytime Chris was baited into a conversation or to defend themselves, there is a follow-up with some big response from the team. Tony started last night. They started promoting that Seth was, again, their choice to do 100%. But typically they go live on Fridays, which who cares? It is his channel. He can do as he wishes. But there's a definite pattern to how these transpire. And that's why I really highly side-eye Truth and Clue, and think they're playing all sides against the middle, because they intentionally knew that they were going to bait Chris into. And if Clue is so close to them and cares so much about them, she would have never been a part of that fuck shit that Truth did, and she never pushed back on it or shut it down at all for him to even stop.
It didn't make it no better when Truth straight up sat here and said he was trying to see if he could get the parents to fuck up and slip up.
Yeah. What do you think about this thumbnail? So the picture's AI. It's enhanced, obviously, the hair and everything. If you're bringing awareness to your missing child, I think that's kind of silly to do. I would think that you would want the real picture to be shown on the thumbnail. What the last photo you have, again, I can't zoom in. It goes away, I think, doesn't it? Or if I go in, oh, there, sorry, it does go to it.
Yeah, that's definitely photoshopped.
Yeah, that's definitely, I don't know. This is a hard one for me.
I don't have an issue with Seth having his own page. Let me say that. What I did have an issue with is when he came firing out the damn hip with a damn $80 tier. I had an issue with that.
Yeah.
I did. I'm not gonna lie about that. And then he changed it. And you know, hey, if people want to sign up for that, and if they want to spend their money that
Hold
way,
on. Chico, he's got an ear piercing, like a hole in his ear on this.
Huh?
There's a hole in his ear. Like, you guys zoom it, like you can
Oh, I
thumb
see
on
it.
your
I
device.
see it.
There is a hole in his ear, like where a piercing. What the hell? I don't. Okay, sorry. It's just odd. It just is odd. Yeah, that's a good statement. It's odd. Okay.
It is. I don't have an issue with it. It's just
It's just odd. Okay.
yeah. We're gonna leave it at that.
Yeah. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I just noticed that and I was like, what the fuck?
No. He has that right. So
I mean, at the end of the day, here's the thing for me with his thumbnails. I've seen worse. I'm going to say that. I've seen worse thumbnails from his team, his own team. I've seen worse thumbnails from. I've seen worse thumbnails from people I get along with. Like, I really genuinely have. So it's strange.
it is. Why are you? Let me shut up. I'm not gonna say that. Whatever.
Misty Blue says, hubby walked by when you were talking, Kyle, in the dimmer switch. She just walked by again and said, is she still talking? Did her husband stick a fork in the socket yet? Misty Blue. You guys, okay. Do you guys want to know why I'm still here yapping to you guys? Come on now. Y'all know that my house is probably being torn apart if I'm hiding, okay? I'm going to show you what my kitchen looks like. And yes, my vacuum's running really quick. And then I'll go back outside. Misty, tell your husband that he can't stick a fork in it because I might get electrocuted. But Chico, I took you off the screen for 1 minute. Look at this. I got under cabinet lighting now too.
Hey, that's a win.
So not only is my ceiling like there's a spotlight going on, he did under cabinet lighting too. Okay, sorry. Get you back on panel.
Here's my thing with it. To me, it's sexualizing a 15, 16-year-old boy. Like the whole shirt thing and thing. I mean, if that's, you know, it is what it is.
Sorry. I didn't mean to start that. Go ahead.
No, that's my opinion on it. It doesn't look right for a young man of his age, but his dad did that. So if that's how he wants to envision his son, let him. I mean, I can't say, no, I'm not the fucking moral police of YouTube. I'm not.
Yeah, I agree with you. Sorry, I'm feeding my dogs right quick. Do you want to watch and review this with me? We're going to switch from Sleepyhead. She's going to put me to sleep to these guys. And I'm going to feed my dogs right quick. Do you want to sit with me while I do this?
Yeah, I can.
Okay, cool. This is from Jones's last night. So, Brittany, I just wanted to show a little hypocrisy of her unwavering support. And I could go on for hours and hours and pull clips, hours of the shit she's talked about Tony, Seth. But she's also, I've never accused Katie of nothing. Yeah, you've heavily speculated and implied a lot over. I mean, it's just unreal the amount that they overlook. But I'm going to play this from Jones's last night. So this from Joneson was reviewing some stuff that you can see in the comments. We're talking about the different communities and the overlap. Now this gets a little interesting and I want to explain a few things as we go, but this actually turned into a great conversation and I'm going to pick pieces out of it for people to pay attention to. Okay, here we go. If you want me to pause, you know the drill.
I hope there's some thought put into that.
I mean, like I said, I told Seth the day at that school, when everybody thought I was going to do a nasty little argument, it never happened. It was a very calm, respected talk between us two. Do I think there's a way that things can change and work? Sure. But there has to be a lot of change to be done.
I would agree with you on that. But I'm glad to hear that you're not closed off to that, because I think 10 months into this, I mean, what's been occurring isn't working. Would you agree?
Yeah, but you have to admit truth. Actions, like words. In my opinion, Chris has already proved that working with Seth was not off the table a long effing time ago. Seth is the one who reneged on that. Period.
Well,
No. Hold on.
Defend that. I'm sorry. Like,
right, but here's my point to what I'm saying is that now it's being said on a platform that.
See, Clue saying that right there, that's bullshit. Because they want it to keep going. Her being one of the main culprits. They want the parents to bicker back and forth. They don't want them to talk back and forth. Clue saying that, Seth is the one.
And for those of you that might not know or recognize that voice, again, sorry for the vacuum cleaner. That is Brantley. That is the beautiful Brantley that comes over in the chat and hangs out with us. That is Brantley that you are hearing talk. I enter the panel. So on the panel, it's Joneson, the good Nunya, Brantley. She pulls me up, Sinner, and Dietz. She pulls me, Sinner, and Dietz at the same exact time.
That caused all of that. Maybe he did, but you, ma'am, you know what you do. You know what y'all do. Y'all keep it going just like that other side. Y'all don't want those parents to talk.
And I think, again, what would happen if these parents were getting along? They insisted that all of the bashing on all sides stopped. What would that look like for content for these creators?
Very
I think that there is a certain amount of, I hate to say investment, because I don't want to think that everybody is like money driven in that way. But I think there is a certain level of like a return on investment that they are expecting at this point that does impact them not wanting to lose this content that they've had for months now.
Nanya, I'll say it. It's completely fucking, it's 100% money driven. Or at least it started that way. And
Okay, there's going to be some things that I correct that Sinner said over here because I didn't want to be rude or interrupt the conversation that was going on, but there's going to be some things that I correct, and it's just because of lack of knowledge, in my opinion.
And now it's personal. For them. It's 100% money driven. There's no question about it.
I think that's a cop-out thing. Like, I agree with Nanya. I don't think it's always money driven for some people. Yeah, I think it's an easy answer to say things are always money driven.
I think at this
that
point it
sometimes
is.
there's other reasons for people.
Well, well, Dietz, he had a super chat goal up while they were doing this. I mean,
now that's gross.
I mean, how could you be more money driven than that? I mean, that's an explicit indicator of money driven.
I think.
Yeah, I think
I didn't know that, but yeah.
Sorry, I think that for a lot of people, the only thing I can like equate it to is I think a lot of people it's pride and ego.
Can I say something really quick and then hop down? I don't mean to interrupt, but to that conversation about what I explained Chroma to, I'm actually glad Dietz is up here because she knows, I'm sure, probably more details of this case and can explain way more.
Oh, I don't
The
know
John, the John Benet story. This only hit me about the Chroma sector when I watched that. And it wasn't until then I could get a read on like what this was, like what could I equate this to? It was in that documentary, and I don't know the ins and outs of that case. Like, I didn't follow it. I knew there was a horrific incident. Like, I can tell you very
when they did the
basics of
mock
it.
trial, yeah.
Yes, and when they did the mock trial, and then not only that, but the public got so invested. The expert witness, like people were so drawn in on that case. There was even a detective that later on goes on Larry King Live and does a segment against the parents, like one-on-one, face-to-face. And if you watch it, the public was like salivating over that. And then it kind of moved into your TV stand magazines. Like there was the generations of like the
a trashy
TV
tabloid.
Yes, the shows and everything. So if you think of this and you pull it back and you watch that documentary, the only thing like Dietz knows what I'm talking about, thankfully, because I don't want to sound like an insane person, but if you look at it, look at who covers Dog the Bounty Hunter primarily. It's TMZ. It's TMZ that covers Dog getting involved in these cases and some local news. Nobody else is grabbing onto that. it's that same generation, but what they're doing is they're packaging it in a different way. It's a
Absolutely. It's now we have
Yes.
social media instead of our
I think this is such a good conversation about the bigger picture that we are seeing. The access to these cases, the interest in these cases, the human nature pull into these cases. That's what I popped up there for, because we were in the comments, we were discussing like, what does this kind of like equate to? Where does this, like, what are we seeing? And that's why I was glad, because I'm sure I figured Dietz had seen what I was talking about. But this conversation is wonderful to me. It does take a few really weird turns, and I'll call it out for what it is coming up.
daytime talk shows, which is
Yep.
a loose term to call them talk, but that's what they are. But now we have YouTube panels instead of Sally Jesse Raphael.
Yeah.
And so we have people, doing their own little mock trials without calling it a mock trial. We are literally holding these.
I know some of you guys have personal feelings about these opinions on, or these people on panel, but please listen. Don't, for once, and I know we all have personal issues with people we've had, but listen to what we are talking about here and try to understand, like, we're talking about the bigger picture of why people are so invested, because change does need to happen, but this is what's drawing people in. It's like our moms going to the grocery store and picking up the tabloids. People have always been interested in wild, crazy trauma, stress, like other people's problems. People really get invested in it.
You know what?
Yep.
Putting them on the stand and pretending that
Yeah.
we're the judge and the jury.
Yes.
And we might not
It
be saying
happens.
it, but it's happening. Yeah.
Yeah, it happens. It happens sometimes for like 4 hours straight with grannies watching. Like it's the
And this is where I was just like, okay, you'll hear what I say.
craziest thing I've ever
It
seen.
happens with so many.
It happens
that
with
are
so
willing
many,
to,
including me.
And,
No,
and
yeah,
on
I guess
both
it's
sides, not just like one or two
I piped in and said, including me.
specific creators. I think that
true,
Clue
it's
has
true.
long streams. BJ does.
I do.
Justin does.
BJ
Well,
does.
I'm just, that's why I said, show me one creator who has clean hands in any of this, because
I don't
there's
watch.
not one.
There's
I don't
one.
watch Justin. I've never watched anything from Justin. I just see clips.
But none of them have clean hands, and that's not to say that anybody is a bad person for not having
No.
clean hands, because we're all human. We all fuck up. We all make mistakes. We
Yeah.
all
Yes.
take things too far sometimes,
Yes.
or we all need to pull it back and open our eyes and maybe do some self-reflection.
Chasing, I was so invested in this conversation. I was so excited because Nunya and I, she was on panel and I was in the comment section, and Terry and others were like, a lot of us were really engaged in a conversation about like, how can we kind of wrap this in or explain this, or like, it was a great conversation between the chat in the panel. And I was like, let me hop up so I can like explain what I was trying to say in the comments, because people had been telling me, like, they had been, Terry for one, other people had been trying to get me to, like, they'd been mentioning talk shows and other things like tabloids and stuff. And it never hit me until Geraldo Rivera mock trial in the John Bonet documentary. And it was like light bulb that went off. But this conversation's really interesting.
And all of that. But
and it's going to have some drama in there. I can speak
But
to
to-
that personally.
yeah.
Sorry, Deetz, I didn't mean to cut you off,
No,
but
no, you're fine.
I've overstepped. Like, that's until I could recognize that this was that same thing. You don't even realize what it is, because it's the same. We're just watching it in active time. Like, people genuinely think that they are helping. There's a lot of genuinely good people that are making huge mistakes. Doesn't mean they're bad people, like, all the way around. And that was really, Nunya can attest to this. I was all like, no, these are shitty people, like, across the board. No, I used to be super like, nope, if you do this to families, you're just a shit human. And there are some of those. I think Chico probably would agree with that. But some of these people do think that they are doing good, and they just really overstep. Like, no gray on that. But now I can see, like, those people really. Did you want to add to that?
No, there is some shitty ass creators on this app, and I say it daily.
Yep.
I say it daily. There is shitty ass creators on this app, and because they push out the content that they do, of course it's going to get views because I'm going to keep saying it. Drama sells. The
Sure
truth,
does.
unfortunately.
Yeah. Really thought they were going to help John Bonet's case. Like people, that is such a reflection. People got so invested and they're doing it in real time now, in active, ongoing investment. Granny, have you heard this? Have you heard this? I think you're coming up. Investigations. There was print time. There was airtime previously on the tabloids and the talk shows. We're watching it happen in real time as it's unfolding.
Well, what do we always talk about? Like what, trying to sit back and watch these cases and figure out how do some cases explode more than others. And I know everybody up here on this panel has probably done that, trying to figure out like what is the secret recipe that makes these things so crazy on social media. But I know, and I don't think there is one secret recipe. I think it's a combination of so many
No, I
things.
know it. I know the
But
recipe.
okay, I'll let you tell in just a second. But I think one of the things that we always agree on is that one of the first things they do is create a hero and a villain. And I think we've all said that over and over and over. We see it actively happen when it does happen. And if the villain can play the role good enough and the hero can play the role good enough, the case explodes even bigger because then you have somebody to hate. Then you have somebody to go.
Chasey and I did too. That's how I learned to pull it back. Granny, if you haven't heard this yet, there's a part that might make you mad, but you do get some backing here.
And then you have somebody to put up on a pedestal and look at. And, eventually that person gets knocked off and it can flip flop depending on the case. But when you go back to the core of it, I don't think that the people that made one person a hero and one person a villain is necessarily bad, but it's obvious that it's happening. That I hate to go back to the sides, but they do that. They want to create a side and pit one person against another. And that's when things start to spiral very quickly out of control, just like that mock trial that took place. And, there were so many other things that happened in that case to, for her to pass away and to continue to be blamed before her death and even after her death as having something to do with her daughter. And maybe she did, maybe she didn't, but was that for us to decide? And that's what's happening here. We watch it over and over, and I think that it frustrates so many of us.
And in all honesty, it's a way, like people remember John Bonet's name still today. Her case is talked about. Think about how often we even know about some of the people that go missing, let alone the outcome of their cases, their stories, anything like that. So unfortunately, as though it does have its bad impacts, there's also people really see a plus side in this too, of this is helping keep the name, which I do not. That's not something I agree with, but people will argue with you that it does. It's out there. Like there are a group of people that genuinely think that these cases they would completely get ended and never get attention any further. So it's so hard at times too, because until I watched that, it didn't hit me.
But to that point, is it really helping?
Too.
Oh, sorry.
May I? I mean, I don't want to
sorry.
interrupt.
Yeah, sorry.
I watched this entire thing happen, and Seth Rogers was a complete sweetheart. He was the father of a missing child until a creator, adopted Seth or Katie and Chris.
No.
And then the other creator adopted Seth. So you have two people in a lawsuit against each other. They created camps.
Nope.
That's how this happened. I watched it from the very beginning. And ever since then, it's been the most buggered thing I've ever seen in my entire life.
With all due respect, Sinner,
So
it goes back further.
I'm sorry.
Well, I mean, with all due respect, I watched it myself, and I'm not asking for.
Nobody doesn't realize that him and I do not get along, like at all. So because I think Jones pulled all of us at once, he probably was not happy that I was up there trying to have a constructive conversation about like what we were all talking about. Here we go. Oh, there it goes. Sorry. But I was trying to ignore that. I was really heavily trying to ignore the issues that you can tell there. You can tell it's underlaid in this, and I'm sorry, it's there. I don't give a fuck about his problems with me. Truly don't care. But he's way wrong about what he's saying here. And
An opinion. I'm just saying what I saw.
Well, I
but I was still on somebody else's panel, so I'm gonna be nice, usually.
went to go look today when we were
Yes.
when all this stuff was going on. I went to, I don't know, I'm gonna say
Yes,
20 to
Jax.
25 different creators. And I looked at
Jax, 100%, and thank you for the support, but totally agree with you. Totally agree. This gets interesting.
now public content. I'll give you that. It's public content right now. But I looked at like who was doing what when.
Oh, he's gonna name names here coming up.
And literally it's within days
Yeah,
that
like
everybody is
BHB,
following
BHB
this.
grabbed Seth, and then the Hive grabbed Katie and Chris. And
So he says BHB grabbed Seth, and then the High grabbed Chris and Katie. Just wait.
But
it goes back before that, though.
It's
Corrects him.
before that though. Yeah, that's
Dietz corrects him.
my
First
thing
one
is
is 27.
they don't I don't think they
Before
come
that,
into like
yeah.
the 26th or 27th of March, but there's like 12 to 10 to 12 other creators that are already in this sector covering it at that
Nunya corrects this.
point.
And Body's
I mean-
right. Like, we often start to think that this YouTube bubble is the end all be all. No, there's Facebook, there's
Facebook's
Twitter,
a whole
there's
nother beast.
TikTok, and
Yeah.
it started even
Facebook, BHB started covering around March 16th.
I mean, we're not on Facebook. We're on YouTube.
right,
a
right.
lot of the
But the stuff
information-
from those platforms gets drug
Make it over
here
here.
too. Yeah.
That's a part of the baseline is using discussion groups from other platforms to build
Well, in any
narratives off
case,
of
there
and
were camps.
content
Well,
into.
in any case, there were camps that were set up very early on, and it's so clear what occurred. And each side, both
They
Seth
corrected it.
and Chris and Katie, were manipulated by
Let me correct
sides
stuff. Hold on.
and camps.
I agree.
And that sucks so much. I
Yeah,
can't
I
even
agree with
explain to
that.
you. And tens of thousands of dollars were made on the back of Sebastian Rogers, and that's a fact.
Kathy, actually, sides were being created right after, and it had nothing to do with Duchess, but it was Duchess's interview that really created sides because Chris and Katie, which Seth was invited to, came out and spoke, and Smiley was pissed not at the content but at the creator, and sides were created way back between the 3rd and 4th of March.
And it's because of the
Oh, yeah.
dual
But we're going to get into that in this conversation. It might shock some of you guys.
because of the battle between these camps.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm only
That's what we're
speaking on
saying.
YouTube.
Yeah, I
I'm
agree.
only
with that.
speaking on
narrative.
YouTube, and people have been
That's what we were trying to say is division is a part of the playbook, basically.
sued and dragged into litigation and all this other weird shit. But there are no victims in this. Everyone actively engaged and participated with free will. So
There are victims. I'm sorry.
I mean, they make their beds, they lie in it. What's happening with Granny? Like, it sucks, but she's also no victim. What's happening? Queen Bee's just like very quiet.
Hold
How many
on.
times did she play that
Just pause.
JLR song calling Seth Rogers a pedo over and over again?
Yeah.
Like it's some of the most disgusting shit I've ever seen in my entire life. This is the most I've ever spoke on this case.
Yeah.
But I've been paying very close attention to every step of it.
No.
Like
And I-
shame
I
on
think that's
shame on
where-
all of them.
I think you're kind of saying kind of similar to what we were saying earlier is we all tend to look at, the other side of things, right? Which is the typical.
If you guys didn't see this last night, just wait. I know emotions are going to flare right now, but hold on. Some things get corrected again.
Tragedy pimps or the typical, the people who are very consistent with misinformation, bashing parents, judging the parents, speaking out or spreading inappropriate speculation against the parents, right? We look at those typical people that you'd normally think of, right? And that's what we equate it to in our
Nunya, don't
minds.
say right again.
But in actuality, all sides are doing it.
No, that's exactly what I'm saying. I'm not grinding an axe here. I'm saying the whole thing, like
Sinner, I know that's
all
what
of
I'm
us,
saying. I agree with you
all
because
of
we're
us
like
are
you're saying
guilty
the
as
same thing as
shit
we
in
were.
this.
That's how it
Yeah,
makes a storyline.
I promise you, I'm not grinding an axe. I'm not calling anyone out in particular.
But you were.
But like for me, I saw
You are.
BHB versus the Hive, and that was sort of like the camp. I mean, you're telling me it happened earlier than that, but I'm telling you that it was emboldened and set in stone here on YouTube.
When BHB got involved, shitstorm was created. Absolutely. That's the cause and effect that they look for. Come on, dude.
With those two camps. That's just a fact.
We know that.
Well, that's an opinion, not necessarily a fact.
We know when BHB gets involved, shit goes south, and people call BHB on her shit.
But I
I can
don't.
prove it. I can prove it.
I do think that was a pivotal moment where it started to explode more. I do agree with that, but I think that this.
But the Hive wasn't the only one that started calling BHB out on her misinformation in this.
I think you talked about this deeper. Yeah.
I think you talked about this when certain characters got involved because opposition gets involved within days. I think, if I remember correctly, you talked about this in one of the sessions you did, and we were like, oh no, because she didn't get involved until end of March, BHB. And then it was like, oh shit, and things started to really pop off one after another.
You'll
and then,
see.
yeah, I
This is
think
a
you
good
talked about it
example.
though.
Which is kind of like what Nonsense is saying, though, and I agree when you think about the John Bonet documentary. If anybody else watched that and you saw the mock trials, and again, it just goes back to even can we pinpoint it down to one specific creator?
Duchess, I was so invested in the conversation because the bigger picture is there. What he's saying is incorrect, but the bigger picture of like, he doesn't know who came in first or any of that stuff. It's very clear. But what we were talking about, the bigger picture of all of this is absolutely there.
One specific problem, no, because I think it's a perfect storm. It's a totality issue. It's every, this creator
And
doing
I
this,
added
that
to it at the
creator doing,
beginning.
and like
I mean,
a combination of a
Jones and even said I added to it in the beginning.
lot of little
We all start covering this.
things that become one big.
There's definitely a
snowball.
lot I don't know. Like I don't mess with TikTok, which I know a lot of this happened on TikTok, and I don't really mess with Facebook very much. But I'm specifically talking about YouTube, and
yeah,
it was just really weird. Like the camps were set up, and that was the divide.
No, it was not.
Well,
Can I
and
ask you a question, Sinner? Sorry, Deeps.
Sure.
No, go
Yes,
ahead.
please.
Did you
please,
know
yeah.
that there's over 80? Like, I can hear some of what you're saying and absolutely agree with parts of it. There are 80 psychics, over 80 psychics, tarot card readers, and spirit box session readers that have covered this case between 1 to 5, most higher than that, like 1 to 10. It kind of ranges, but just in this case alone, just on YouTube, that's solely on YouTube.
Nonsense. They all email me.
Well, I'm just, okay, I gotta say it because I wasn't gonna, I was just laughing last night when this was said. But the people I address all email you. What was that supposed to be? Like, what the fuck was that supposed to be? Do you think I'm scared about them emailing you?
I'm curious as to what that means as well. I mean,
Yeah, what does that even mean? They all email you, the people I address, the 80 people that I address, like the people that are explaining, like, what was that supposed to mean, Sinner? What? Come in here and tell us what that's supposed to mean. Just saying.
But no, that I was actually going to say the same thing as you.
We all just kind of laugh it off, like whatever.
Nonsense. And again, it's no disrespect to you, Senator, but you said you haven't followed the entirety of the case, and I'm guessing you probably
No,
don't
I have
even
followed the
know.
entirety of the case, like from the time that it became popular.
Okay, from the time that
Sebastian
it became popular in the sector and the group of people that you watch.
That's Dietz for anybody that's wondering. Most of you recognize, but she's under the the comment that's pinned. Dietz is under Sinner.
And I'm not
What
trying
do
to
you?
say that to disrespect you. I'm just saying
No,
there's
it
a
is.
lot
It is
more
because
other out there that cover this and have covered it before those two that you just mentioned. And it started to progress
Well,
and blow up even
just
before that.
example. Just
Do you know,
example.
Dietz corrects it.
do you know the creator Smiley Stories World?
I do.
I was
Okay,
proud of
so
Dietz.
it
She was one
started
of the
even
first, yeah.
before
Yeah,
Queen and
such a
Betty
horrible
because
person.
things started there and it started to intensify
Mhm.
there. So there were so many others that absolutely helped
Well,
start the
wasn't it
snowball rolling down the hill, you know?
I
I
also
know.
Carrie
think
Lynn?
besides
Dietz, I don't
the
disagree with you, Dietz. I definitely saw that, but I chose to ignore it because I thought maybe just ignore the insane person.
Well, I think
But that's what you're that's the problem, Sinner. I hope you hear this. I hope somebody tells him I'm talking about this. Because you know who it was, that Smiley story? Smiley was a local. She covered this as an awareness case. I'll give her that in the beginning. But as soon as Duchess was reached out to and contacted by a family member to please bring awareness to this case, and then they came on midway through the stream, she was pissed off. It wasn't because of anything, but her being pissed off at Duchess, that shit started shifting majorly. She called the law enforcement, Sumner County, the next day, recorded the call, then sent Duchess's interview with the Proudfoot family to the police department. And whoom, Smiley's hatred for Duchess caused her to pick a side. That's what you're not getting. You're not getting that it goes back way before people you dislike. And people you like started calling Betty out and doing content on Betty right in the beginning too. Not just Queen, not just Granny. Others started covering this case too and pushing back on the misinformation. But you're missing that she, Smiley, started flipping the switch because of Duchess. Insert clip now.
Did y'all not see it? It was Duchess. See it. It was Duchess.
I'm sorry. I cannot stand hating ass old broads. I can't. That's the worst fucking hater to have. That is the worst fucking hater to have. An old broad that's a fucking hater. I'm sorry, that's the worst hater. I'd rather have one of these young folks out here hating on me than them. They have so much vitriol and hatred in their heart. Fuck all that.
She's not an ageist. Chico loves us little old ladies. She likes me and Duchess most days, and we're a lot older than her. So, but
No, I'm not an atheist. I don't like hating ass people. Like, what the fuck? You mad because somebody got an interview and you didn't, and you were local to the story, so you felt you were obligated to receive it versus Dutch. Let's just call a spade a spade.
Let's just call a spade because this is truly why she's so angry all the time. I mean, if we want to talk about it, I mean, we have now entered the petty part of the stage, or the petty part of the live stream. So there will be that. I mean, yeah, I've got all sorts of things I forgot about. Anyways, carry on.
because of the hatred that goes on between Queen Bee and BHB, that inflamed everything.
Absolutely.
not only that,
They set up a proxy war. They basically set up a proxy war against each other using Sebastian Rogers as a piece in their battle
so
against
have
one
Granny
another.
and BJ.
But
Yeah.
I mean, so
It's a
it's
fact.
not uncommon here, right? I think we've made a joke before that the tragedy pimps actually determine what cases we cover. And the reason why
This right here, everybody please hear me out when I say this. This right here is such a good example of what is in your bubble, what it is that you focus on, because you can see that if your sole focus is right here, you're going to think they're the problem of everything. When in reality, there is so much more going on outside of our bubbles. But this right here is tunnel vision. this is a great example of tunnel vision, because not only is it just the Sebastian's case that this is done in, there is communities like the Delphi community, the Karen Reed community that this is done in too.
Yes, you're not lying about that.
He is focused on solely a few creators, and that is what, in his vision, he thinks is the cause and effect of everything. It's just like they get so irritated that, why don't I address the same people that they do? Because I don't watch like they do. I watch all this other shit that goes on. But this is a very good example of tunnel vision. Sorry, Chico. I'm all.
No, don't apologize. You're right. It is. We're so hyper focused on making somebody guilty, and creators are saying this. People need to take a step back. I've said it. Get yourself out of that. You're too close.
Yep. And this actually gets to, this conversation was great in my opinion.
Is because when
I mean, minus not knowing, but this is such a great example of tunnel, and it light bulb to me. He does not have a clue about all the other things that are going on. No clue, because that's where he wants to see.
And one of them starts to cover
Same with
something,
me.
it typically gets the attention of the person that doesn't like them.
I watch 80s psychics because that's my bubble. But Nunya makes a great point here.
And then you start to hear more about it. And once one person involved doesn't like somebody, then somebody else gets involved.
Yes.
And then that person who has somebody they don't like or that doesn't like them gets involved. And you end up with those sides.
Actually, y'all, Nana's not drunk. Last night, there was a lot of people that I don't even agree. Like, this is why when people say, like, they expect me to have problems with creators, like, I have a coexisting relationship and can have good conversations. And like, Queen opens her panel and lets me go up there. I was on Granny's earlier. Like, I was a part of the conversation or wanted to be a part of the conversation. Every one of us has personal problems with XYZ creators, right? We can't take on every other creator's problems with these creators. That's why I go all over the place and can like a lot of different people that don't get along, because I see good in all of them. I can have really good discussions with every one of those people and they don't get along. And I can also see why they don't get along. I just never had those personal issues with people. So to me, this wasn't hate bonding at all. This was a good conversation, just like on Queens, good conversation, just like on Granny's, a good conversation. Like, there were a lot of people that went up on Queens outside of me that had amazing, cheesy, did great, like just good conversations at times too. So it's not always hate bonding for all of us. I don't think. Sometimes it gets into that for sure.
It's because the sides don't just come from this particular case. The sides come from so much of the history and the backstory.
Yes. See, and that's correct though. The sides don't come from the particular case, but if one person's covering it and somebody comes in that they don't like, that is an instant, like you'll be able to see it in this map. Like the timeline as we lay it out, when people insert when they start covering the case, who starts covering it right after, and how shifts happen right after that. It's wild.
I actually think that the original sides came from, there were 3 locals that were the very first people to report on this. And I think those 3 locals, the one bowed out, but I think those 2 locals.
Pineapple. Oh yeah. 100%. Yeah. There's chats where you'll definitely see a lot of hate bonding in, like, a lot more, but I love it because a lot of you guys are in this chat right now that don't get along, and you guys can be a part of a conversation. Like, a lot of you just want to be a part of a conversation. It's not even necessarily about us. And a lot of you don't get along, but you guys can be like, we're here for a conversation. And most of us can agree, like, misinformation is misinformation. I don't know. I just appreciate that you guys do that over here.
Started, this is my case. It's local. And that started the sides, in my opinion.
No,
well, they brought
I missed a lot of Nunya. I missed a lot of that. But the fact is, like,
Monica,
a lot of people are depending on, like, what side. I'll listen to this and I'll listen to that, and I'll decide which side is.
Granny 100% plays a role. Yep.
Is closer to like what's true. But the fact is, we're depending on 2 sides, sometimes 3 sides, as we know that, and neither side, no 3 sides are fucking legitimate. They're just
Yeah, they're
all
all
crazy
wrong.
fucking people. Exactly. That's my
They're
point.
all
So
wrong.
like I can disagree with you, and then someone else can disagree with me, and then all three of us are wrong. Guess what? Sebastian Rogers is still not being looked for anymore,
Right.
and not going to be found any sooner.
That's because those creators are not going to find Sebastian at the end of the day. Like, we're not.
That's my whole point of this. Like, ain't nobody, and I'm not saying it to be mean, ugly. Ain't none of our asses finna find that boy. We're not. So why are we trying to play detective? Why are we trying to play fucking Inspector Gadget? Why are we trying to play FBI, TBI? Like, why?
Breaking chains, but that's a big difference in TC versus this. And again, I'm not shaming anybody. I came into this covering because there was salacious shit. I'm one of you. Like, I get the interest in other people's lives and cases and trauma. We're drawn into it. Human nature. If you like Jerry Springer, you like that doesn't ultimately mean you're a shitty person. Like, people, but that's a big difference between the TC, the true TC, and whatever this offshoot is that is like the Jerry Springer tabloid of these case. How do I explain that, Chico?
They're not fucking true crime. In the
No,
story.
they're not.
In the story, they're not true crime. I said what I said.
And they scream that they are. Like, Betty is not true crime.
At all.
Spanky is not true crime.
But a lot of people are making a lot of fucking money off of it by putting breaking news.
Yeah.
Breaking news. Oh, I've been
yeah,
I've been sued. Now I've been sued. Now I'm the victim. Like, let's forget about Sebastian because I've been sued by some asshole in Pennsylvania. None of that matters.
No, that's
None of it
valid.
matters,
Her
and nobody
emotions, I
fucking
disagree
cares.
with you. Her emotions are valid because that's about one of
know
the
you
most real
disagree
life
with me.
forms. But I'm not trying to be rude at all. I'm saying it respectfully. Like, that is going real life to the extreme. That is using a missing child's case. She's no different than most of the other people that have covered this
Who are we
case in
talking
ways.
about?
Granny's watching.
Who?
And
Oh yeah,
I'm just gonna say this.
she's one of the worst tragedy pimps there is. Are you
That
kidding
is
me?
your opinion. There
Yes,
is
it is.
sinner, as much as you don't want to admit, there's people out there that are worse and that have done, and I'm not trying to compare it. Like, what your worst is going to be different than mine. What I'm saying is her emotions, and this is where perception, like people that have a past history or they are in hate bonding, that is in their vision. So they think it's the worst of the worst. Oh, she might have said this one day. When you open up to the bigger picture, there is so many things. That's why I always, when I say Granny hasn't said anything I haven't said. I'm not going to sit up here and lie to you and say I've never said anything that could do anything. I absolutely have. That would be so hypocritical to not. But again, it's a pure example of what he thinks is the worst compared to people that he's tolerant of that have done, in my opinion, just way worse by filing an injunction using a missing child's name. I don't know. That's about as real life as it can get to me. Are very valid. Did you want to add to that, Chico?
No, you're absolutely right. Me personally, I think the whole filing RICO injunctions and all of that shit, I think we've taken it too far. Period. You know,
It shocks me when people like really dislike somebody so strongly that they're unwilling to admit that, like, no matter if you like the person on a personal level, we can acknowledge that certain things are too far.
and with this case, a lot of things, and I've said it before and I'll say it again. Every time we turn around, somebody goes low. And then the next week, somebody goes fucking lower. And I never thought we could get, I mean, yes, going all the way even back to John Bonet's case, like, yes, there was foul shit going on, the mock trial, all of that. But to now, like the whole evolution of it, and it's wild to me. Like, I don't understand people's thinking and logic a lot of times because my biggest thing is put yourself in the parent's shoes. And a lot of these people can't do that. A lot of these people, go ahead.
No, go ahead. Finish off.
Well, I was going to say a lot of these people, I think, are so caught up like with these interviews and Katie tapped Chris or Chris tapped Katie, and they're wanting to be something nefarious happen. When in proof, that boy could have went to the woods and said fuck everybody. We don't know.
Right.
And it's very dangerous when we put out implications that a lot of these creators have, especially this past week alone. Think about what those implications could cause to this case. And I think that's my biggest thing with it. Even as a creator, we have to do our due diligence and making sure we protect these families. And I'm talking about all three of them. I'm not talking about just Chris and Katie. Seth is included. I've said it numerous times. I don't like Seth's behaviors. I don't hate him as a person. I hate his fucking behaviors.
Am I back, you guys?
But that
Can you hear me,
that's
Chico?
not. Yeah, I can hear you.
Sorry.
But
Okay. My Wi-Fi cut out.
That's my
Go
biggest
ahead.
thing.
Sorry.
It's like it's wild to me how nobody, except very few of us, is willing to put themselves in Chris or Katie's shoes. People want to judge Chris for being an asshole, but I'm sorry. To me, I feel like he has that right. Look at what we've done to him. And I say we as in everybody on YouTube. Look at what we've done to him. We've tried to contact his job and get him fired. We've harassed him. We harassed his wife. We've stalked them to fucking Mississippi and back. We watch their house daily. We see if they got cams or not, like shit like that. And people feel like Chris shouldn't have an attitude. If somebody did that shit to you, how would you feel? I'm telling you now, if somebody did to me, I'm exercising my rights and I'm going to leave it at that.
Exactly. A couple things. Granny said, or I put it up there for a minute. Granny, I've mentioned it more than I've heard you talk about it. Like, it's concerning to me that people are unwilling to acknowledge that they don't have to personally like everything agree or anything. You don't have to even like you. And I'm sure you would say the same thing to acknowledge that this is will ultimately have real life effects, no matter what. Like, these situations are so far out of hand, and the unwillingness to look at it from what it is. And it goes back to, we see what is in our vision, what is in our tunnels, but this was such a great example. I'm not mad at Sinner. I just don't give a fuck. He lied on me. It is what it is. And I'm not doing this to single him out, but this is such a good example of, we target things in our perception or in our vision. Like, right now, I'm deep in the going back to the beginning of who covered what on what days. Like, this is where I go watch and then try to keep up on some of the current stuff that's going on of the same creators. But it just goes to show, like, where you look, you're only going to see things within that window. And it's such a tunnel vision, because you are a single mom, and this injunction has real life consequences. And anybody should acknowledge that. And that's not a bad situation. Like, I don't understand. But again, it's the more invested personal bullshit. That is going real life. Being sued by somebody with RICO allegations is a big deal.
Sinner. Hold on. Can we pause for a second? We're here to have a conversation. And even if the end of the conversation is we agree to disagree.
Like, I thank you, Nanya. Nanya was like, well, you don't have to be like this. Like, we're just trying to tell you, like, certain things.
And that's okay, but we got to let each other talk.
Yeah, I'm not trying
like,
to
this isn't here to be like, we're not here
Oh,
for
I know,
debate.
I know.
We're here to hear other sides of
apologize.
things.
I had no idea. Just so we're clear to you, I had no idea he had hit the button to go up there. Jones and literally pulled Dietz, Sinner, and I all up at once. I had I didn't go up there to challenge him, to correct him, nothing. I was engaged in a conversation that I wanted to explain a little bit further about comparing, like, the Krama section to the tabloids. That's why I went up there. I didn't do it to provoke him to any type of shit. That wasn't why I was there. That's why I'm like, okay, it is what it is. But it did kind of feel at points that he was getting a little aggressive, like, in his point trying to make. not listening to like the reality of the situation. So I was glad that they were, because I was starting to feel a little off, and I was like, look, I'm not here to confront you. Like, I don't know if that's what he thought.
Nonsense, and I disagree. I think I
That's
think
okay.
Granny's
That's
watching
okay.
it better.
Like right there, like that's a good nonsense, and I disagree. If you would listen to me, if you would have listened to listen and hear what I was pointing out, you can disagree, but I'm basing it on the timeline and facts and what we were saying overall about the situations that happen. And you guys are talking about it in the comment section. Like, you guys are seeing exactly what we're talking about.
It's okay to disagree.
That's totally okay. I'm
But
trying
she
to tell
can
you
still
that it's
finish her
okay.
point.
All I'm saying is so many adults don't have to get along. Let's acknowledge that for once too. Like, adults you don't have to like people.
No,
You can
'cause
dislike people.
I don't
Right?
like no motherfucking body. Just put it there. I don't.
Yeah. You can dislike people, but we can still acknowledge. And at times it's hard to acknowledge when you're like, oh yeah, well, fuck. But it can happen. People can coexist and have conversations about shit. And you can admit like, that was too low on that person. That was too low on that person. That was too low over here. But a lot of us are just like, fuck. We're all fucking flawed humans. So we just kind of, I don't know. It is to you, it might not be bothersome. Go ahead.
No, that's the thing. I think a lot of people haven't grown up to that point yet. Let's just call a spade a spade. A lot of people have not been able to mature to be able to sit in the same room with somebody, and you may not like them. You can't stand them. Nothing. Every time they breathe, they work your fucking nerves. But to be able to sit there and listen to their perspective and vice versa,
right?
Being grown. A lot of people are childish as shit and can't do that.
But on the other hand, too, I got to give admittance here. When things get really personal, it won't. It won't. It definitely won't with like, but that's what I'm saying is like, when it gets so personal for people, like, this is what's coming up. You will hear like, when it gets that personal on that personal level, you can't look past that shit. Like, people can't, because they're huge. When somebody goes real life like that on you, like, personal shit starts coming into play, right? And we all have our people that happens with. Like, my group of people that's happened with is a different group of people, but we all have like those creators. If you think about it, as a creator, we all have somebody that grinds our nerves, or we've gone back and forth with, or as any creators in here say that they can't acknowledge like one or two people that just grind your nerves and they've gone real life on you and you've wanted to do all the things like
yes. Yes. I wanted to make a whole video. But I had to be the bigger person and walk away because I knew me. It was gonna get bad. I know me.
Fucking, you shouldn't, Granny. You shouldn't. Granny says, I will never personally forgive anyone who helped this ridiculous litigation or supported those who did, ever. I'll be sure to have my day too. You should. That is, I believe that. Because I say that. If somebody filed an injunction on you, did that. This is exactly what we're going into. That's why I'm like, we got to start acknowledging some shit here.
That's okay, but it's okay to disagree.
That's totally okay. I'm trying to tell you that it's
finish
okay.
her point.
All I'm saying is, it is to you, it might not be bothersome if somebody filed an injunction on you, did that. To you, that might not be bothersome, and you might not have emotions on that. That is a you thing, but to discount
you
her
have no idea
feelings.
what's bothersome to me.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying is to discount her emotions, that this isn't going to affect or isn't affecting her real life, is bullshit, in my opinion, because that could, like, yes, we all see how silly it is and stupid it is, but this is a real life missing child that she's being accused. And when I say stupid or silly, I am directly talking about their filings, the lies, but this isn't super stupid or silly when it's your real life. If you're not in it, it's hard to understand. And it doesn't invalidate, just because you don't like her doesn't invalidate how fucking stressful this shit is. It's impacting her real life. She's got, try to get a job right now. Go try to get your standard job in business or finance or anything. They pull a background check and see that you have pending litigation for RICO charges, or even that your name's mentioned in these public documents. Are you fucking kidding me here, people?
And not only her, now it's done fucking spilled over to her kids.
Exactly.
She just said that they harassing her kids' employment and shit. So, like, no, that shit is not okay.
It's not. It's not okay at all. Like that, this is as real life as it could fucking ever get. It just blows me away that accused of interfering in the active search for. It's an injunction that's filed, so that gets complicated with what's actually filed for.
Right.
But she's entitled
It's
to
not a
feel.
suit. Yeah, but
It's so complicated on the wording of it. It doesn't matter. There's still RICO implications. I don't care if it's a lawsuit, an injunction. I don't care what type of filing it is. It's a RICO that shows up in a background check. That's what I care about. Okay.
she's not being sued. It's just yes, I agree. There's so much.
There's so much, and I'm just trying to say that her emotions are valid, whether you agree with them
They
or not.
are,
They're
and
valid.
I absolutely agree with that.
I agree
but
with that. But here's what I have to say to that. She actively bashes families and goes live for hours a day. So here's my official opinion.
So do all of us.
She made her bed. She's lying in it.
Right.
That's possible.
Right. And that's just like the tabloids we were going back to, like the newsstand. Some of those people got sued for misinformation. Some of those things happened. These actions have consequences. These are like the new magazine writers, the new TMZ public. We know, but that's not what this is. Like, this is not like there's things that come with our choices, but this is outside of that normal realm. Like, it is one thing for defamation and slander. Okay. From one person, let's talk about what this is, people. It is one thing if somebody was to come after you. We all know that that's a possibility. Everybody that's got a YouTube channel knows that that's a possibility. People can file for anything. We're seeing it done. But this is a whole other ball game. This is a RICO allegation, a civil RICO allegation. It's not criminal, but it still pulls on background checks. It still does all the things until it's not in the system to do all the things. There's still real life implications with any type of thing. And this is not what you would say is typical. Like, this is a multi-plaintiff suit against two defendants, and one specifically that's listed because of her access to the state of PA. Like, Sinner, in your wheelhouse, you go live and talk shit about Queen Bee and Granny. That's what your choices are, or whoever else you're talking about. Mostly Queen Bee, I think. But we all know that I think you claimed you're suing. So, like, I don't know how he misses this point. Well, sure. Yeah. There's things that come with it. And yes, again, sorry, I'm really frustrated because hearing this back, I don't know how this misses. I don't know how this does not connect for people, that this is as real life as it can ever get. And then some. Dislike it. You can have strong opinions on it, like all of that. But all I'm trying to say is her emotions are valid and how she feels. And
what I took away from what Nonsense was saying is not that you're wrong. She's just saying there could have been 50 bajillion creators picked to be put on that injunction.
No,
And
I get it.
so
I get it.
there's no discredit to that. But
yes, they could have replaced Granny was needed for PA.
She's saying
he didn't do anything different than the rest of us.
If you're the loudest asshole that keeps like claiming that someone is a pedophile and making the most noise, then of course you're going to be named. And in my opinion,
but Sinner, the one that did that the most, one of the ones. Here's the ironic part, and again, you can have your opinions on this. That's what I'm trying to
Of
say is
course
your
I
opinions
can.
are
Of
valid.
course I can. Of course I can.
But one of the main ones that did do some of that is not on this injunction. That's what I'm trying to say is no matter what you think, she's entitled to feel all of the things she does. You and her's issue, or like whatever issue you have with her, is that your
I have
opinion.
no issue with her except for what I observe.
Okay,
I,
but
I think I think
yeah.
I think that I think
So
that all of her actions.
Granny, sorry. I was trying to find the best ways of like trying to get this point across to everybody. Like this is real life. Like people go about real life all the time and like, you know, we stand against it and stuff. And the fact that they're unwilling to see that, oh yeah, this is real life. It was hard and I missed a lot of points. But I was trying to be respectful too, because I didn't want to just set it off and because I was trying to have a conversation about other things, but
Have led to the place that she's in currently.
Okay. And I think so we understand your stance, Dinner. I think what nonsense and
please understand too, there was nothing I was going to say that was going to let him look outside of what his tunnel vision was. He is, and that's okay. Like it is what it is, but he was not willing to hear that what we were trying to say about like 50 other creators, 50 million creators, whatever Deed said. Like this is a totally different situation.
maybe Deets are saying is there are other people whose actions
there you go
are, if not the same, they are worse than what Granny's are. The reason why they went after Granny was because of her location. It to me that's plain and simple, and that to me changes the dynamic of them going real life on her. Now, do I feel like there are some things she has done that absolutely helped insert her into this situation? 100%, yes, I do. However, that the problem I have.
That is exactly what we're saying. You're entitled to your opinions. You're welcome to have them. We're just talking about the facts of where your opinions came from. That's what we're trying to get across because it's a bigger picture than what you are seeing, Center. No attacks in the chat, please. If it gets too much, just boot.
Have with it is there are people who have,
because I won't let anybody get attacked in my chat either,
said and done way worse than her. And
I'm talking him to the women.
They walk scot-free and they never even did.
And men, sorry, didn't mean to make it sound like that. It's just 99% women in here. Wasn't implying nothing because that'll get twisted into something bigger than what I said. Wasn't going there. I'm talking back and forth. None of that. But he has, like, if he's coming in fiery in my chat, no.
They don't get C&D. They don't get shit from the same people doing this to her. And that I have a problem with.
And we also have to think, guys, at the end of the day, I think another reason why they went after her is because
there's Brantley.
She's in a years long tiff with another creator that side is close with, which should have never been brought to this at all.
See, I was so proud of Nunya and Brantley for like explaining a little bit further too.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. If a dozen people do something that's wrong and you can only get the one that's close to you, then you get the one that's close to you. I mean, you're not going to, I think you understand.
That's totally fine, Senator. You're as long as you're respectful, yeah, you can stay. Of course, you're welcome here. I don't care. Just nobody attack you. And I mean, that's all I ask for. You guys are fine. You're entitled to your opinions. That's what's in your tunnel. That's what's in your tunnel of what you claim to see. There's just a lot more that goes into the foundation of how things like this are built. And these real life implications, like you say, because of XYZ happening to you. So you can see from your perspective. So she's valid to have her, that's going on in her real life. Do you know what I'm saying here? Like, just because you have an experience with this person doesn't mean that her experience with this person is invalid. That's her experience. This is what she's been going through. Pineapple, I don't even, thank you. Pineapple says, none of that's even true. I can't, I don't even know the ins and outs. I really stay out of that. But if you're going to make accusations, like, do you have a live stream that will you show all the sources or anything? Like, let's not do that. We don't need to start accusing people of shit that I can't mediate because I don't know these situations like that.
I'm saying.
Yeah, I get it. I understand what you're saying completely. I'm just still
I don't
on
know where these
team they
things
all
happen.
suck. This is
Exactly.
not
That's
true.
where
I can't tell you if these things even like I don't fucking no. Let's stop making accusations. Okay, there we go.
we're
They do
chilling.
also.
I can tell you where the stuff we're talking about comes from. Chico, sorry, pause me if you want me to. I'm trying to mod the chat and like pay attention.
Everybody sucks.
I'm
They do
chilling
all
on the
suck.
island.
I just don't want anything to get twisted. This was really funny when Nunya said this. Actually, let me let me back this up because this was actually funny. I was like, oh God, here we go.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. If a dozen people do something that's wrong and you can only get the one that's close to you, then you get the one that's close to you. I mean, you're not going to. I think you understand what I'm saying.
No,
Yeah, I get it. I understand what you're saying completely. I'm just still on
you don't
team they
have
all
to.
suck. This is
Exactly.
not
That's
true
where we're
They
crime.
do all
chilling.
suck.
Everybody sucks right
I'm
now, in my
I'm
They
opinion.
do
chilling
all
on the
suck.
island. Well, not the Islanders island. I just
And again, they have personal history with some of these people, but they're still acknowledging what's right is right and trying to explain, like, even though you might not like this one, some of you guys have personal stuff, and we're not going to resolve that. That's not what I'm trying to say. Please don't think that. I'm not trying to play middleman or peacemaker here. Not at all. What I'm saying is they are at least validating what is happening. Like there could have been 50 other people, but because of her association in Pennsylvania, like this is what's happening, and this is real life.
Hey, can we cut it out? If y'all cannot be civil in the chat, please leave.
Yeah,
He
we're not asking you guys.
right, he
I
has
can't
every right
mediate.
to be here to defend himself, but let's not attack one another, y'all. And that goes for everybody in the chat. Like, y'all can get your point across respectfully. If you can't, deuces. Bye.
We are just talking the facts of what's going on. Again, I understand that people's past history blinds people to not seeing the truth, but there's people that I don't like that have been in fucked up situations, and I've had to come out and say, yeah, that's not cool. That didn't happen. That didn't get said. Like, that's an adult thing to do. We can not like somebody and still see the facts that this is going real life as fuck. And it is what it is.
just want to make that clear. But on a separate island, detached from everywhere else, that's team you all suck.
Nanya got her floaty and took off.
Yeah, I need to
Nanyo's like, and not Nonsense's island either. Fuck her.
make that very clear.
We're
There's
holding
not
on to a
one-
buoy out in the middle of the ocean saying, I don't want to swim to any of your shores.
See, I'm on panel and they're talking shit. Like, it doesn't. Everybody has their likes and dislikes of what we all do.
Fuck it, I'll be the shark chum at this point. Like, I don't even care.
Seriously.
The way I was laughing though.
And that's kind of what I felt like Nonsense was saying. What I'm saying is when you look at past cases, current cases that are happening now, because this scenario that's playing out right here in Sebastian.
Sinner, absolutely, you're entitled to your opinions. I don't know certain things that you're talking about, but when it comes to this case, you're categorically wrong based on the facts of the case and the timeline and how this went. Duchess is in here. You respect Duchess. I don't know if she has time to pop on panel, but if you would like to pop on panel with Duchess, if you guys would like to, or have Duchess inform you, like what I'm saying is not incorrect. You are factually incorrect about how the foundation of this kicked off and where this divide stopped and started and who got involved and what happened. Like, it's seriously, like, I don't know how to explain it to you, and I'm not trying to be aggressive, but Chico, you like Chico. If you want a link, I'll drop you a link, because I wish somebody could explain it to you that no matter what, like, it's just the dates and the time and the how this actually factually went down. You're entitled to your opinions. That's going to happen because of your perception of what you think of somebody and where you align or whatever. But the facts are, this case started way before what you're realizing. Like I said, Duchess can tell you, like, when she was asked to bring awareness, what happened to her because of that afterwards. Duchess, Granny isn't the first one that has had real life implications from this case. There's been a lot of fuck shit that follows. Like, these things happen time after time. The Delphi case, the Karen Reed case, insert name here, cases going on. It happens, and it's not just, those are the ones in your tunnel, though. I wish I could, I don't breach gaps, so never mind. I'm not mending fences. I don't even care. Think what you want.
It is not the only true crime case that this is happening to right now. You know, there are multiple other cases where this exact same type of community
There goes Dietz saying the exact same, like, there's multiple communities.
is just picked up and plopped down over on this with this case attached to it or that case attached to it, and so on and so forth. And it is very eye-opening when you watch something kind of like that documentary, and it shows you
There's a lot of people that disagree, like, that actively don't get along necessarily in the chat last night, having great conversation, in my opinion.
the pattern, you know, how it happened then and how that case is still ongoing.
You know what, Dee?
Drama and the horrible, real quick, the horrible stuff that's going on.
I gotcha. It's cool. It's actually, Sinner, just so you know, it's really good for your brand to have Duchess on panel, just so you know. She's kind of funny and she's well loved. So if she would like, if you guys do whatever, I'm not, yeah. It's just factually incorrect what you're talking about. And she will, I think you respect her. So maybe hearing it from somebody you respect will enlighten you, because I'm not going to waste time. Sorry.
In that case is still ongoing. And, you know, you see like Summer Wells community and all this other stuff. And wait, now we're here.
I understand channel building. I get it. I totally get the channel building thing. Like, oh, I'm not going to take a link. I'll do a live stream. I get it. Totally fine. Do your thing. You're part of the drama community. That's cool to me. I forget how that works. And Duchess is a really good person to have. She's funny as fuck. I was being serious when I said that.
Ourselves in the midst of this actively playing out. We're watching it go down in real time. And you can't help but wonder, like, you know, what's your own.
Oh, trust me. He won't be disrespectful to Duchess or control the narrative. It's panel building. It's totally fine. Duchess is a hoot to have on panel.
Personal role in that, and it's a very eye-opening moment, and I agree.
Speaking of
I
that
get
case,
That's why you
I have to
self-promote.
watch the documentary, but
People who are channel building self-promote too. It's totally fine.
you know, once upon a time, Bert was on Dr. Phil, which was a nightmare. He probably should have never gone on that. And you know, Bert is, and you got to think, Bert is a kid who this happened to him when he was a kid. He's had to grow up with everybody thinking his parents did this or he did it. And then when he went on there, the way he, I guess he was just trying to like
I love Brantley.
deal with the atmosphere and all the questions, as he was, smiling a lot and laughing maybe at inappropriate times. And then that made people say, well, look at him. He's weird. He's laughing at everything. Well, that was just, I guess, his way of dealing with these questions that Dr. Phil was asking him. And after that interview,
Brantley was like totally engaged in the conversation with us about like the channels, like the old smut TV shows that we all used to love to watch. The Who's the Daddy and the cards, I'm sure all of you have watched some of that shit over the times. Like, but he's even bringing up Dr. Phil because as much as people want to say Dr. Phil's a professional, Dr. Phil is a legit drama shitstorm. Tell me I'm wrong, Chico. Isn't Dr. Phil a drama shitstorm?
Dr. Phil is a piece of shit, bottom line.
Educated shit show.
But like the shit he has done and some of the stuff he has done to kids are wrong. If y'all heard about them camps he used to send, no, hell no, nope.
Yeah, Brantley's right on too. Like, didn't Dr. Phil bring Dawn and Candace on? Nancy Grace. They're just the people who have credentials behind their names.
Oh, Nancy fucked up the other day.
Oh God.
She fucked up. She had to delete it. I'll tell you later. It ain't got shit to do with this though. Nothing to do with this. She fucked
Hey,
up.
Jeff. It's so good to see you, Jeff. Happy holidays. Yeah, sorry, Chico.
No,
I
you're
gotta
right. I was
Jeff.
just even thinking about Nancy ass because she sure had to backtrack on that shit.
That's I'm gonna have to check that out. I didn't even know. Like she backtrack, like she fucks up. It's just one of the people. She is Nancy Grace and Vinnie Politan are like your new age smut reality TV hosts. Truly, like, tell me I'm wrong. It is. It's sad, but true. Like, at least we have something to compare it to that's tangible now.
All that was,
And it was all because you guys finally like made the light bulb go off in my head. And you've been trying to pound it in my head. Like, Becky, this is what this is. What are you talking about? Terry was like, I've only been trying to tell you this for months. I'm like, it took the John Bonet documentary to see the mock trial of John Bonet to like connect it for me.
saying, oh, well, this solidifies it.
What?
This shit has been going on for a while, and over the years, it just has gotten worse as technology has gotten better. It's crazy as hell. Technology gets better, but then you have all of these wannabe, like I said, law enforcement, inspector gadget ass people, and it just it can become dangerous. That's the issue I have with it. People don't realize how dangerous this has become for the family.
Absolutely. It's scary dangerous, and that's why things got to change. Like, as much as I can sit here and say like those things sold, right, they entertained people. There is boundaries within that entertainment too, and they had to find those boundaries, because do you remember why the crash of those? Because of they pushed the boundaries, because the excessive people that were getting hurt, because of the real life complications and impacts. Like, a lot of those places got shut down. Think about what I'm saying. Although, yes, people loved them, everything about it. But look at Autumn brings up a very good point. I felt the Paramount piece was entirely a satire, LOL. Who ever thought they'd see a documentary about a show before the show has even gone to trial? Based on people covering the case. Like, whoever thought that there would already be a documentary about the Idaho 4 based around the shit show before the trial has even gone? Like, I never thought that I would see that.
Baby, it's gotten so bad, and this ain't even like really true crime. It's gotten so bad to where y'all know Liam Payne that passed. They fucking made a doc about him and released it last week, and he ain't been dead 2 months.
Oh my God. It's crazy how much society eats this stuff up. It really is. Like, people salivate over this shit, and they're to produce a documentary and it be like that. We haven't even gone to trial yet. Do you know Idaho is like a pretty small state? I mean, there's parts of it that are bigger, like Boise area is bigger. Even if they move this case, that was such a horrific tragedy in Idaho's history. Like, Idaho is one of those states that there's crime, but these big, huge, horrific tragedies, everybody knows about. It is going to be, and they follow stuff, like they know it is going to be hard to find an unbiased jury to begin with, let alone a jury that they can say is not some way, shape, or form. Like, this could taint jury pools. They did get it moved. Thank you, Aaron. Like, it could really potentially taint jury pools. It's a real thing. Like, this is.
And that's why I've been having issues with a lot of the coverage that's been going on lately with different things. I'm like, do y'all not realize y'all could really fuck up a case? If you think court of public opinion doesn't sway a jury trial, you're out your rabbit ass mind. Because it absolutely does nowadays. Find a jury that hasn't heard about it.
Sorry, I wasn't paying attention to the comments for a minute. Are things out of hand? Sorry.
I don't know.
Okay. No, not you. PK, we good down there? I don't want if I need to I don't know if people are being mean or not, or arguing. I'm so engaged in the conversation. Like, these are serious situations, though. We're not talking about like these cases are becoming. Thank you, Revival. Let me play some more.
the one that did that to John Bonet.
You guys, I hope it doesn't seem like I'm targeting Granny's watching in this. It just so happens that she's the one that's like dealing with litigation. Like I'm not targeting her. There are people that are worse than her, but because she was in the grasp, of the grip of whatever is occurring there in Pennsylvania. But let's not make any jokes about it. Like she went on day after day after day. Other people did far worse and equally as bad as her. But come on, you make your bed, you lie in it.
Deeps, I think I figured out the next deep dive you should do. And by the way, this is when I realized like I was talking circles and I wasn't interested in it, just so everybody knows, because just like tonight, I offered to like try to help understand or anything, like not in an aggressive way, like truly like this is so outside of us. Like this is outside of our personal beefs. This is outside of like this is what is actually happening to people because of others' choices. I realized I wasn't going to get anywhere, so I just kind of off track here. So yeah. And which is fine. I mean, when you don't get along with somebody, it's hard to hear their point of view. I get it, because you're due for a documentary because the way you lay things out, my brain just like gravitates to them. So one thing that I was just thinking of though is think of all the cases. See, this is typical. Like I don't usually do this, but I do this. Like I did this and this. I totally deflected and went to something else. I was just uninterested anymore because they just brought up Dr. Phil. Dr. Phil kind of became
Subject change, by the way.
new, like
Cool.
true, like the tabloid-esque too, like over the generations, like going back to Geraldo Rivera, Sarah, what was it? Raphael. Sally Jesse.
Sarah Jesse.
Sally
Raphael,
Jesse.
Yeah. Sally.
Yes.
Yeah. I said
Yes.
Sarah. Sally.
Like if all of them, Maury.
I know, Granny.
All of those. I've never done that bad on a panel though, Granny. I've never done like a switcheroo on panel like that. And I was like, I want to take it back to this conversation because we were getting somewhere, because all of us, no matter who we agree with, align with, anything, are seeing like the bigger picture. I think so most of us, we can see what's going on. Those guys had some like true stories that they really dramatized at times, or as the years go on, like with these cases, and really kind of like a headline case was pulled on.
I did that, Michelle.
And use this I was surprised people weren't like, wait, what did you just do? Like I totally flipped it right there. I did. Content, like if you go, I took it right back to the beginning. Go back and think about it. It's crazy to now that we're talking about this, but I'm gonna hop down so you guys can continue your conversation.
It hasn't morphed into this. I agree.
It's
very
crazy like to think about it in that fashion though. So thank you so much for understanding what I was talking about with that documentary, because for me, I never got into the details of like the case. I figured law enforcement, but then law enforcement got involved in the drama stuff. So I was like, this is even crazier. But thank you for letting me up on your panel, Jones.
Before you go though, real quick, I
go
do
ahead.
want to say something. I do think that like when you talk about having like that eye-opening moment, and I understand it because I feel like a lot of good content creators have that eye-opening moment, and some either change their behavior and others are just kind of okay with the behaviors that they have. And so listen, a lot of us, like I talked about this the other day, like what did we start our channels on? What were our channels built on? And a lot of us up here, our channels were built on calling out the dis and misinformation and realizing that if we're helping or hurting it by doing
And this is true, all of us, every single creator, no matter where you started, has that eye-opening moment that you come to and you're like, you see things differently. It doesn't matter what sector you're in, what section you're in, you're like, oh, I'm part of the problem. Like I was part of the problem. And sometimes you try to maneuver and you maneuver away for a little bit, or you try to maneuver and they follow. Like there is
No, not me. I'm fucking perfect. That's y'all that fucked up.
Got it.
Good job.
Whatever.
Lord knows the people hate my ass because they hate the word goddamn and shit. Oh, sorry.
Do you have smokes? Sorry, I had to come bother Kyle for a minute in the garage. I'll play it a little bit further. But I think I hate it because every one of us has people that we've fought with. Every one of us has like people that we've had like issues with that carry. I don't know how to even explain this that it doesn't land. It's like, what?
Doing any of this, and you get to a point where you're just like, you know, you throw your hands up in the air and you're like, we're not changing anything at all.
Mhm.
And I don't know
No,
that that's
let's find out.
necessarily the answer either. So I do hope that
Oh, by the way, for anybody that says they don't know how those guys could be on the phone for 3 hours, Kyle and his bestie were just on the phone for 2 hours.
Y'all, I can be talking the nonsense about bullshit. We be on the phone for 2 hours. Bullshit.
Absolutely. Yep.
It's like we'll be talking about like not just bullshit, nothing serious. Like
Right.
it's possible. It's possible.
Ah, these people. This shit, like, but this was such a good example of tunnel vision. Like, really, such a good example. But it's what we all like. Everyone, I think we all feel that way.
We're lost. We're
you come
orphans.
up with
Orphans.
an answer to that, because
Oh,
it would be nice to know it.
We don't know where we belong.
I think that's such a complicated solution,
is.
and I think like because I mean it is such a complex, and it's something that I'm trying to. That's what for me going back and
It did me
watching
too.
this quote unquote kind of playbook is what we've been calling it. When Anne laid that out in a timeline fashion and wrote it down, I was like, insert name here of all these cases that I could think of that all these same things happen to. And to try and figure out a solution that's impactful is a daunting task because at the end of the day, victims and their stories need to be told.
Right.
But how do we all like make a change? Because you have to become like you become part of the problem before you ever become part of the solution.
Yeah.
And it's
Oh, yes, that's
how do
completely
you
true.
ever like that's why Duchess and I have been talking about we don't know what the hell we're doing. And Chasing got all fired up too. I have to give props to her because she was like, I'm gonna go look at laws. Something that I didn't even think about what she had thought of. And she started researching stuff. And like it takes a bunch of people that really are kind of like, okay, there is possibility for change here. Yes, we're never gonna stop all of these things, but there's lines, there's boundaries that should happen with protecting victims. And I don't know if we'll find a solution, but I think there's a lot of people that really do want to see something change. So hopefully there's something in the future.
I agree.
That's the thing is like every single person, if you think about it, no matter our personal history, and I just got to include this here, just because like the creators that were talked about or anything, just because you might have different history with those creators on a personal level doesn't mean what they're going through or, you know, like I don't know. I think we just all get caught up in such a tunnel, a fucking bubble. I don't know what it is. But it's hard to know what is going to like all of us want to see change. What we think and identify as change differs from person to person, but I don't think any single one of those any of the creators that I was on panel with yesterday, anything, I think all of them see that change is needed somewhere. Does that make sense?
No, it makes sense to me because change is absolutely needed for especially this community. I don't know. It makes sense to me because change is absolutely needed for especially this. I don't know how in the hell that happened.
Turn yourself on. I don't know how that like I don't know how to say that the proper way. It's going to come out wrong. But that like all of those people that don't get along, right? If there's people that don't well, I mean, I don't need to pussyfoot around with it. Jones and Good Nunya, Dietz don't get along with Queen Bee and some of those people. Some of them don't get along with Granny, and that's okay. Like they all have personal stuff there, and I'm not trying to. Sure, she would start playing herself in the background.
But
I'm not
that's
trying to say
personal stuff, though.
right. Doesn't mean me as a subtall that like I'm not involved in their personal stuff. I can see wrong on multiple different levels from multiple different people and keep it moving because at the end of the day, like, yes, they are a lot of times like the personal stuff gets low and somebody becomes a victim, you know, or so it goes back and forth, like real life doxing, shit like that sucks. I've had it myself with my own group of people. It does become very, but we all have our different people that happens with. So I don't even know how to say this. Like every person that exists in that bubble, whether they're in your bubble or not, whether you get along with those creators, not me, not you and I, Granny, but what I'm saying is like the back and forth between you and BJ led to this filing. Like that personal history, she inlaid it in a filing. And people that just dislike you, which is acceptable, are agreeing with that form of going real life while saying that going real life is against, like, we shouldn't do that. It is like, that's what I'm trying to get across is no matter if you have personal stuff, what's right is wrong, or right and wrong. What's right is right, wrong is wrong. Yeah. And there's no excuse for that type of shit to happen if we're all trying to protect victims. All of us, every single one of us that's speaking, thinks we're doing it because we want better for victims, or we want this to change. Like we're all identifying things that are going too far for these victims and their families. I don't know how to say that the proper way.
I'm sorry, but I feel like some of these creators don't want better for these families. They're just looking for the next big cash cow.
That exists too.
Not saying nobody in here, I'm just saying in general. I think some people, let's be 100, we could offer peace and we could throw in the white flag all day long, but some people is not going to accept that.
And that's why I'm not, like, when I was being very clear, like, I'm not trying to play mediator of anything or fix anything here at all. My personal relationships with all these people are my personal relationships. My thoughts and opinions and what I insert myself into and what I don't is my choices. Some of these people are just here for cash, and that exists too. That's not what I'm talking about with this group, though. I think genuinely there's something in each of them that can identify something they want to see changed.
Yeah, absolutely. If everybody just truly sat down and reflected off of, and truly come together and think about what we would like to see changed in this community, I think we could get somewhere, but people have to put their egos to the side first.
Well, no. In all honesty, we don't, though. We just don't have to include them in things that are impactful either, because some of those people are just not, like, they're not our people.
Well, that too, but I'm just saying in general, if they really wanted to, they would do that.
I'm like, don't you dare be building a bridge. I'm going to burn that shit to the ground. No.
I just saying, if you really want to change, you would do better. Like at the end of the day, if you really want better for this case, or if you really want better for this family, do better, report better. Stop sitting here acting like you're for the parents and then turn around and put out bullshit or dangle a carrot in front of our face and say, well, ain't none of the parents shit. Like, do better.
Yeah. It's J Fox, that's what I'm like, like some of us do want change, but I'm not going to spend my energy and time. Please don't take this wrong. Like, I'm not going to spend my energy and time in people that don't want to listen and learn to the foundation of how we got here to begin with. Like, and not from me, from anybody. Like, there's other people that talk about the other cases and how they built up and stuff and how they fell out. Like, if you're not, like, I'm not saying listen to me, learn from me, but in order to make change, we have to figure out the root of the problem, because we don't have answers for these questions of, like, what does need to change? How can we protect victims? Like, that's what I'm talking about. Some of these people, it's drama. This is what it is. It's fine. I'm not saying I don't want to change everybody. Trust and believe. They're just not my people. Like, I don't sit with those people, even though I get a new seating arrangement quite often, I guess. I don't know.
That would do with me. They'd be like, what the fuck? But that's my thing. I don't hate nobody. I go where the fuck I want to go, when I want, where, somebody may have an issue with this person. I may not. And, it's vice versa with other creators. Y'all may go in somebody's chat that I just straight up don't fuck with. I'm not going to judge you for it. It is what it is, but
what?
I don't know. Some folks out here.
Well, this one right here, Granny, and that right there is part of the issue. You are hyper focused. You don't see the continuous harm you cause, and that's fine. Hopefully someday you see it. Sebastian is your collateral damage. Come on now, Truth. Let's be honest here for a moment, because I don't even know who you are, nor do I care. But Sebastian is not Granny's collateral damage. Sebastian is a missing child that went missing before Granny even knew Sebastian existed. Let's not be stupid. That's quite an accusation that doesn't hold water, and it just makes you look foolish, because Sebastian is not Granny's collateral damage, and you will not ever put that on her in my chat. I got blamed for because some bitch ass creator couldn't be out there searching anymore and whining about a serpentine belt. Snatched that one of his fucking subs came in here and told me that because he couldn't talk about it anymore because he felt threatened and blah blah blah, I was going to be the reason a child wasn't found. So we ain't doing that stupid shit, period. Sebastian is not Granny's collateral damage. Check yourself real fucking fast.
And then it's comments like that tells me sometimes we don't have hope. I be trying to have hope, but then you got people like this.
Yeah, this is fucking.
Yeah, we got fucking Debbie Downer in the group.
I can't even believe that people are like trying to make up or try to verbalize what's right in that injunction. Nick the Hat is a fucking joke. Have you guys not seen it? That's my opinion based on his behavior and what he's put out here. Have you not seen what he is doing? He created a Twitter thread that named a pastor, and that got turned into content. No, he's not responsible for how they spun it, but he knows what he's doing with these people. He's watching them. I guarantee he's sitting back just laughing his ass off. So we know he's a clown. You guys know that what he's doing is foolish, but you support him talking creators that he's going to watch fall flat on their faces to use to go after two creators. Like, come on, people. We're better than this. We know what's going on.
I agree.
Thank you,
and
guys.
Body, yeah, have a good
good
one,
night.
Nonsense. Thank you
You
for
too.
hosting
Nonsense.
this.
Have a good night. Happy
And
holidays.
Body has like a great point that we need to check our own body.
I mean, you can tell just from the exit, like that was so fucking disingenuous, which is okay. Like we don't get along. I've called him out for lying on me numerous times. It is what it is. Like, I'm not going to mince my words. Like, I don't fucking like the dude, but I don't go around the dude. That just happened to, like, I'll be in a chat where he pops in or whatever, but I can coexist. I just act like I can't see him. I wasn't up there to provoke him. I was up there to have a conversation about the bigger picture here of the overall, what we're even seeing. Like, what is this? I wasn't there to target creators or dislikes or likes. I was talking about the overall picture of what is happening in numerous communities and numerous cases, how these cases are brought in and where they go from there. I know people have likes and dislikes. I'm not trying to fix all that shit. But what's right is right and wrong is wrong. And that injunction is about as far as real life as you can go. And Nick is using creators who are willing to do it based on personal beef to get involved in that. I'm sorry, you're not going to get me to come off that. We have all said shit that has crossed lines. If this was slander and defamation with a parent, that'd be a whole other story. If they had things that they could back up and prove, like, that's a whole different. This is a RICO allegation, people. Like,
And that, I think that's my thing with it. Like, if this lawsuit wasn't brought on based on feelings, then maybe, I would feel differently. But seeing that I know the history, well, I don't know it, but I do know, Granny and that person didn't get along. So knowing that history, to me, that's vindictive shit. That's like a personal vendetta that's bringing in the courts, and that's not fair.
oh no, Mountain Wanderer, I definitely ride sides. Don't get it wrong. I definitely ride sides. There's definitely people because I don't get into the bullshit of everybody's personal shit. But I do, like, there's people I just don't like, though. There's a whole lot from a year and a half ago of people that I can't stand out here because of my own personal shit with them. Like, truly.
And that's what I mean, Granny. Like, if it would have been self, that would have been different. But because it was from creators to you, that's a whole different ball game. You know what I'm saying? Especially when some of these producers have said way worse shit. I'm just being honest.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. But I think, like, I don't know, it's just been, for me, it was very eye-opening to see that during that conversation, because we do have such a bigger picture, and there's so many different cases that you can insert the same type of playbook into, and that's what's selling it, is it's the new age. But here's another question that I thought of afterwards. Somebody's mentioned something in the comments that just spun me to think about this, that last night was, what does your average police officer make? What do you guys think in the comments? Your average police officer, like,
You don't want me to answer because you know I know exactly how much my police officers in this city make from fucking lowest one. My bad, y'all. That was my alarm for my food. But yeah.
Do you have an amount that you think they make?
For the lowest amount, they start off at 40,000. Now, when you get up to like sergeant, lieutenants, and all of that shit, that's when the pay increases and all of that. And then also, like here, MPD does side security jobs, so they get paid overtime on top of that. So our officers can average anywhere from about 50,000 to 100,000 per year, and this is not a lie; that's the truth.
So that's not even a living wage in most places at this point, with the cost of a lot of things. What do you think?
Go ahead.
What do you think an ex-detective on YouTube that has some, whatever they might be, detective skills? Some of them now, like Duty Ron, he served years in the police force and stuff, but I'm talking like that Derek guy. That Derek guy is a younger. He seems younger to me. I could be wrong about his age. But think about like a channel like Derek. He's a true crime creator that gives a detective's perspective. Do you think he makes more than your average in the line of duty officer from YouTube?
Possibly.
And I'm not saying this to be mean or like.
No, it's a possibility. I don't know how much he make, but it's a possibility depending on memberships and you know.
Yeah. And I think he's on multiple shows. Is he on one with Stephanie Harlow? And he was on Big Brother too. Yep. If you think about it, like some of these people on YouTube are making more of a salary. If you are a good storyteller and have some type of interesting career, like you don't even have to know his experience or years in the field or anything like that. Like Duty Ron, he did his time and man, earn that money, whatever you do. Like Duty Ron does so much for victims and his family. But
Duty Ron.
I do too. Like make that money. But a lot of these guys find it like they come to YouTube, lawyers. There's some lawyers that don't even practice law anymore and make more money on YouTube. Like it has become a new career. It really has for many people. But the money, like we don't pay our police officers, and that's a society problem. So when we start talking about needing to fix issues, what's enticing for somebody to go be an in the line of duty cop versus what is going to keep them from just starting a YouTube channel? Does that make sense? Like if we're not paying our police officers enough and protecting, whatever the case may be, yeah, there's corrupt officers.
Well, I mean, no, and that honestly, that's a lot of officers have. Like you have Officer Tatum. I can't stand his bitch ass. I cannot stand him. Oh, I can't. But then you got Ebediah Israel. He's cool. There, you do have cops on here that that have left policing to come to YouTube, and some of them make damn good money. I'm not gonna lie. One of them has like 1 million plus subs, but some of them do come over to this side and they strictly talk about policing or how to navigate with police and how to make sure your rights are protected and not letting police violate your rights. But we also have it on the other side too, where you got all these channels now that are like, and I don't know how I feel about these because in a way it is going real life. And yes, I know that like with you know, the body cams, I know all of that can be requested. I know that. But some of these channels put people up at their worst time.
Absolutely.
Like some of these channels absolutely make money off of body cam footage. Now,
Yep.
some of these folks, I fuck them. They need to be shamed. But then there's others you can tell they're just going through some mental shit or something. And I don't agree with that. I don't. We shouldn't kick a person when they're already down. That's me personally. But you have a lot of people that have swapped from their profession to be full-time YouTubers, and some of them are making it big on here.
Well, and other ones are just filling their careers. We have psychologists and social
Yeah.
workers and
Yeah.
all these quote unquote professionals that are came over here into this arena, and they're not diagnosing anybody, but they're, you know what they're doing? They're saying, using their credentials, no matter what, if they're having their credentials and then they go into covering a case, people look at them as some type of authority. And a lot of times these people do make a pretty good living. Like they really do. So that's what I'm trying to get at. And who could blame an officer to switch into YouTube if it's lucrative for him? They don't have to risk their life and worry about not coming home. Like if you can, I mean, there's still life that could happen, but it's a safer, it's more lucrative. Like, so there, when we talk about solutions, there's so many things that go into what is driving people into this market of talking about quote unquote true crime. It is so much deeper than people think when we're talking about making changes, because what is drawing people into it is another part of the problem. Why are people driving? What is society? What is it going to take to stop the interest in making this so lucrative? Does that make sense? It's a
a good question, and that's a loaded question at that.
It
It's
is.
a good question because I can tell you, a lot of y'all know that has been with me since day one and where I came from to now. And my whole thing was Tyree Nichols and what happened here in my city. And then I started seeing other things that was going on in my city that I didn't agree with. And I feel like I didn't see people out here talking about Tyree like that. I didn't see people out here covering his case like that. After the initial, when the videos was released and all of that, everybody went back to their lives. They didn't give a fuck about the outcome of his trial or the case or the civil trial. They don't care about that. I do. I live. That could have easily been me, my brother, my sister, any one of us.
Absolutely.
So that's why I got into it. And yes, sometimes you can lose sight of why you're here. You do see the dollar signs. You do see things that can materialize, and you never would think that 2 or 3K people would be listening to you in your lives.
Yeah. It's
And I
true.
think sometimes people lose sight because of the dollar signs or the whatever it is. But yes,
Better lifestyle.
Yeah.
Safer lifestyle. Like it's so much deeper. Like to get to a solution, you've got to peel back the layers, and the layers are so much deeper than it's just, this is what's we got to figure out what's bringing in the viewership to promote this, because the more viewership, the further people are willing to push the envelope. The further Breaking Chains brings up such a good point. There are a lot of criminals in true crime just here to scam. And a lot of people will see them as some sort of expert because they've spent prison time. Now, not all prisoners switch their lives around. Some do. Everybody deserves a second chance, but some don't. Some don't, and they should never be seen as an authority figure in shit.
But yet here we are. Here the fuck we are.
Who would have ever thought that? I mean, there's a whole prison, and I mean, it's human curiosity again, but it goes back to show what people really fucking are drawn into. People love, like, jail calls. Look at the Wade Wilson. Like, he's got a fan club. These criminals, look at the healthcare shooting. Like, that is unfucking real.
I can give y'all an excellent example though that did come out and change his life. Some of y'all know who I'm talking about. Wood chipper, JD DeLay. I love JD.
Oh,
He clearly has came and tried to be an advocate, especially with people with, addiction and people that's going through tough times. He's been there. He's done it. And he's able to speak on those things. And I just like how he does his platform. And if y'all ever get a chance to check him out, yes, he is a former criminal, but he does try to do some good in his community.
Do you know where he gets his start from?
Yes, I do. I do.
Soft
Soft White, and then he was on the After Prison show.
Isn't
There's
that
quite a
crazy
few.
though?
Mm-hmm.
It's so crazy. Yeah, JD is like, wow, blah, blah, blah. He's entertaining to watch. He really is. He's like, blah, 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 like he's that, and I mean, he is human nature. Like he's interesting to listen to.
I love
Whether
JD
it's
though.
real or not. Like he's a good storyteller.
He is. I like how he does things on his channels, and he's very supportive of people that's going through active addiction. Y'all know that's a big thing for me because I'm a recovering addict. I'm a former addict, so things like that matter to me.
He's got a
And
whole entire hater community too.
oh, I know they tried to label him. Yeah.
Ooh, he's
And
pushing it by the narrative
he
and the
busted his
emotion.
ass out. He read his ass, and I've watched some of the stuff people have tried to say about JD and his clapbacks. If y'all ever see his clapbacks, those are hilarious to me. But JD is good people.
See, and that's the thing. Like we all watch like different things. We're all drawn into different things. Like, but that's what I'm saying is like there's such a draw for this, and there's so much money for some people. It's so much. It's so not easy to talk about solution-based things when you start pulling it back and you realize like, holy shit, that's exactly, somebody brought it up earlier. Nick, where does dog, like where is the person that promotes dog the most? TMZ. Like dog isn't one of these like fugitive recovery task force officers that is highly decorated, and like dog's a shit show. A shit show sells. He had a TV show that was a shit show. Like TMZ is his biggest sell. That's why they're doing what they're doing, is because they're trying to make real life ongoing cases into shit shows because it's what sells to the public. But they are potentially affecting jurors, protecting or interfering with justice. Like there's so many things because they're interfering with active ongoing cases. Like it's a reality TV show for so many of them, and it's not. It's a real life case.
Especially TMZ, they got this shit bad, real bad.
It's just crazy. Look how many celebs are on YouTube that make more money on YouTube that have entered true crime, or people like that have became like celebrity status because of coming into true crime. I mean, shit, there's some huge channels. I mean, it's so much bigger than what we see because it goes on up. Like it goes from YouTube's to Nancy Grace, Vinnie Politan, and all the way up. Like there's so much profiting off of people's pain, and it's been going on for decades, truly.
Oh yeah, I can't stand Autumn. I can't stand. Oh shit, you back or was that me?
I'm good. No, that was me. I just took
Yeah,
I was
okay.
off the screen. Oh shit.
I can't stand dog. He is a racist piece of shit that some people do not want to accept that fact. I'm sorry, you can't erase that call. I know what the fuck I heard.
Yep.
And yes, he's a homophobe, and pretty much every damn thing you could think of, he's that.
Yeah. Southernish says, "Oh my, Chico, we are from the same place. Tyree's story broke my heart, and my friends would ask me why I was so obsessed with it. It floored me." Chico did really good coverage on the Tyree story. Really good coverage. If you don't follow Chico, please do.
It just, like I said, I'm from this city, born and raised. This is my home. And to see that, and then to see my city's response to it, it was heartbreaking.
Yeah. Yeah.
It really was. So, and I don't remember what it was something. It was an article that I think it was when they were trying to push the narrative of him having the shrooms and stolen credit cards and debit cards in the back of his car. I think that's what really pushed me then because it pissed me off because I knew that the city attorney was going to try to discredit him. I knew that. I knew it from the jump. I had said it in Rabbits, and that's another person that kept pushing me and saying, "No, you need to create your own channel." And I knew they were going to try to discredit him, and that was when they finally released that. That's what pushed me to make a video and say, "No, y'all not going to do that shit in front of me." So.
As she says, watch a person's behavior carefully. We have all misspoke, but our behavior shows our real self. Absolutely. But again, it's who you decide to watch the behavior of too. Like, to me, I'm interested in watching the behavior of people that are doing like super crazy things, like ongoing, like the psychics and stuff. That's gotten crazy. It has been frustrating, but it's also, there's a part of me that's very intrigued because there's been over 80 psychics, mediums, and tarot card readers, spirit box session holders that have covered this case from 1 to 10 times. That is extensive, like extensive. So I totally agree with you 100%. 100%. We all make mistakes. We're all human. But some people are genuinely just coming here to make shit shows out of things because it's lucrative for them in a safer career. So it's so much deeper. Thank you all for being part of this. Chico, is there anything? I've been here for almost 8 hours. 8 hours today. I did a marathon.
I thought you were trying to break the record, and go for that 11.
I mean, you guys know when I get on a roll, I can lay shit out because I just have so much to say because this is so interesting to me. And it's been something that we have been really talking about lately. So being able to like give examples and lay it out, like these are things that are really dangerous to cases, like 100%.
It is. It's very dangerous. It's dangerous, the implications you're putting out there. It's
Yeah.
dangerous how we're trying to incite subs and locals to go stalk their house and drive by their house and things. This shit is dangerous. And like I said, if it would have been you, you feel some type of way. Because I know if it was me, I would feel some type of fucking way. I'm not
Yeah.
about that. I would show my ass.
100%.
You come in front of my house taking pictures, we're going to have a fucking issue.
100%.
But no, that's all I have to add. I was just tripping off of it earlier. I'm like, damn, bitch, go to bed. Stop these late night lives. Like, just go to bed.
No, thank you so much for coming up and hanging out with me. You guys all popping up today, you and Duchess. That was great for me because it kept me going and gave me breaks, and it was perfection. There's
But
just so much to
forget.
this.
Don't forget, we got to schedule a time to call. Nonsense. Don't you forget, we got to schedule a time to call. Jason, if you're still here, I got to schedule a call with you too, ma'am. So that's that.
Tomorrow, anytime tomorrow. I'll be available. I'll be home cooking. So
okay. But thank you for having me up here. I'm gonna take my dogs out and eat my dinner. So y'all have a good night.
You
and
too.
I'll put y'all some later this weekend.
Good night.
Bye, y'all.
Bye. Okay, you guys, I'm getting out of here too. Other people have been live. Sorry I took up your day. I really appreciate you guys hanging out with me today. And again, I just have to say shout out to, for the most part, there's been so many people in my chat today over the day that don't get along at all, like come from different areas, have personal issues with one another. But for the most part, the chat was amazing today. Huge shout out to the mods for helping out and hanging out with me today. I took up your whole day. Thank you guys so much for everything. Once again, to my mods, I will not do this to you guys all weekend through your holidays. And even if I do, tell me to fuck off because that's not fair and just don't show up. I mean, my mods don't even know when I'm going live. So there's that. But you guys are so appreciated. Every one of you that came over and was a part of the conversation today. that took place in it that had opinions that differed from mine or anything. Like, truly, we got to get to the underlying root to be able to fix this problem. And it's taking conversations like this and watching fuck ups and watching how things lay out and fall out and stuff. We don't have to all get along, but it's about the bigger picture and what can we do to help going forward. So I really genuinely appreciate you guys. But yeah. Southernish says, thank you. Merry Christmas. Thank you, Southernish. Thank you for the support. Merry Christmas to you and yours. And happy holidays to anybody that doesn't celebrate Christmas. But I hope you guys, with that, all have a wonderful rest of your night. Thank you once again to everybody that joined me today, Duchess and Chico. Thank you for coming up and keeping me company. And thank you all for being open to a conversation of many different. I mean, I could have started out the day on Grannies, because I went up there hot on Grannies too yesterday morning. I was just sick of seeing people in the comments being like, Granny's not a victim. Yeah, she is. Like, no matter if she's not we're not comparing victimhood to like parents of missing children. Like, but this is definitely, she has the right to feel the way she feels. We're going to stop doing that to everybody. So, all right. And we're not going to stop that. Truly. I'm not trying to mend bridges or anything of that. So don't get me twisted. Okay. Burn those bitches down. No, just joking. Totally joking. Good night, you guys. Thank you all once again. Oh, hold on. Nope. One more thing. I found this earlier. Uh-oh. Now I'm not going to find it. Where is it? Hold on. Listen to this song. Doesn't this sound like the best? Like, do, 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 do. No, that's Heels. I have Heels song on here still. Don't you think you should have like Betty like crawling across your screen right now, popping out? It's called the Nutty Fruitcake. That's what the song's called. And all I can think of is one of those like Christmas moments of like, I'm going to add that to something like a button of just like the Nutty Fruitcake. I don't know why I found that like so fitting and I was laughing so hard. I was going to add that to the transition earlier and put that in and I forgot to do it. I loved Heel's intro too. All right, you guys. You're not going to share the visual you had? Oh my gosh. You guys are too much. Have a good night, y'all. Okay, bye.